At least Floundering was talking anyways.
Nobody appreciates floundering anymore.
Yeah, I do. Hey, Lats is here. Lats will chat you up. You know Lats lifts weights?
Oh, what's up? Who lifts weights in here?
I lift weights.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I did for a long time.
Well, yeah, I be hoisting, don't you know?
I lift weights.
Hell yeah.
Hey Lats, what's
Oh,
your max bench 3 reps?
oh shit, 225. I literally just hit it like last week.
Oh, really? Nice. My
Yeah.
my max well a year and a half ago was 240. Well, 250. What was it? 252 or whatever.
Yeah, for 3 reps?
Mhm.
Holy shit, that's pretty good. Yo, how
I
tall are you?
I'm 5'8" and I was 207 pounds at my
Yeah,
max.
nice, dude.
I have a 1 rep max of about 55, but I'm getting there.
Hey man, everybody gotta get started somewhere. Don't worry, man.
Yep. We all start somewhere. But I'm getting older. I kind of eased off of the
Sure, no problem. Just clicking on it. Let me try again. The Guinness one's not working for me.
Just use the. I just sent another one.
Oh, it's working. Yeah. Okay, so this guy is at like a pretty high elevation on like a mountain or something. Taking this picture.
Yeah, he was on. You can see it. I don't know how to say that shit.
No problem.
Turkey.
Okay, and so we're looking at the horizon's like flat, right? You see that, correct?
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to. Both of us
Yeah.
could just see that. I see these like mountains in the background with the demarcations. 420 kilometers, Mount Chickato, whatever, Usaban, butchering these. And what's your claim that this picture proves that it's a globe?
My picture's just claiming that there's curvature. It's not going to claim like the full like globeness of it. It could be like a super like weird shape even with this curve, but it's just that it's not flat.
Huh. I don't get it. I don't get how this proves that it's a globe and it's not flat. If you could further comment, that'd be great.
Yeah, like the hypothetical I set up was like if you had a high-powered camera there, say, or say you were to just zoom in on that picture, right? We can both
But
agree that
this is the
like,
highest power, isn't it? Isn't this the highest power?
no, this is the longest distance photo.
Oh,
But
okay.
yeah. So the hypothetical I'm asking you, and I'm asking if you can like grant me this or agree with it, that if we did have like a high-powered camera there and you zoomed in really far, would you be able to see on and on, or would it stop at a certain point?
I think it would just go as far as, the atmosphere and the camera, or like go
I'm saying
like
the atmosphere.
where
Why would the atmosphere get in the way of it if the atmosphere is above the flat surface?
mm, I don't know. That's a good question, but it's just how we see things, right? So at the
What?
top, the higher we go, right, we're able to see further, right? But it's only it's a limitation to how far we can see depending on the lens of the camera, right?
Yeah, sure. So I'm asking you, do you think if we had like a high-powered camera, we'd be able to see like any like say there was like another mountain behind all of those other ones? Do you think we'd be able to see that at all with like the highest power camera you can imagine, or do you think it would just be like inaccessible?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I mean, I would have to see someone with a high powered camera like do the observation from where this is, right? I mean, if there's something in like reality without a hypothetical, if there's like an actual thing in reality we can test, I'm down. But I don't think your hypothetical is satisfactory for me.
Yeah, so I mean I can also tie it to like the video of the boat going over in the horizon. I'm sure you've like seen it where the boat is like sailing away and then it crops from bottom up, right? So that's where we're like on a level surface with the boat and we can see it traveling down the curve. Like that's the default explanation, I think. Like if you had like a diagram of like on a smaller scale, think of like a ball and like a Lego observing on
Right.
the ball or
Yeah,
something,
yeah,
right?
totally. So like it's
That's
going
exactly what happened with like the boat on the Lego ball or whatever.
Yeah,
So
so
like
the
that's like
boat
the
is going over a curve, right, which is the ball, right? That's what it appears to be doing, okay? So how far away is the horizon then?
I don't know. I don't need to know.
You do need to know because that's what a ball is. That's the
All I need to know.
physical. No. That's the physical horizon,
I think
right?
you're misunderstanding my argument if you think that I need to know that. Can I say my argument again?
Sure.
So what I'm saying is it doesn't matter how far away it is. That would just be like on how big the ball is, right? All my argument is just that it is a ball, right? Or at least at the very least it's going down a curve. And my reason for that is that as we watch the boat go away, I can't tell you how far away it is, but that doesn't matter for the like what's seen. You watch the boat crop away from bottom up, and what I mean by that is like the boat starts going under the horizon, under the water, starting from the bottom up. It doesn't like crop and get smaller slowly or anything. It like legitimately the boat just kind of disappears from the bottom up.
The
I can send the
distance
video.
matters.
I'm sure you've like seen it before. I can send the video if you want me to.
The distance matters to denote the radius value, and the problem with the bottom up argument is it can either be far too close for the prescribed radius value or far too far for the prescribed radius value. That tells you that it's optical. It is not a geometric position.
So you're telling me that it's optical, but like the video I'm referencing uses a camera. It's like not use. It's not just like we're standing super far away and it's off in the
Yeah,
horizon.
optical.
It zooms in. So can you explain? Is it an illusion you're saying? Like in actuality, it's completely
Yeah.
level with us still. But how does the
It
illusion
is
work? Can you explain that?
it is an apparent position based on light refraction in part. Also, it can be diffraction limit. Also, it can be physical obstruction by, let's say, waves or swells of water. And it also has a great deal to do with temperature, humidity, and air density. William Hyde Wollaston, DJ shared with us a few days ago. I just gave a presentation to my local community in regards to this, not on him, but on the refraction topic, terrestrial refraction. In 1803, he talked about it. He wrote a book in 1800 called Terrestrial Refraction, and it goes into more detail. I don't remember the whole title, but no, if the boat is too far or too close, which both have been observed, it eliminates the radius value of a geometric horizon, which is required for your Earth ball.
Yeah, I just don't understand how that proves that there's an illusion though. Like all you're saying is that I can't calculate the exact dimensions of it, which I'm fine with. All I'm claiming is that there is a curve to it.
There's no curve, it's purely optical.
Explain the illusion.
We just
Well,
did, but
No, do it one more
so
time, please.
yeah, so you can see um, objects, boats, disappear bottom up first. The problem is distance. They can be way too close, as William Hyde Wollaston, I might not be saying his last name perfectly correctly, but observed. It can be way too far. You can't then credit that to a geometric position, and that would be required to give a radius value for your ball. And that
Yeah,
would
I'm not
be
arguing that it's a perfect ball though.
that would be 1.22 times the height, the square root of the height of the observer in feet.
I'm not arguing that the Earth is a perfect ball, or even close to that whatsoever.
It's not curvature at all. It's not a geometric position. It's an apparent position based on temperature, air
Based on
density.
temperature. Okay, so I need you to explain the illusion of temperature bending light to make something like vanish from the bottom up.
That is refraction.
That is explain.
That is refraction. That is the bending of light, the distortion of light coming to your eyeball from the object.
Yeah, you're not explaining anything. Like, explain to me how that works. Why does heat make something crop away from the bottom up?
So it can also be temperature,
Okay.
air density, humidity,
I'm just going to assume you don't really know what you're talking about because you just
It
failed to
is,
explain anything every time you talked. Like,
it
I
is
don't
not.
understand the illusion you're describing. This isn't like documented in science anywhere. I just don't understand what you're saying.
It was documented in 1800. I can look the title of the book up and the guy's
No one's
exact.
denying that heat distorts light, but that's all it does. It distorts it. It doesn't vanish it. It doesn't cause it to crop away from the
That's
bottom up at all. It just
that's
distorts light. That's all it
That's
does.
that's exactly what it does. It can make something. It can make an object disappear at as close as 150 feet, depending on your height from the surface.
So why does the height difference of like 40 feet shouldn't have anything to do with it, right? It should all have the heat should have an equal effect on the entirety of the boat rather than just the bottom up, right?
No, no.
Why?
As you
Why?
get closer to the surface, as you get closer to the surface, the air density changes, and there's for the medium that the light travels through changes, and you get different refractive qualities.
Saying like a full ton of nothing.
That's just how it works.
You don't.
I
You're
mean,
not explaining
that's
how it
all there is
works.
to it.
You're saying what it is. You're saying what you think it is, but you're not explaining how, like, what it is, how it is. Because I don't think you know how it works either. You're just saying refraction, heat refraction. You're just saying these words. Heat distorts light. It doesn't make the light disappear. It doesn't just completely dissipate
It,
all light.
it, it,
And even if it did, even if we live in this pretended universe where that does happen, it would happen on the entirety of the boat, not just the bottom up slowly over the course of like
no,
an hour of it going down the curve. It would happen to all of the
no.
boat because all of the boat is as equally far away and it's as equally exposed to as much heat and
The,
light as
pro-
every other part
the,
of the boat is.
the problem with your argument is it can be way too close a distance or way too far a distance. It has nothing to do with the geometric position or geometric horizon. It has to do with the air gradient at that time, or not the gradient, but the air quality, not quality, the conditions, the
Everything that
atmospheric
you're
conditions.
describing happens equally to all parts of the boat. You're talking about air, you're talking about heat. These things
No,
aren't exclusive to the bottom up, like applying to the like slowly going across the boat from the bottom up. None of that happens in what you're describing.
it certainly does. It certainly does. It's been
What is it called?
documented. Yeah, it's terrestrial refraction. The closer
Terrestrial
you,
refraction is when something dissipates from the bottom up, or when something
uh,
vanishes under the horizon from bottom up. That's what I'm asking you. How does that substantiate
yes.
it in heat applying to an object or in like air particles being pressed on an object?
Well, there's heat, humidity, air density. All of these come into factor for how far away the object will start to hear from
Sure.
the observer. And oh, excuse me, I forgot. Distance from the surface. So the closer you are to the surface, that plays a big part of it.
But none of this is explaining why it goes away from the bottom up. If this is true, and even if I grant you everything you're saying right now, and I'm like, okay, sure, heat dissipates light to the most intense degree where it just disappears at a certain extent, even when you can still see like a good portion of it. Heat will just completely make something disappear. Even if I grant you that, it doesn't make sense in the boat example because the boat is disappearing from bottom up. What is the reason for that? Why does heat only
The,
apply to like
clo-
the bottom half and then slowly goes up the boat? It doesn't make sense.
the closer you are to the surface, depending on the conditions of your atmospheric
You're just
qualities.
saying we're all right. You just don't.
Well,
So
you
heat
know,
refraction is the atmospheric optical illusion where objects appear lower to
if you
compress
don't want to recognize what I'm saying, because that's your mo, that's your modus operandi, is just to
because you haven't
ignore what
explained
you're
anything. You
saying.
just keep asserting things without any explanation. So I'm not very inclined to listen to you anymore.
Well,
You
there
laugh it
we go.
off. I
There's
mean,
your
it's all
mo.
that's been happening.
I was just
You just sit
saying
here
that your
asserting, asserting,
mo
asserting.
is to
Prove
ignore
anything you say.
people when you
Give me
don't
the.
want
Give
to
me.
hear what they have to say, and then just talk over them because you don't want to hear what they have to say. You've got to stick your
I've
head
let
in the
you
sand.
speak. I've
You've got
let
to
you
stick
have the
your
floor,
head in the
man, and
sand
you've
approach.
completely embarrassed yourself. You've
Okay,
no
hold on.
explanation.
Let's try this another way. All right.
Explanation
Schmink,
for anything
we'll
you're saying.
try and steal man what Wild Bill said, and let's see if Wild Bill agrees with what you said.
Yeah, the best steelman would just be like spamming word salad. So I'm just gonna start talking about, oh well, things disappear from the
Oh,
bottom
so
up,
you
so
didn't
like,
hear a
like light
single thing
refraction
of what he
will-
said. I got it. So
No, I
you're being
heard all the word salad.
disingenuous.
I can give you all the same word salad. I really
And
can.
Neil, what did I just say his MO was?
Well, read
Yeah.
it read what I wrote in the chat, and then ask him if that was good enough description.
I just claimed that his MO is when he doesn't want to hear something, he completely ignores, talks over, and you just verified what I was saying completely right, and that he wasn't listening. Exactly.
Let's try it again. So what Eli posted in the side chat, right? Sinking refraction is an atmospheric optical illusion where distant objects appear lowered, compressed, or even partially hidden below the horizon. Are you happy? Oh, no, you posted something.
Yeah, I just looked it up too, and it says that it's primarily caused by the curvature of Earth. So I don't know why you posted that, Elijah.
What's the distance? It would have to be at a geometric position if it was the curve of the Earth.
What does that even a geometric position? Is there any other kind of position you could be referencing here? Like why do you, yeah, I feel like you just say words for the
Hey,
sake of
yo,
saying
how could light bending be caused by the curve of the Earth? That was bullshit. Y'all weren't gonna follow him
atmospheric
up on that.
refraction is a separate phenomenon that can make distant objects appear slightly higher or lower. I mean,
That's what I was.
you like got the AI, so I'm reading AI too. So hold on.
I don't
Sinking is a
have any.
type of
I don't
specific
have. I've never
refraction that
used
occurs
AI.
when I'm
I've
talking
never
about
used AI in my
Elijah.
life.
I'm not talking
I've
about you,
never.
Melville. I'm not talking
Never
about you.
used AI. Yeah. The problem with the geometric position is that type of refraction you're talking about, bottom up obstruction, can take place way too close or way too far. It's purely
Send me some
atmospheric.
evidence
It's
of
an
that.
apparent. It's an
Send me some
apparent.
evidence of that.
Do what?
Can I have some evidence of that?
Well, I just quoted William Hyde. Let me look his name up.
Proof though? Can I see proof of it happening like super close, then proof of it happening super far, and then I'll believe you?
Yeah, I just showed a video from Skyfree last night in my presentation in my community. Yeah,
Is it the one
I'm
of the
not.
toy boat? Is it the one of the
I'm
toy
not.
boat in the little lake?
Oh, they got all kinds of them. Yeah, they got ones with toy
But
boats,
I
toy
have a feeling that
cars.
you only used like small scale ones when trying to prove your side of the argument, and then only used like large scale ones when trying to prove my side.
No. The
Okay.
problem
Then
is
send
the
me a large
distance.
scale one of it being very close up, please. Can you send me like a large scale boat in like an ocean where that same bottom up refraction happens super close up, and I'll believe you completely.
Any of them that William, the guy I quoted, he talked
I
about
don't
them in
want to
his
hear a
book.
boat. I want to see
1800.
it.
1800.
This is I mean if you have such blatant evidence against this like piece of I don't know, I guess against this evidence, right? This is how the Romans discovered that, or was it the Greeks that discovered that the Earth is round, right? If you just have some video that you completely debunks it, I'd love to see it.
How did they do that? Are you talking about Al-Biruni? Who are you
It
talking
could have been
about?
Alberoni. I can't give you specific names. I'm pretty sure it was Greek. It had to have been the Greeks that discovered the Earth is round from the ship.
You mean Aristotle? Oh, the ship. I think you're talking about Al-Biruni. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a video of like a ship that same size as the one that I was referencing in the water, but the bottom up refraction happens like super close up, I would love to see it. That would completely like flip the tables for me. Like they would do like the most amount of heavy lifting you can imagine. So if that does
He always
genuinely
says
exist,
that. He always says that. We've already flipped 100 of the tables.
I know. What's the other one that he says? I'll hang up my coat or something.
I don't think I've actually received any. You sent me like these tiny boats on the driveway. That's all I've ever been sent in here. Tiny boats on the driveway, tiny boats in like little pools. Like that stuff means literally nothing.
Well, the fact is that most of the time you don't observe that. You observe things getting smaller and smaller until they disappear. It's incredibly rare that something will disappear bottom up. It requires very
That
particular
doesn't go against my
atmospheric
argument.
conditions.
My argument isn't that it's a perfect circle.
Guys,
It,
guys,
it,
guys, 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 guys. I discovered the Earth. I discovered. I have the solution now.
Oh, right on.
Yeah. Can
What is it?
you show me my screen? Damn, man.
No.
I am in the space now.
What?
Damn. I can show you the Earth.
Oh, yeah, right.
Okay, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Yo, guys. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, so I mean, I'll sit here and wait, I guess, for that video. If you can send me one. I just the thing is I know it doesn't exist, but I guess I'll be waiting here forever.
Of Too Close. Of Too
Yes,
Close.
a
I don't have
video
a
of a
video of
boat in
that.
the ocean, like a sizable boat, not just some tiny like toy boat.
Yeah, I don't have a video of that because, and
No one
we would
does.
have
Did you know that
to,
no one does?
we would have to know the distance
You
also.
would have to know the distance. You
But
can
it
see
has
the
been.
distance. You can see how small something gets the further it goes away, right? So if you send me something where the boat's like
How do you
clearly
know
big,
that?
and it's what do you mean? How do I know this?
How do
Have you
you
ever?
know the distance? How do you know
You
the
don't need
distance
to
of the
know the
boat?
exact distance. You can eyeball it for this. For what I'm asking you, you can eyeball it.
If it's not 1.22 times the square root of the height of the observer in feet, it doesn't match the 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, my argument isn't trying to say that I have the exact dimensions or that it's a perfect circle or any of that. My argument is simply saying that it's
you're
not
not
flat.
including
It's that it's curved.
if you're not including the distance, you can't claim a radius value.
I'm not trying to claim like a value at all.
You're trying to claim curvature.
I'm not trying to claim a value of it. I'm not trying to claim how curved it is, the dimensions of it at all.
Well, then all you're talking about is atmospheric conditions making something disappear.
You have to explain how atmospheric conditions will make a boat disappear from the bottom up super close to you. Explain how that works, because you don't forget, that's what you still have to defend. Is that a boat in the ocean can have that bottom up effect happen even when it's super
Hang
close
on.
by to you. So how does
Hang on.
explain? I mean, how does atmospheric conditions cause that?
Okay, let me look it up, the reference.
Look it up. I mean, dude, no, you just say things. You just say arguments like that. You think have some sort of like it makes sense in your head a little bit when you say it. But I mean, like, do you have any clue what you're actually saying? Do you have any idea like the bird salads?
I
That
mean, do you have any clue what you're actually saying? Like, you don't even know the distance to the horizon. It's pretty, like, it's a joke.
It's a joke
Okay.
that I don't know the distance of the horizon.
So I was referring
Yeah,
to
it is.
William Hyde Wollaston, his book on variations of terrestrial refraction in the distance of visible objects.
You gotta feed your cat, bro.
I just got home. They want my attention.
Your cats think that it's flat?
Oh, hell yeah, they're flat earth cats. You better believe it. I got flat earth dog. I got flat earth horses. I've got
What
flat
is
earth
this
cows.
gift you sent me? Like, it's just it's a sailboat. This is cute. What is this proving? That things get smaller the further you are away? Revolutionary. I mean, the thing is nothing's gonna change your guys' mind because you don't really have like an argument in like the same world of logic that I do. Like, you just actually say things and it makes sense in your head enough, and you're just like, all right, that works for me. But you really don't know what you're talking about. I mean, explain how atmospheric refraction makes a boat disappear from the bottom up, very close by to you. That's the claim you made. You said you invoked atmospheric refraction, bro. So I want to hear an explanation on how that works.
It distorts light.
It distorts light from the bottom up. How? Explain how.
Well, what was the?
No one here can. Everyone here is staying muted, bro.
No, Neil.
It's just the
I think
fucking.
it was Neil.
It's such
I
a
think it
joke
was
of an
Neil.
argument, bro. I mean,
I think it was Neil that just described sinking refraction.
Sinking refraction.
Compression.
Sinking refraction requires a curved Earth.
No, it most certainly does not, because you will not give a distance. If you're not giving a distance, then it is not curvature. It is atmospheric.
Old dude, did you send some revolutionary video? Let me see.
I don't have revolutionary video like the one you were talking about.
No, old dude. I'm talking about old dude. This just proves that things get smaller the further you are away, FLW. Or not, old dude. This isn't really, like, I'm only 20 seconds in, so maybe there's something crazy I'm missing.
And the problem is the distance at which they get smaller.
We can eyeball it, though. The argument I'm proposing doesn't require you to know the distance whatsoever. What I'm saying is, it's a response to what you said, I guess, right? You said that that bottom up effect will happen to a boat, regardless of, it'll happen super super far away and it'll happen super super close by, right? And
No, it
your
can.
explanation,
It
yeah, it
can.
can. Okay, it can. And when I asked you why it can, you said atmospheric refraction, right?
Yes.
Okay, how does that process work?
And the height of the observer. That's an important part.
How does that process work? Does anyone know how that process works? I mean, is there any explanation on why
Neil
that
just
boat disappears from
described
the
it.
bottom up? Neil
I
just
think it was
described it.
Neil.
Who the hell is Neil?
I'm brushing my teeth. Sorry.
Oh shit. I didn't even notice you in here, Neil. Globe has the burden of proof anyway.
You can't ignore the distance.
If
You
you
can't
think I have the
ignore the
burden of
distance.
proof right now and what's going on, you having a tracking issue, FLW. I can say the argument over and over again for you. I truly don't think it's gonna get through though. I mean, you've been here for this long. I think that's kind of like your cope though, is you just repeat that to yourself like over and over and over, like, oh, you have the burden of proof, you have the burden of proof. How do you know it's a globe? It's like a coping mechanism a little bit, so I'm not gonna rip into you too much for it. You have nothing. All right, bro. It seems like the one guy who's courageous enough to talk to me doesn't have any sort of argument. I'd
We
love
know
to hear
it's
you
not a
argue
globe.
though, FLW.
We know it's not a globe.
You know it's not a globe, and the first piece of
Why-
evidence I bring up has you stun locked. I mean,
Why are you
what do you-
gaslighting us when you don't even know the distance to the horizon?
I don't need to know the distance for my argument. You guys can keep trying to say that over and over. It means nothing.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to make it. My claim has nothing to do with the distance.
That's fine, but then don't call us
Fine.
clowns if we don't have the information. You don't have. We're not giving it to you right now. Obviously, it's not happening.
What are
You're
you
not
talking
receiving it.
about?
But you're not giving us
What
the
are you
information
even
about
saying?
the clear part about the horizon and the ship going over it, which would be physical Earth curve, and that would have an actual distance, right?
Yes, technically it would, but the light refraction from the atmosphere messes that up. So I'm not going to try to give you some exact distance because I don't know.
Okay, well, that's a problem, bro.
It's not a problem unless you have a different explanation
It
for
is.
it. I have my
It
explanation
is
already.
because the globe is set to be a certain size, and it has to be the horizon has to be at set distances per wherever height you're at, right? So
yes,
if
I
you're
agree with that. I just agreed with that. I said that it gets messed up from the atmospheric refraction, though, right? And that is only applying to a curved Earth, right? Atmospheric refraction would not affect a flat Earth in the way that this guy's
it
invoking.
wouldn't, it
In
would
the way that this guy's
refraction would not
invoking it,
affect the flat Earth.
yes, in the context that he's invoking, yes, it would not affect it at all.
So refraction is different.
Again? Do you want
Are
to
you
hear his
saying
argument?
refraction?
I don't want you to
doesn't
embarrass
exist?
yourself. Do you want to hear his argument again?
It's his argument. It's not mine.
Exactly. So I'm bringing you up to speed. Do you want me to say it again, or do you remember it?
I mean, I asked you before, and you said a bunch of words, and you just flailed them around. So.
Well, I'm glad we've progressed a little bit. Now he actually.
Oh,
has
great! So that's
words
what he
on
said, right? So nothing for what he said. Got it.
Well, no, I can tell you his argument now. I'm just at the first he didn't really have.
Now you can. All right. So
Yeah,
actually be good faith and don't be a
he didn't
fucking
really have an
retard.
argument at all. Like now it's a little bit of an upgrade at least.
Yeah, actually be good faith and don't be a retard and steal man his argument.
Okay, I'm gonna give you his argument. He's telling me that bottom up like effect that happens in the boat video I'm referencing, where it disappears from the bottom up into the horizon. He's telling me that can happen super super far away and also super super close by. So I'm asking him how does that happen, and he invoked atmospheric refraction. He's saying even when it's super super close by, atmospheric refraction is going to cause it to disappear from the bottom up.
Okay.
It can, not it will.
Can.
It can.
What? causes it to happen when it's super, super close by?
It would be a combination of temperature, humidity, air density, and the height of the observer.
It'd be a combination of temperature, humidity. Okay, explain humidity's role in this. Or at least just explain the primary thing that causes it to happen. If it's all these things at play, I mean, explain just one of the. Just give it some sort of substantiation. And he's fucking silent. I mean, if you want to make his argument for him, Neil, you know you were unmuted. Like, I would love to hear how this happens, but I
I
don't know if
don't.
he's just
It's not my argument. I'm not making it. So.
okay, so he's just dug himself in a hole. All right. Can we? Do you want to restart now? I guess we'll start a different argument. That's like one for the globe earthers.
Hang on, I'll be right back. I'm doing something
Oh,
right now.
dude, he sold you guys, man.
I
Okay, so
mean,
Neil, I'll just ask you again. We'll restart the line of questioning. You're familiar with like the boat video I keep bringing up?
bro, if you're gonna continuously gaslight like at the end of your sentences and try and make us look like, oh, we know nothing, etc., etc., it's just you're not being cool, bro.
I'm sorry if you feel like you know nothing right now, but I didn't like say that at all or even incite that like at all.
No, but that's literally what you're saying. You're like, oh, these guys don't know any of the flat earthers or this. Or you see, oh, you clearly don't.
When did I say that? How did I say anything like that? I might have said
Sorry,
one
bro.
for the globe earthers, but I mean that's what happened. This guy completely like conceded. He said, "I'll be right back." He's gone. I mean, it's not your
How
fault.
is that
I'm not
conceding?
mad.
Like,
I'm not mad at
literally,
you
how is that conceding? The guy says he'll be right back, and then
because
you
I
go
asked
into a
him.
diet, and then you
asked
go
him
into
prove
a
his
diatribe on how that's one for the Globers, right? Even though you said, "I'll be right
right.
back."
I'll explain
Right,
to you how
that's
it's
one.
conceding
That's
because
one
I
for the
asked him.
Globers. He'll be right back. Got it. Got it.
It was conceding because I asked him to prove his argument, and then he just completely went blank. So that's how
Yeah,
I
he said
figured
he'll
it's
be right
conceding.
back. He'll probably
No,
looking something
no,
up or
no.
something.
Multiple
Is
times
that
before that happened.
bad? Is that bad? Is that that's one? If it's one
No,
for the
like in the
Globers,
fantasy
that's
scenario,
your
in the
sense
fantasy
of
scenario
like.
you made, it's not that bad. But like in what actually happened, it's pretty bad. Because I asked him like multiple times before he actually left, and he just completely blanked every other time too.
Sure, if that's how you want to like get your
Well,
W,
it's just what
right?
happened. I mean,
If
I'm not
that's
trying to prove
how
anything.
like
Everyone was here. Everyone was here.
sure. He explained to you multiple times. You're asking for more evidence.
He
He said
explained
he'll
nothing.
be right back. He said he'll be right back.
Like the humidity causes it, and the heat, and the air. He brought up all these things, and I said, prove any one of them. I literally I gave him all these options.
Okay.
Prove anything you said.
Okay. I'm back. Yeah, so like Neil brought up earlier with compression and mirroring, I don't have all the refractive qualities, but the bending of light, I believe, upward. So the closer that the observer gets to the surface, and that's what the book by Wollaston was about. Was let me read you the quote. It's quite amazing. Ugh. Hang on. Anyway, yeah, okay, I got it right here.
Very amazing, bro.
By bringing the line of sight near to the surface of the water, boats and other small objects are found to be completely hidden by an apparent horizon, which is in so short a distance cannot be owing to any real curvature of the water and can arise solely from the bending of rays by refraction. When I reflected upon the causes which were probably instrumental in the production of these phenomena, they appeared referable to the difference of temperature alone. That's a quote from the book by Wollaston. So like Neil brought up with compression and mirroring and these other qualities of air temperature, density, humidity, and the height of the observer, it can change how you see your distant object when it's too now it's a problem for you when it's too far as well, but like Wollaston brought up, when it's too close, it just shows that it is purely optical.
Yeah, so that definition only like accounts for one sort of like scenario, right? It's saying like the light the light bends from the sure. So the explanation he's giving
Exactly.
is it's answering like kind of half of it, I guess. But if we're talking about the like the addition that you added, right, saying that it also this bottom up effect happens when you're super close by, how does that correlate?
Yeah, so it's a major problem for the boats disappearing over the horizon crowd, because when
That's
it's
not really what
too
I asked you.
far when it's too far away, they'll say refraction is bending downward, bringing
You're not answering my question.
bringing the view of the object back to the observer. When it's too close, that's a major problem for the ball. It shows that it's purely an apparent position. It is purely optics
Yeah.
with refraction, diffraction. It can also be obstruction by swells and
You're not answering my question.
waves. Say your question again?
Yeah, so I'm asking you, can you prove that effect that Wollaston described, right, with the light bending from the sun? How can you prove that also happens to boats that are super up close, like the claim you made originally too? Like, and if
So
maybe I could see a
so
video,
so
that would probably help, or if I could see like any sort of like, I don't know, study backing this, just some sort of proof that says like
well,
that same
I
effect that
just
happens to the video that I'm referencing, where the boat's super far away. If I could just see that same effect happening on the boat that's close, I'd agree with you.
well, I just quoted a reference. I do not have a video.
But he's not even
The
saying anything about an up close boat. He's saying about like one universal like effect
No,
that
it's
might be
up.
happening.
It was in objects that are far too close to be the
Exactly.
curvature of the water. Yeah,
Or
he
okay,
was.
sure. Far too close to be.
That's exactly what he
Okay.
was talking about.
So
So
could I just see a video of a boat doing that in the ocean?
I just referenced that, and I told you I don't have a video of that too close.
Do you understand that
That
there's that
so
seems like a big issue? Like, why you'd think a flat earther would have done this by now,
an
right? You'd think a flat earther would have went out and
example,
made this
you
video
entitled
already.
little prick. An example would be like, let's say, half a mile, 3/4 of a mile. That would be an example of something too close. I do not have a video of that.
You hear what I asked though? Like, don't you think this is an important thing for the flat earthers to do? Like, why don't you think this video exists? You should probably get on this. This would be like revolutionary.
That would be yeah, that'd be an awesome
Well, why
feature
do you think
to
there's so many
offer.
videos of like other methods of trying to prove flat Earth that just like for some reason this like super objective, clear example you can make that would disprove like the consensus about the boat example? Why hasn't it been done? Why isn't there a single video of it? It just doesn't add up.
I don't know that there's not a video of it.
You said there's not a single video of flat Earth evidence? You mean like lasers?
Yeah, you're completely having a tracking issue. That's not what I said.
I don't know that a video of it doesn't exist. I don't know that. I don't have it.
Well, I did look it up a little bit ago and I couldn't find any, but it seems like, there's a ton of people on this call sending other kinds of videos related to this. Like, if it did exist, it probably would have been sent by now.
Well, there are examples of 150 feet, 500 feet,
But those are by like toy boats, right?
700 feet.
Right.
They are RC boats, but
Exactly.
why would that matter? Why would that matter?
Because
What
little
isn't
ripples
it?
and
Isn't
here,
it?
I'll answer.
is-
I'll answer. Because water
Isn't
is water when it's inside of like a lake, or honestly water in any sort of like natural environment, it's gonna have a lot of imperfections on the surface, right? And those imperfections are gonna be like little ripples, little waves, but they're going to be a few inches tall, right? And when you're spanning across a ton of distance, right, they're going to like stack up on top of each other and on the back of each other, right? And it's going to completely like have that effect happen the further you get away, right? That makes sense. I don't know if I'm
yes,
explaining that very well. I
yes,
hope I am.
yeah. No, I gather what you're saying, and that would be true. Yeah, that would be true, but in the Sky Free videos, it is still water, perfectly still, and at anywhere from 150 to 700 feet, the object in view
Well, the water
starts to
has an RC boat in
disappear
it. It's not gonna be perfectly.
starts to disappear bottom up, and then becomes completely invisible to the observer, which I remember the one I was looking at was 3/4 of an inch off the water, and the height of the object was like 2 inches.
So do you understand how like dissatisfying this is as an answer to my question? Because I'm asking for like an equivalent example of like that boat example, right? Where that it's the person on the dock viewing the boat going to the horizon. I'm asking for like a similar example of that, of like the same kind of distance, the same at least
And
similar
larger,
size at all of boat. Exactly. In the ocean preferably,
larger
just
scale.
even if it was in the lake, whatever. Just anything that isn't a toy boat in a lake, or in like a like a 2-inch boat inside of like a lake or whatever.
Well, the thing is, it was in still water. It was in perfectly still water, and
Well, this isn't
the
responding to my
temperatures were
claim at all. It
the
really doesn't mean anything.
temperature, the temperatures were documented, and then you made your observation at at a larger scale, like a larger boat. I don't have that video. I don't know that it doesn't exist. I don't have it.
Well, that's the video I'd need to that I'm referencing, if it exists.
Oh, I think that'd be great. I would love to see that video myself. I don't have that one. But the principles still apply.
Principles don't apply because the video of the RC cars is going to be like a completely different dimensions. The boat is so much smaller. The camera's almost touching the water rather than like standing at eye level height. So many like different factors are completely off from the RC car videos than the boat sailing in the horizon.
Well, doesn't the observation scale? AI was going to jump in. Go ahead, AI.
Yeah, if a 4 millimeter wave can block an RC boat, then could a 4 foot wave block an actual boat?
No, because the camera's higher up, right? The camera's at like eye level, like 6 feet up.
Okay, so if the
touching the
camera
water,
is higher, right? So if the camera's higher than the amplitude of the undulations in the water, right?
if the camera's like eye level, yeah, but that doesn't even change. Also, like
Okay,
I would
no,
have
no,
I would
no,
have to give you
no,
like
dude,
a
no,
good
no,
answer. I would have to
no,
know how big the boat is in the video.
no, just listen, just listen. If the camera is higher, or if the sight line is higher than the height of the waves or the undulations in the water, whatever they are, whether it's ripples, waves, whatever, right? If your sight line's higher than that, then it's higher than that. It doesn't matter how tall you are, right?
Well, for what I'm arguing, that's not no.
No,
Really,
AI is
really.
exactly.
So no, it's not the case. It's not the case that if your sight line is above the water and the height of the waves, that it's not above. That don't even make sense, brother.
Well, of course it's going to be above the wave. I don't understand what you're asking, but the question I'm asking
Right.
is
So
if there's
if your sight line is
you're just responding to the wrong
above
thing over
the
and over again.
peak,
You're not responding to my claim at all.
dude, you're trying to critique the other friend's claim by saying the small undulations in the lake are going to preclude the boat. But if the sight line's higher than those undulations, then they're not going to preclude the boat. I mean, what's so hard to understand?
Yeah, if you also like are not the same distance above the ground, or if the camera's like at an uneven distance.
What
That's
what does it mean by uneven distance? What's
like
that even mean?
compared to the other video I'm saying.
Okay,
Right,
so
like
if
I'm just asking
somebody's
for
at one
any
altitude and somebody's at a different altitude, then they'd be at different altitudes. Wow, I'm impressed.
yeah, and the videos would be different, right? It would show like different perspectives. So that's like it wouldn't like satisfy the question I'm asking. All
So
I
what's the
want is
question?
a video of someone in by the ocean or on a dock of some sort, right, with the camera at like eye level, like filmed by a person, not like by some camera on top of the water, showing like a boat. That's what I'm asking. Not like a tiny RC boat with the camera sitting on
Showing
top
a
of the water.
boat, just showing
Yes.
a boat. That's it. Just
Oh,
showing a
I mean,
boat.
if you need like the full context, yeah, showing a boat with the effect of like the light refraction from the, I think that's what this guy said, the light refraction from the atmosphere distorting the boat and like vanishing it from the bottom up. That's like specifically what I'm asking for.
At closer distance.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I got you, bro. I got you.
So I'm just asking for any sort of, right. It's not like I'm asking for these like hyper specific parameters or anything. It's like a very like simple
Yeah.
like setup I'm asking for, right? Just someone on a dock or like on a any person filming a big body of water with a big boat in it, and it happening to that.
And we were specifically talking about Wollaston and at closer distance, which demonstrates that bottom up obstruction, or excuse me,
Yeah, there
bottom
is.
up.
Yeah, there's one, brother. There is one. It's called. Let me think. Let me remember the name of it. Hold on. Give me a second. National Geographic. National Geographic. They have an episode where they show a boat. Now, to be fair, it's a kayak with a striped board with varying stripes, and he kayaks out while they're filming it, and you start to see the bottom of his striped board disappear. The problem is that the horizon, which is supposed to be blocking the stripe, is beyond the kayaker. And that's just one example that could be easily found.
That's a beauty. I totally forgot about that. National Geographic beauty. Yeah, see, and that's what Wollaston was talking about, is that this type of refraction, terrestrial refraction, can happen at too close a distance to be curved.
Is that like a credible source for you guys?
What are you talking about, dude?
You're quoting or citing it. Is that
It's called holding a hostile witness, like we're using their own evidence against them.
No, it's not even doing that. It's just giving you an example where they went out. They had a bunch of people there, which, by the way, included flat earthers attending. Okay, one such person being Mark Sargent. A whole bunch of people were there. They did it live on a lake with everybody watching, and they just filmed what they saw.
I totally forgot about that. That is a beautiful example. It's too close. That would give a radius value of like
Do you trust the credibility of National Geographic? Like, you trust that wasn't like some like Hollywood setup or anything, right? Like, that was definitely real, right?
Schmilk's MO is just obfuscation.
You see where I'm going?
Obfuscation.
Don't worry about it. I got you, bro.
I don't think this is obfuscation. This is definitely directly tied to the topic.
Don't worry, brother. I got you. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. So, do you trust the credibility of the National Geographic?
I trust that they filmed what they filmed and they showed what they shown, and here's why. Because here's what she actually said. Here's what she actually said as it was happening.
I agree.
And by the way, there's other corroborating witnesses that we know in various other ways. But anyway, this is what they said. Just check it out. This is the narrative that they said. Here's what she said. Look, the bottom of the stripes are disappearing because they're behind the horizon. While she was saying that, they were broadcasting the horizon still beyond the boat. It was embarrassingly laughable.
Yep. I hear you.
That's
just so we're clear,
that's a beautiful example of Wollaston's book on terrestrial refraction and the height of the observer, and AI just nailed it with the evidence you were looking for. And you said you would hang it up. You said you would. What did you say? You would hang the code up?
I haven't seen anything of the sort yet. You can say all the things you want. Send me this effect happening, but that doesn't even sound like it's like the video I want at all. But if I've sent it, maybe I didn't understand it right.
There, I've just posted it for you, brother.
All right, cool. And just so we're clear, we completely trust National Geographic, right?
Hello, how are you? Voy a poner
No, it's not that I trust National Geographic. It's that I do accept that this test that they did that day was legit for various reasons that I already described. That doesn't mean I carte blanche rubber stamp everything National Geographic does. Holy crap.
Yes, but it means that you trust this video for one reason or another, right? So I'm just trying to ask why.
What's it showing?
I told you why.
What's the video showing?
I honestly don't know what these screenshots he sent are showing at all. It's like it's like an object
that I sent.
Yeah, what even is it showing? Something like
no,
this?
listen. The other guy sent you the screenshots from the National Geographic. Okay. So that's from the video.
Do you have like a timestamp I can skip
and
to?
Yeah, you really need to see. So what you're looking at there is you're looking at a guy with a kayak, and he has this board attached to like the back of his kayak or the side, and then he's going out into the water and they're filming it. And so what you're seeing is him after he's went far away. So yeah, it would be cool to see the video leading up to that. You know.
Wait, but this isn't responding to like what I'm asking for. This is something completely different.
Schmilk, that's exactly what you're asking for, which is bottom-up obstruction at a closer distance based on atmospheric conditions at too close a distance.
Where's the bottom-up obstruction?
Yeah. So you see the flag. The flag has a red stripe on the bottom. It goes red, white, black, white, red, white. And you see in the image, right, when the flag is really far away, it shows the red almost completely obstructed, right?
You can still see it. Like, it's maybe like a little bit, maybe a few inches of it.
It's still obstructed, right?
Yeah. I never said it wouldn't be a little bit.
Where's the horizon?
Yeah, further away. But this is fine. Like this doesn't disprove anything.
Exactly what you asked for.
Hey, Smilk,
No,
look at what
this
I
isn't exactly what I asked for
look at what
whatsoever. I'm
I
asking.
posted
This
you,
isn't.
brother. If it's not what you want,
Okay.
then I'm not gonna post anything else.
Yeah, like I accepted that like heat will dissipate light a little bit, right? And it'll like bend it. I have no problem with that. Same thing with the little bit of waves. It makes sense why the bottom is a little bit obstructed. I'm asking for like a full bottom to top, like vanishing, right? Like the video we saw. That won't exist anywhere else. Like that is honestly just like a preposterous thing to make you guys try to claim or make you guys try to prove, but it's like it is what you guys have to do at the end of the day. So these are cute attempts. Like these are just like little jabs, but like this isn't doing anything. This is moving the rock a little bit. Yeah, I'll just type it out for you guys just so there's no confusion. Maybe I'm not saying it. Yeah, so if anyone still thinks that last video proved anything, I just sent what I'm asking for like super concisely. So if that hopefully that clears it up for you guys. What I'm actually asking for. I don't know how it could be like misconstrued that hard though. You guys just had a hard time, I guess. No, it's just not moving the goalpost. It's exactly the Wild Bill made. I'll tell you it right now. I bet if Wild Bill wants to unmute and explain the light refraction happening at a shorter distance, right? The same exact effect that happened in that Instagram video I linked. Well, dude, it doesn't need to because I'm not claiming to know any like solidified globe geometry. I'm just claiming that it's not flat.
But by simultaneously claiming a globe, right?
I'm not even claiming a globe because that would like mean it's like perfect. I think think it's like an oblong or oblique like sphere. I don't really know the dimensions at all though. Could be super weird. What's the I know there's definitely a flat Earth answer to this, but like, what's the reason that the sun doesn't set like at the same time in China as it does for me? Like it's opposite. Are they on the other side of the flat Earth? There's no way. There's no answer for that, right? Like I'll even help you guys to figure this out. There's got to be a flat Earth answer for that.
Yeah, the sun takes its light with it.
The sun takes its light with it. Can you elaborate?
It's the extinction rate of light at zenith above your head, no matter where you are, or where I am, or China is. The luminosity of the sun will dissipate from zenith to horizon by 23,000%. It's taking its light with it. If it were not the case that it was just the sun doing that, the moon and stars would be similar, but they're not. They have the same luminosity at zenith and horizon.
So just spam word salad as your explanation. Got it. Cool.
Word salad is such a pathetic
Well, that's what it was. I mean, respectfully,
accusation.
like I've never heard this argument before,
Accusation.
and you're just really just spamming words I don't know or words I don't know the
On
context of. Like
a summer day,
you can try to say that the argument made sense, but it literally that was a ton of
Oh,
nothing.
really?
That was
Oh,
a ton
really?
of
Okay.
totally ton of nothing.
On a summer day,
Hold on,
when the sun,
Wild Bill, hold on, brother. Let's do an audit. So which was the hard word? Brighter? Was that the hard word?
No, just the entire like the hard word was like every word put together. Like it just did not make any sense.
Oh wait,
Every word like further
I guess,
contributed to my headache.
yeah, Smilk. Are you too dumb to be here?
Yeah, so say your answer again, Wild Bill. Maybe I'll understand the second time around.
Yeah, but hold on, Bill. Use words in crayon, okay?
So on a summer day when the sun is straight overhead, is it really hot?
No, it's super cold. Can you just make your argument?
That's dumb, man. I
Can
mean,
you
you
just
know the sun.
can you make your argument? Yes, it's hot when it's noon. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, that very same day, as the sun approaches the horizon, is it lukewarm, not very hot?
It depends where you are on the equator.
I mean, it's not as hot as it was during noon, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, that's the extinction rate of the light. I'd have to look for that paper that Yoder shared with us here a while back. It's brilliant. But the extinction rate of light from zenith to horizon diminishes by 23,000%.
From
Okay?
zenith to
So what,
horizon, meaning from like the peak to the horizon.
yep, yep, exactly. So
Cool. Okay.
you see that I'm
Wait,
not
so
using word salad.
you're saying it diminishes by 23,000%.
Right,
Okay, how does something
exactly.
diminish? It goes down 23,000%. That makes no sense to me. Can it only go down 100%?
No. It's so I believe the sun at noon is about 1,000 lumens, if I remember right, or is it 100,000? It might be 100,000. I'd have to look it up again.
So what does it go
But
down to at the horizon?
yeah, it diminishes by 23,000%,
What?
based on the paper that Yoder shared with us.
It goes into the negative of lumens? To go like an infrared? How does that work? I think you're using the wrong like words here, dude.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you
But
definitely are. How does light diminish past 100%? Like that's when it's fully dark.
well, that's a good question, but
That's a great question.
I
That's a
believe
really thought-provoking question. So you discovered like a new form of light. How does it go past like decrease past 100%?
I'd have to look at the paper. I'd have to look
Uh,
at the paper,
so
refer to the paper.
what's another like argument for why the sun sets different,
But
like
here's
completely
the
opposite in
problem.
China than
But
in America?
here's the problem. Here's the problem, and how it demonstrates that the sun takes its light with it, is the stars and moon do not change from zenith to horizon, so it is not atmospheric.
I don't think the sun or the moon changes from zenith to horizon because the like I'll just assume that's true, and like my first answer to that would be because the like sun stays behind it the whole time. Right, like it stays illuminating it the whole time. But then again, like I'm not really trying to respond to this argument, considering you thought that light could diminish 23,000%. So like I just would rather hear a different argument.
Oh, dude, it's 23,000 times less bright. So, for example,
Yeah.
Thanks for the
Okay.
correction.
That would probably
yeah,
be a better thing to say. So how does
so
this prove
whatever
that the
lumens it
sun sets
is.
differently in China?
Oh, go ahead.
How does this prove that the sun will set like at the opposite time in America than China?
That's just showing that the sun takes its light with it
So how does that
from
relate to my
from
question?
the point of the observer.
How does
So
that does
zenith in China is not the same as zenith in America. That's it.
right, because it's on the other side of the flat Earth? Is that the answer?
No, because what's over your head is over your head. What's over my head is over my
Exactly, but the reason, and since China is completely opposite from us, right? When it's
head.
like
If we're
sun,
a mile apart,
can I finish my
right, we're
response?
both
Or
looking in the same sky, but your
can I
zenith
finish
is
my response?
different than my zenith.
Yeah. So that would make sense, like on a even on a flat Earth, or you can even do it on a globe, right? If someone's on the
Right.
complete opposite end of you, then that's when their zenith is going to be completely like opposite of yours, right? So is
The
that the answer?
difference is the
Is that the answer?
curvature.
Is that China's on the other like side of the flat Earth?
It's just a distance away.
Yeah.
No
So
different than when you like
it seems like you
drive
agreed
from
with me.
Texas to Colorado.
It seems like you agreed with me that like the zenith is going to be completely opposite, even if it's on a flat Earth or if it's on a globe, right? As long as they're on the complete opposite side of it, right? So I'm thinking like they're on the opposite side of the globe, but for the flat Earther here, it sounds like you would have to be thinking that they're on the other side of the flat Earth plate, right?
Up is the same direction for everybody.
Opposite, same. What are you talking about?
Up is the same direction for everybody. When
It's
you
like
point
subjective,
up
right?
and I
Yeah,
point up, we're
yeah.
both
I hear you.
pointing in the same direction.
Yep, but the sun is going to be different for both of us if we're on the other sides of like
Well,
the
yeah,
flat
because
Earth.
the sun moves from over your head to over my head.
Yeah, exactly. So if the sun is as far or as close to me as it's going to be during its rotation, right? Because you think the sun moves, right? You think the sun moves around us?
What do you see?
Oh, well, I see the Earth spinning, but I just want to make sure I'm getting like the internally like the critique right. Do you think the sun moves around us, right?
Dude, so when you look up and you see
I
the
want to
sun
finish my
moving
argument,
through the
please.
sky,
I want to finish my argument, please.
no,
No, I
no,
don't get to.
no,
I'm not allowed.
no,
That's not nice.
no. No, you need to camp right there. You've never seen the Earth spinning, dude. Oh yeah, Schnook. You've never seen the Earth spinning. All right.
He left.
Oh shit. He's back.
Hey Schnook,
Can I
get
finish my
banned.
argument, or are you? Oh,
No,
you're.
no, I'm just gonna ban you. Yeah, because I'm not
Oh,
playing here. If I get muted, I'm just gonna constantly rejoin.
well, you just completely
Okay,
interrupted me
so
in that guy, but
goodbye.
it's okay.
Yeah,
You're
get
immature.
lost.
You're being a little bit
Goodbye
immature.
now. Bye bye now.
Oh, thank God. That kid's insufferable.
All I wanted to do is say you never saw the Earth spinning. You just inferred it from seeing the sun move. Uninterrupted by his yak fest, and then unmute him, but he couldn't handle it.
Oh, that kid's insufferable.
Next. So, AI Overlord, do you think the Earth is a globe?
There's a difference between a globe and the globe, right? trying to bait people with that binary.
An A globe and D globe. That's your master plan.
Do you know the difference?
The globe is like a religion, right? And then a globe could be like, an actual object that's a globe. Am I right?
I think Schmilk wants to listen to what you have to say now. AI is back.
Yeah, Schmilk, if you say I see the Earth rotating, that's like a big faux pas, right? It's going to be called out. So you're not going to get that one passed. I mean, unless you're, like 1,000 miles away from the Earth, seeing it with your own eyes rotate, which you're not. So at best, you see things move in the sky, and then you infer the Earth is rotating from that. You don't actually see the Earth rotating. But I can't put up with you. But I'm happy to unmute you and punish my friends here with your dribble.
I vote for no. God, that kid.
All right. All right. There's only one vote, and the vote is no. The motion carries. Couldn't even get one vote yes. Oh my goodness.
Not present.
Yeah, show up in person to vote, not present. Exactly. Yes, Milk, in the arts, we learn this technique and we teach the kids called draw what you see, not what you know. You actually have to be able to describe what you actually see and draw what you actually see, not what you think is going on.
Old dude said he'll ban him permanently and he can feel like a god.
Yeah.
It's always the cat profile pictures.
Schmelk, listen, I didn't think you were too offensive. I just wanted to say one sentence without you talking through me. and so I muted you, and then I was planning to unmute you, but you had left the room before I could, because for some reason you think you can't be muted for longer than 1 second. Let's see what he said here. You don't have to try to convince yourself you didn't crash out and try to ban me. Oh my goodness, dude. Here, let me help you out, bro. See if this is the right command here. It's your one chance, Schmilk. Hold on, let me make sure I got the right name here, so I don't accidentally ban the wrong person. Alright, if that bans you, it bans you. If it don't, you live to fight another day. Well, guess it worked.
Thank God.
Maybe it didn't. This guy has a real problem with reality. First, he thinks he sees the Earth rotating, right? Then he thinks that I'm crashing out.
Well, and his whole claim about it doesn't matter what distance you see something disappear over the horizon, it's curvature. I mean, it certainly matters what distance it is.
Oh yeah, as long as the bottom disappears, it's the same curvature rate from the same Earth. Yeah, right. All right. Speaking of curvature and flat, I'm about to eat a pizza, which is both round and flat.
Beauty. You still up, T-Dub? He can't possibly still be awake.
No talking here. What's going on?
Oh, my bad. My mic was muted the whole time.
You are still awake, T-Dub?
Oh yeah. It's midday now.
Oh,
What's up,
midday.
Benji?
Okay.
Neil,
You
it's one of
go,
your people.
I think she's my my soulmate or Wild Bills. Who knows? I don't know.
Check for Adam's apple.
For $14.99 a month.
You sound like Mr. Slave.
Did you ever hear my theory on this server, Neil?
No, go for it.
How many female profiles on here that are OnlyFans models trying to learn English so they can pull more money out of Americans?
I'm down. Hey, if any OnlyFans models are here, I'm down. So
Wants to learn English for an exchange? I'll teach you English, baby. Like we got the crown on our money.
Hey, I'll bring you into the country. I'll put you to work. I'll put you in a place to stay. All right.
Okay, Neil Tate.
All you got to do is.
What's up, Sensei? Are you addicted
I'm
to
sorry.
catnip?
What did you say again?
What's up,
I'm
iPhone?
sorry. No, what did you say about the OnlyFans thing?
Are you an OnlyFans model?
I'm not, but that was kind of offensive. So can you repeat it? So I think I just misunderstood what you said. So just repeat what you said.
Oh, I just said I wonder how many OnlyFans models on here are on here so they can learn English so they can get American men to give up their money online by talking. You
I
can
mean,
think that's offensive, but I didn't say that you were an OnlyFans model, and I didn't say every woman here. I just said I wonder how many.
I said like the people with the DP or something like the PFP. So yeah, I thought it was me. So never mind. Thank you. I mean, blah.
You know, most OnlyFans models, they have handlers that talk, or they just use AI chatbots to talk to their people. Don't ask me how I know.
That's what I need when I'm in here. I need an AI chatbot. Don't forget to tip.
I mean, can you tip
If
for
you
like?
want to see the flat Earth,
I guess that's like TikTok. People do that, right? They send super chats and. Bro, we need super chats for Discord. If anyone Discord people,
um, for us, it's a lot of the same conversation, but we'll try to make it enjoyable. I think Bill has a question about flat Earth, since he's got his mic open.
Oh, shit. Me? Sorry.
I'm just giving you shit, man.
I was hot micing again.
I'm glad you were able to find us and join, man. Like when I met you, I guess on the first day, I think I even checked you in. I'm glad I was there for that and everything. Because honestly, man, like I am literally the definition of that song. Was it by?
Oh, hell yeah. That's the way to live.
Yeah, I got long story, but I pretty much grew up in like suburb poverty, and I just never got around to getting out to the country and putting myself to work. My biggest thing, I never wanted to be a slave to somebody else's job. If I was going to be a slave, it was to myself.
Oh, man, I grew up in the suburbs. Yeah, there's
How'd
no.
you wind up with
Hey,
land?
listen me. I have a solution problem in my microphone. Oh, anybody talk me? Ask me. Oh,
Oh shoot. What do they? What do you usually go by? I can't remember. Sheepdog. Sheepdog. Um, yeah. So as a kid, I was fascinated with horses, and I got my first horse at 11. Kept it at a boarding stable. I worked after school. I lived in a suburb, not not city, not country, but yeah, and just at 15, I apprenticed to be a horseshoer, a farrier. Made that a career. That gave me access to ranchers and ranch owners, and I worked out opportunities to live on ranches and keep my horses there for free, or exchange or whatever, trade, and built some experience and got opportunities to either work for ranches or lease ranches on my own. And yeah, just worked into the cowboy lifestyle that way.
hello, 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 hello. Talvez tenha sido uma foto errada. Não, não foi.
What's up, Anderson? I can barely hear you. What's up?
Coisa. O que está
I'm
acontecendo?
good, man. Do you have any questions about geometry and science?
Legal. Hello. Eu acho que pifou isso aqui, cara. Não é normal. Poxa. Não consigo falar com ninguém.
But yeah, sheepdog. That's kind of my story. Life now.
I'm sorry, man. I heard the suburb part, and then I got distracted by my son, and then Anderson was interjecting.
Oh yeah,
Give me the overlay.
Yeah. Just got into horses young, turned it into a career.
I will not listen.
Got into.
Hey, hold on just a second. Anderson, this might be a little bit more of an advanced room for you, and I apologize, but this isn't like going to be much on small geometry or science.
It's great.
Huh? What shape do you think the Earth is?
Ouvido.
I'm sorry?
Quando eu ligo o fone de ouvido,
I don't understand anything you're saying then. Okay, you got into horses when you were young.
Yeah, turned it into a career. I apprenticed at 15 to be a farrier, a horseshoer, and gave me access to ranches and or introductions to ranches, and worked out opportunities to work for them and live there. And yeah, built that avenue into leasing ranches on my own, operating on my own, and yeah, I just started living that cowboy life that way. But yeah, suburbs was where I came from.
Yeah, I was too far gone as an adult to break off and start all over again. I had already developed bad habits when I was younger, and so I had to spend the latter part of my 20s breaking those bad habits.
Oh yeah, yep, I hear you.
My mid 30s, it took me almost a decade to break.
Oh, it's never too late to get into cowboy life. I've known
I
guys in
just
their
need money and
60s.
land. If my deal is if I can get back out to the oil field for at least 5 years, man, like I could completely change my entire life in 5 years. You know what I mean?
Oh, even
As a mud
shorter than
engineer.
that. Even shorter than that. Like owning land's not a great deal if you ask me. I lease properties, so like there's a lot of aging ranchers that they don't want to sell their property because the capital gains would destroy them, right? And they want to have something to
Right.
leave their kids,
Right.
but they can't run it themselves. So if somebody with some gumption wants to lease the property, there's all kinds of opportunities because the kids don't want to run it. The owners are getting too old. You can step in and just lease a property and have access to it. I think that's way better than buying. The property values, at least around where I live, are way too high, and just um, lots of problems with ownership. It's better off just to lease a property or get in like a trade deal. If you work for the winter, you get your housing year round or something like that, or work a hay season and work out some opportunities. There's all kinds of opportunities. You just got to get to meet these people. It's all, the cool thing in ranch life is it's all about integrity and stick to itness and just are you worth your salt and going to show up and help out. Now there are ranchers that will take advantage of that, so you got to be careful, but there's also good people that you scratch their back, they'll scratch yours, and there's opportunities. I know guys in their 60s that got their first horse and just had a great time living a cowboy life.
No, I get that, man. And like, working in the oil field, you run into people that have land. I recently got into sales. So I'm meeting other people that have land. They might live in the city, but they have getaway land, and their getaway land's like 100, 150 acres. And so I'm running into those kinds of people and everything like that. I'm sure I'm going to come across somebody with integrity someday that just wants somebody to take care of the land, and that's a possibility. But like I said, I don't trust people as far as I can throw them. Like
Oh
everybody has a
yeah.
motive, right?
Oh, I've been screwed on land leases. I have, and I have a really good one now that the owner's as good as gold, but I have been
My friend
screwed
has a
on
good
land
friend. He's in his 60s and he goes out and she's like one of the major pecan ranchers in Texas, and he goes out there and helps her during pecan season and goes out there and clears out the land, keeps the pigs at bay and everything like that. And because he does that, like she sends him on trips to Cancun, buys him fresh hunting gear every year, and you know, basically he gets all these little bonuses. He don't live out on the land, but he met her because he was working in the ER and took care of her, and she likes him. So said,
Yeah.
hey, why don't you come out here and work on my land?
Yeah, there's opportunities. You just got to have a good attitude and do what you say and be honest, and that's still marketable. Just being honest and hardworking, and people will want to do business with you and have opportunities and Yeah, like the place I lease now, I lease 80 acres in a log cabin on a creek, just a beautiful place and great owner, and I pay less than a lot of people pay for an apartment. I mean, there's obligations too. There's obligations. I got to take care of the place too, manage it, take care of it, keep it up, but it's a great opportunity, and there's opportunities out there. I wouldn't want to buy land though. It's just too expensive. You'll never get that back farming and ranching it.
I have no desire to get it back. I want to get a trust and, roll it all up into, a family thing and then bundle it so that way it's protected.
Absolutely.
That's my goal. I'm trying to secure generation.
Wild Bill, can I ask you a question, if you don't mind?
I don't
Uh,
mind.
you said you had horses, right?
Yep.
How much does like one visit to the veterinary hospital cost for one horse, if you don't mind me asking?
One visit to the maternity hospital?
Mm-hmm. Veterinary.
Oh,
Veterinary.
vet,
Wet,
oh,
wet, wet.
okay,
Yeah.
I misunderstood. Veterinary. Oh, well, it all depends. So, like, it all depends on why you're there. I handle most of my veterinary interests on my own. I've developed, learned a lot on my own. If it's internal medicine, like a bad colic surgery, oh boy, you're looking at $3,000 to $5,000. That's a very, very serious surgery. Um, some other minor things that may be internal medicine. It could be just a few $100s for like treating some form of infection and getting antibiotics. It might be less than $100, but it all depends on why you're there. It can be very expensive. It just depends.
Okay. Cute. Thank you.
Yeah. If you're the average horse owner and let's say your horse gets cut, to get them stitched up is going to be a couple $100, for minor care. But like I do all that myself. I've got medical, surgical staplers and sutures and I do any of that myself. But yeah, it adds up. It all depends on how much of it you can do yourself.
So there's like no monthly visit for your horse
No,
to the vet?
no. Oh, no, no,
How
no.
are you sure that you're doing it all right and risking their lives? I mean, I'm not saying you're doing a bad job. I don't know, but still, like, don't you think that having a clinical uh, overview over them is like always the best option?
Yeah, it's a good question and it's a good point. And, well, I mean, I've lived with horses since I was 11 years old, so
Mm-hmm.
I have a feel that I have a good sense of what they need and that I take care of that. I'll deal with a veterinarian maybe once every 4 or 5 years. I don't deal with veterinarians very often, but I have. If you don't have a lot of experience, you're probably going to deal with a veterinarian once a year, and it'll be a few $100s at minimum. That when they tell you that you need your vaccines and the vet to give worm or well, they don't usually tell you that, but like vaccines and checkups and health, what do they call it? Soundness check. That's a waste of money. You don't need to do that. I mean, a horse is a horse, and if they look healthy, and there's a few indicators that you can check to see if they're healthy, heart rate, circulation, respiration, hydration. Super simple, just to see if they're healthy, and they seem happy. They're fine. You know, if they're sound, they're not lame, they're fine. Now you will need to get a farrier, a horseshoer, every 2 months to take care of their feet. But you can learn to do that yourself too and trim them. I teach a lot of people how to trim their horses. That was my career. I was a farrier, so I put shoes on horses and dealt with their hooves and kept them sound. And now that you will have an expense every 2 months unless you learn how to trim yourself, which you can. But it depends where you live. Like if you live around a city, it's going to be very expensive to have horses. Very, very expensive. I live in the middle of nowhere. It costs me almost nothing. Well, I mean, that's not true. I have to buy hay for the winter and medical things that I need to have on hand, but I deal with most issues by myself. It takes experience though. So your question is very, very well founded because you either need the experience or to hire somebody with experience.
Okay. Thank you.
You have interest in horses, huh?
I have interest in veterinary school, so yeah, I'm aiming to be a vet doctor, animal doctor. So
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Great career, great career. We need more good vets. We need more good vets. Yeah, they're in short supply. Yeah.
yeah, I figured that's why actually. I have like no competition, and also I love animals, like every kind of animals. So let's go. Yeah. Da, da, da. Is it just the horses that you have, or like the other animals?
I have cows, goats, and cow dogs. Well, I have one cow dog right now, but yeah, yeah. I have cows and goats.
Wow.
You do you have any crop?
Crop farming, just raise beef.
That's pretty cool. One cow, man, that can last you a few years if it's just you.
Oh yeah, yeah. A steer in the freezer, probably 550 pounds of meat. That'll definitely last one person a long time.
Wait, you take care of the cows and then you make like beef out of them?
I do.
Don't you get like emotionally attached to the cow before when you are taking care of them? So what the like how do you find it in yourself to just, kill that poor animal? Like that's I don't know,
Well,
disturbing.
that's where beef comes from. But yeah, it's yeah. I can't say I like it. But if you want to have beef, you have to harvest the animal, and that means killing them. And
I mean, you live in the countryside, so the vegetables must go crazy over there. So you can always choose a vegetarian life. I'm not even saying
yeah,
vegan life. I'm just a vegetarian life.
no, you're right. You're absolutely right. And I respect people that don't want to kill an animal for meat. I get it. I get it. My hat's off to you. I do it. Um, I don't like it, but you raise them up. You put all your care and concern and love into nurturing them, and then some of them that usually it's steers or bull. Um, the females you keep for breeding, but sometimes they get old and if you've got livestock, you've got dead stock. So you got to be able to deal with the life and death aspect. And being a veterinarian, you're going to have to deal with that a lot. People they'll bring an animal in for a $5,000 colic surgery, and they don't have the money. and you have to put the animal down. Dogs, cats, they get a broken leg or something very serious internally, and you have to put them down. So it's something you have to, but you can still treat them with compassion. But yeah,
I'll say this. So the couple of times that I've been hunting, I always say a prayer before I pull the trigger when I hunt deer. And the first deer I ever killed, I butchered it myself. That was a rule I made for myself. You know what I mean? Like, you're gonna kill it, you got to butcher it, you got to see it all the way to the
What was
end.
the
And
need to hunt?
what was the what?
What was the need to hunt?
For sustenance. I don't like buying meat from the grocery store because a lot of it's
Okay.
GMO. I would rather eat something natural and healthy. And
definitely.
definitely. And so when I butchered the animal, I just kept saying to myself over and over again, "Thank you, God, so much for this sustenance. This is wonderful. I'm sorry that I had to kill this creature, but I appreciate what this creature is about to provide for me." I just kept saying that over and over again, because that's really ultimately what's happening when you go out and you go do that. You're doing something to nourish you and your family.
Yeah, yeah, and when
It's
you
like a
harvest
man.
wild, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go
No.
ahead, please. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, when you harvest an animal, whether it be wild game or an animal you've raised for meat yourself, and you nurture them, try to eliminate uh, stress and distress to the animal, and then you have food for you and your family that is both, or well, there's many things good, but good um, or lack of antibiotic, lack of hormone injection, which your commercial beef is going to have. There's another thing that starts with a V that I'm not going to mention since YouTube is listening. There's numerous things that you don't want in your body. And you harvest that meat, whether it's wild game or animal you raise yourself, you have a healthier food product, and more humanely taken.
I'll let you respond, Sam, but
Humanely.
I do want to ask: have you ever been fishing?
Who?
You've never been fishing before?
No, me? No.
You eat fish?
Atheist? Yeah. Yeah. But what's that relation? If I never went fishing,
I
I'm
mean,
an
you're killing an
atheist.
animal, right? That animal had to die for your nourishment.
I'm sorry. I never went fishing. I don't get it.
Right. But you ordered a fish at the market and you ate it.
No, I don't. I'm a vegetarian. I'm actually
Okay.
trying to be vegan, but yeah, it's
Yeah.
just that sometimes the dairy thing kinda, um, I don't know,
Well, we're all in a
seduce
cycle
me.
together, right? Like everything that's in an animal is in you. Everything that's in a plant is in you. Your body's going to use what it needs, and it's going to get rid of what it doesn't need.
Or just there was this thing that earlier you said, I'm thankful for God, what He has provided, what this animal is gonna provide for me. It's almost, it might be controversial. I'm sorry if I offend anyone. It's almost as if saying like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna thank you, Lord, for giving me this woman. I'm gonna rape her now. And thank you. It's similar. It's related. Yeah, it's related. Kind of.
Well,
That's
I mean,
that's my take. I'm not gonna say anything. That's my take. You don't
have
have
you
to say.
ever cooked a plant and then heard it hiss while you're
I'm
cooking it?
sorry.
Have you ever cooked a plant and then heard it hissing while you were cooking it? That plant
No,
is
plants are
crying.
actually plants don't have anything to consent. They don't have like any brain. They don't have
They
like
breathe.
they don't like they don't have anything. It's just plant. Yeah,
They breathe. Have you never watered a plant? And
they
like, I've
breathe.
watered
That's
plants.
not
I've watered plants
that's
and
not the
talked to them
living
and
factor.
watched them move back to me.
Yeah, 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 yeah. But
Yeah,
that's not a living factor. The living factor
it is.
is that no, it's not. Breathing is not a living factor. It's actually not. Many anaerobic organisms don't breathe, so that means they're not alive. They are alive.
I respect your decision. That's an admirable decision and good for you. I respect that. Um, and it is a tough
Mhm.
it is a tough decision if you're gonna consume meat and take a life of a sentient being. I get it. I get it. But if you're gonna be a
It's such a hard
veterinarian,
decision. Hmm. Yeah.
it is. I get it. I understand. I totally understand. And being a veterinarian though, you will have to put animals down, but you can do it humanely, and I respect that also.
I don't know about that. I've never thought about putting down an animal, so yeah, that's one thing.
It'll be a big part of your veterinary education.
Yeah, I know.
What do you mean by humanely?
Yeah, for me, trying to prevent distress.
So basically, a subjective term.
Yeah, yeah, it's subjective.
Well, basically, you
Based
just
on
give it a bunch of drugs and you snow it over, and then after it's snowed over, you stop the synapses with another drug.
No, I
There's lots of different ways
understand
to
the
do it.
term. I understand what it means. I just wanted him to define his term humanely.
Yeah, it's based on my experience and having seen animals dispatched, and sometimes it's under distress, and that's not pleasant. And I try and prevent that and eliminate the distress, and there's different ways of setting that up, but
Do you think it
yeah,
gets distressed when you humanely end its life?
no, they never see it coming. There,
No.
it's there.
Okay.
Yeah. If you can manage the environment prior, they don't even know what's happening. I mean, they're oblivious, you know. But
How do you know?
it's my impression. It's my impression. I guess I don't know for certain, but I don't get the impression that they're showing signs of distress.
Right. So again, subjective. I'm not trying to be abrasive or anything. I'm just for
That's a
my
fair
own.
question. It's a fair question. It's a big deal. I take it very seriously, and so I don't uh, shun any questions about it because I've seen animals put down and it done wrong, and it's really hurts your soul.
Yeah,
But
that's why I ask, because I would guess a lot are done the wrong way.
Um, like in big commercial facilities, I don't like that myself because they know something's going on. It's a foreign environment. There's lots of activity, lots of stress. I don't like that. The small farmer, the small scale, um, um, beef producer or whatever you're raising, those animals can be arranged where they're in their natural environment, they don't know anything's changing, and that's my goal. But and let's say you have an older animal or one that's injured quite badly, and you can't just leave it because then it will get worse and start having severe pain or distress, and you have to know how to dispatch that animal. It's a good question, though. I welcome it. It's a very serious question. I take it very seriously.
And I think we can probably like nip that one in the butt for now. I think it was a good extended conversation, especially for you, Samsung, since you're becoming a veterinarian. I wish you well in your future. And, if you wish, you can always like befriend Wild Bill and have conversations with them over, in the back chats, just for the outside world experience, right? Like there's a difference between the school experience and the real world experience. I'm sure Wild Bill is honest enough to show you the difference between both. Hopefully, guide you if you ever need that. But appreciate the conversation.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm happy to share my observations on it. It's absolutely. I guess we should probably drop that topic, right, Sheepdog? But I was gonna say one time with a quick personal story.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't want to put animals down. I don't like it. But I had a friend and he had a horse that couldn't get up, and um, I leave that. It was his horse. It's his job, right? But he couldn't do it. He couldn't bring himself to. Well, I didn't want to, so he asked another friend to do it, and it didn't go right. And I wished I would have done it. I wished I would have done it.
Yeah, it's tough decisions, man. But topic of the room, we're talking about this because like we're all real people. Topic of the room is the shape of the Earth. Most of us here have come to the conclusion that the Earth is flat because of how it's presented to us in reality. Some of you in this room might think the Earth is a globe. If you do, we'd like to talk about the evidence for that or the lack thereof, and at least give you a different perspective on, the way the world presents itself.
Do I need to be like better in physics just to like research about this thing? Because I'm bad at physics.
It's geometry.
Oh, yeah, it's more
mean-
geometry than physics, but
Okay.
like so almost all of physics, right? Everything that's talked about in physics, whether the Earth is flat or a ball, it doesn't matter. Like it's all the same. It's a very localized thing. That's what physics does. It's observation of the physical and natural world, and then because you observe it, now you create a question of why does it work that way, and then after you create the question, you develop an experiment, right? So that when it comes to physics, almost all, if not all, and I don't want to say all because there might be something out there that I'm not aware of, right? But from what we've been presented with so far, all of physics, it doesn't matter if the Earth is a ball or flat. There could be no Earth, and physics is physics, right? And physics has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, like that. What we talk about, the reason why we say geometry is because the reason why we say geometry is because the Earth is supposed to be a sphere, and geometry has to do with shapes. So we want to talk about the circumference. We want to talk about the radius. We want to talk about an arc segment. We want to talk about drop over distance, right? Like the exponential drop over distance from a point. Things like that.
Okay. I like the first priority is geometry, yes, but don't you think that like the reasoning is related more to the like physics. Like when you talk about it, it's like you're talking about gravitation or stuff sometimes. So it's physics. So that's just what I thought. That I just concluded from it that I need physics from that. So
Right.
yeah.
And everybody wants to say, when they say physics, the only thing you're ever going to say is gravity, right? Like there's nothing else in physics that's going to point to a spherical Earth, at least to your understanding. And my question is, if gravity is going to make the Earth a ball, then there should be measurable curvature to prove that gravity is causing this ball. And if there is no curvature, if the Earth is truly flat, then whatever gravity is has nothing to do with the sphere. Do you agree? Like things can fall down on a flat surface?
Sorry, I just got a call. I'm really sorry about that.
No, you're fine.
So like, what's the strongest evidence that you guys have that uh justifies that the Earth is flat?
The first one is the observation, right? So
No, no, no.
naturally, we all see the Earth as really, really big, and so therefore it looks flat, right?
Yeah.
Right. So that's the first thing, and then when people survey the land and they build buildings and cities and everything, they always measure everything level, and when they level it, they make it level with sea level, right?
When you okay.
But you got to follow the logic. That's the reason why I'm like showing you all these different things. Now, when we look at water and the physics of water, here's a physics thing for you, right? Water at
Okay.
rest naturally will be flat on the surface, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you throw like a giant rock in the middle of a bathtub, it's not going to make a big hump in the middle of the water, right?
No.
Water is going to fall into the shape of the container, and the surface of that water is going to be horizontally level all the way across the surface, the top of that water.
Okay.
So we notice that in a bathtub, we'll notice that in a swimming pool, we'll notice that in a lake, we'll notice that in the sea, we'll notice that in the ocean. Everywhere we go, the surface of water is always flat. Now, take into context that they say the Earth is 72% water. Well, if 72% of the Earth is flat, it's hard for the Earth to be a ball, don't you think?
Mm, okay.
I'll give you an example, right? If you look in the side chat, first we'll do this. If you look in the side chat, here's a picture or an image of what everyone thinks the Earth looks like. Post it in the side chat there. If you'll take a look at that, you'll see that Earth. You'll see that all that blue stuff on the outer edge is all curving, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
Fuck.
now, it's okay, you gotta.
Okay, okay. Go ahead, go ahead.
So with that being said, now we have, pull up some images here just so that way I can give you a demonstration. And I know it's here somewhere. Here we go. Now look at the image that I just posted now. See how water is always flat on the surface side of its container? Sorry, can you see what I posted?
Yep, yep, yep. I saw it.
Okay.
Mm.
So when we look out towards the horizon, right,
Mm-hmm.
thing, I'm sorry that the pictures, making sure I get all the right imagery. I don't always give the same presentation with you. I'm doing a little bit different. But it's all based off of how you receive the conversation. So when you look out over water, you see the true horizon in this image? You see how it's like touching the edge of that curved earth?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah.
Right, so that's what we're looking for. And that curvature is supposed to be at a specific distance away from your eyes based off of how high you're standing above water. There's plenty of mathematical equations to represent this. And this is why it's geometry, not science. Now, when we go out and test for that curvature, what we end up finding is that the curvature is just not there. The location of where the true horizon is supposed to be is just not in that location based off the Earth. In fact, it's in order of magnitude 7 to 10 times further away most times. The horizon will move depending on atmospheric conditions day to day.
Well,
So
can you provide me images like how a flat earther, would like, you know, like how a flat earth, how a round earth actually would look like if it was true?
what do you mean how around Earth, like how a
Like you
globe?
guys, no,
So
no, how
so
like the point of view, like how the sea would look if uh it was round earth and not yeah.
so we would presume that it would look the same, but with one difference. Like it would have the same hard line that we see when we look out. If it was a ball Earth, um,
Okay.
perspective is a tricky thing to talk about because like the way that we see things off in the distance, everything converges into the horizon. It converges into something called the gosh, I'm drawing a blank right now. The optical limit, the vanishing point. Everything converges into the vanishing point. And so, as things like really big things will be able to be seen much further, and very small things won't be able to be seen as far. As things reduce in angular size, once it gets down to an angle of 0.02 degrees, it's no longer perceivable to the human eye. you and I can perceive some pretty crazy things if it's large enough. Like if it was like a quarter of a degree in angular size, you'd still be able to perceive it. Most things, as long as it was like not the same color as the air, or there wasn't nothing obstructing it like fog or anything like that. But so like, how tall are you? I'm gonna try to help make this a little bit personal, because someday you're gonna go out and test it for yourself. And you need to know what you're looking
Mm-hmm. I'm
for. How tall are you?
5'3".
5'3". So from your height, right?
5'3". Yeah.
Yeah, from your height.
Mm.
So I'm 5'10". From my height, when I go and stand at the edge of water and look out over water, the horizon is at 3 miles away from me. From your eyes, it's probably going to be about 2.6 miles, 2.5 miles, 2.6. So not quite 3 miles. And then everything beyond that, eventually, like boats going over the horizon, as it gets further and further away, it should start to disappear bottom up, just like what we see in some cases, right? Not in all cases, but in some cases. As things get further and further away, it'll appear to disappear bottom up. But it should begin at 3 miles or 2.5 miles in your case when you're looking out over water.
Okay.
And what ends up happening is when we go to the beach, we go to a cove, bay, a sea, whatever, and we watch boats go away from us, we'll end up seeing them for like 15, even 20, 25 miles away, before they just vanish into a small speck where we can no longer perceive them. And they're not going over the curve. This is in most cases. Under special conditions, it will appear to disappear bottom up. And what those conditions usually entail, there'll be some miraging effects. One of those effects called an inferior mirage. Sinking is what it's called. And then the other effect that would cause bottom up obstruction over a distance, it's a giant wave, a swell. The boat being like 10 miles away, and then a swell comes between you and the boat. The boat sinks down into the trough, and you can't see the boat anymore. For a moment, you're like, oh, it went behind the curve. No, it's still out there sitting. I can give you some videos to watch if you want. For me, I went out and proved it to myself. I went to a lake that was 8 miles wide, and me and my friends, we got some binoculars. I didn't have a camera at the time. Got some binoculars, and we tied a bunch of reflective tape around each other. And because it was 8 miles and we were both across the lake from each other, we decided to sit on our butts and look across the lake and wave at each other. And we could see each other, and we could see the reflective tape on our legs while we're sitting. That was my first and only time of a flat Earth observation. I still go out and make observations, but things that I've seen, I've seen a mountain 50 miles away. I was out in the oil field. That was pretty cool. It was only 1,800 feet tall.
Okay.
It was generally flat out there, but water's better to do, because water's either going to be curving into a perfect ball, or it's going to be flat. But here you go. Here's a couple of flat Earth observations that I'm going to give you. One is by Dr. John D. That's the first one I put. He's a PhD in optics, spectroscopy. He specializes in how light works, and so he understood that when he went out one day to prove that the Earth was a ball, because he's like, oh, you stupid flat earthers, he ended up becoming a flat earther himself when he realized that what he saw was completely impossible if the Earth is a ball. And so he's been making observations ever since. You're welcome to check out his channel. Here's another one that I like, this Grata 1 or Gruta 1. Superb guy. he goes out to a lake, and it's a frozen lake, so the water is frozen, calm, and you can see these lights from 8 inches off the ice. No curvature. 8 miles long. This was a famous one that I like showing. This was you could see these oil rigs from 30 miles away, and some of them were like 12 miles away, but one was like 25 or 30. I can't remember. And they literally put the camera down on the ground, and you can see everything clearly, as if nothing is in the way. So it's a fun one to watch. And then this one is a mountain that was seen from Oahu. No, Oahu was seen from another place in Hawaii, 90 miles away. I got another observation I want to go see. One day, I want to go to Key West in Florida, and I want to see if I can see Cuba. They say Cuba is 93 miles away. I got a camera to do that, so I'm going to go do that one. And then I have this playlist. I'm just going to post the playlist for you to watch. These are laser tests that were done over water. And what happens is they'll have a laser with a certain height, and then 10, 15 miles away, 20 miles away, the laser will hit the target on the other side at the same height that it started at. So if the laser was 5 feet tall, on its platform, it would hit the sensor on the other side, the object on the other side, 5 feet away, or 5 feet up on the other side. So there would be no deviation in curvature. And then, so what you would expect to see, right? I'm going to show you this little drawing just to kind of give you an idea of what's going on. What you would expect to see is this, right? If you were shooting a laser out over the horizon, because remember, you're looking for this, but what you're doing is when you shoot a laser out at the horizon, you level it, and what happens is you're shooting for the astronomical horizon and not the true horizon. So that's why you would get that drop over distance, because the ball would be curving away from the laser, right? And then what you end up seeing actually in these videos, because they document it so well, is you get a parallel line, or parallel line. Plural. And so what we've just come to realize is that over the surface of water, for all apparent, measurable, and practical purposes, is flat, right? And then so people then will immediately jump to say, well, what about the other planets in outer space, right? Well, we don't believe in outer space, for one, right? You can't have gas pressure next to an empty, giant, vast outer space, because all the air would have just gone to outer space a long time ago. Can't claim gravity because the Earth's not curving, right? And then as far as the other planets, we don't claim the Earth is a planet, because by definition, a planet is a celestial body, and a celestial body is an object that's in the sky. And the last time I checked, the Earth is not in the sky, so I can't call it a planet. I don't know what Earth is for all apparent reasons. It just appears to be the floor of all of existence.
That's a really strong statement. Why would you think
It is.
NASA would release all those pics about what do you think about those then? With all
I
the pics
mean,
that are circulating through the media and stuff.
if it measures flat, then the pictures they're putting out are wrong,
Hmm.
right? And people will say, well, why would they lie? Well, first of all, you got to determine whether or not they're lying. Who's lying, right? Can't say the government is lying because the government's not a person. You got to go find me the person that's lying. Then you got to determine whether or not they're actually lying, whether or not they actually know. Because lying would mean that they would intentionally deceive versus they just have a very strong belief and they feel like they're right.
Uh,
But for philosophical reasons, why would they lie? Well, why wouldn't they? Right? Why does anybody lie? The reason why anybody would lie is to control what the other person thinks. Even as a parent, you lie to your kids so that way they don't go and hurt themselves, right? So there's good reasons to lie. Doesn't always have to be bad, but the reason you lie is to control what the other person.
Okay, so so what's your theory behind all those uh, the circle? I mean, the circle Earth. This spherical Earth. What's your theory about that? Like the pictures of it.
They're just illustrations. They're computer graphic illustrations.
Illustrations.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like
Wow.
even the guy that created the blue marble that was on the iPhone when it first came out,
Mm-hmm.
he even says that they took a bunch of satellite data and they used computer graphics to they took the coding and put it into computer graphics, and then like not all of it was able to form into a ball, so they had to stitch pieces together, make it look like a ball. They had to take things out, add things in. And when he first did it, like he had to remove all the clouds because there was too many clouds, and then he just put the clouds back in the way he envisioned it, the way he wanted to see it. And it's documented. He even did an interview.
Okay.
Let me see if I can
Thank you
find
for
this
the
interview.
thank you for what you provided. That would help me a lot to research about it. So yeah.
Here we go. Here's the interview. You still here, Sam?
Yes. I'm here. Yeah.
I put the interview in the side chat for you. Matter of fact, if you're muting up and nobody else wants to talk, I'll play the interview. How's that sound for everybody? Not that long of a video.
Now, I don't want to fool you. Last month, for the
Sorry, this
first
is
time
Barack
since
Obama.
1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed
in each orbit. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
So that's the creator of that image, the blue marble, the one I showed you at the top. When I showed you that image, that's what he created. See the clouds have repeating patterns. Now I'm going to play a quick one on where the curve of the Earth should be.
Hi, I'm Josh Clark and this is Brain Stuff, and I'm here to answer a very pressing question. Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked out on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away that horizon is? You know, where the sky meets the sea, that's the horizon. Well, it turns out because the Earth is curved that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like, I am about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon. Isn't that amazing? Going from 8 inches above water, 5.5 feet above water, is the distance between 2 miles between you and the horizon. Mind-blowing if you ask me. If you like this video, there's plenty more where it came from. You can subscribe to us on this YouTube channel, you can like us, you can just spend the rest of your life watching Brain Stuff videos. I advise it.
The next thing I'm going to play for you is YouTube at a U.S. congressional hearing talking about they censor flat Earth on YouTube. Why would they censor something if it's stupid and isn't true?
Ms. Downs, does Google think that this is a problem, and what is the solution that you're coming up with to address it?
Thank you for the question. So as you noted, When Alex Jones posted the video you described saying that the survivors of the Parkland massacre were crisis actors, that violated our harassment policy. We have a specific policy that says if you say a well-documented violent attack didn't happen and you use the name or image of survivors or victims of that attack, that is a malicious attack and it violates our policy. In terms of conspiracy theory content generally, our goal is to promote authoritative content to our users. So we have two principles that guide the way here. That's the first one, is we want to provide users with authoritative, trustworthy
Ms. Downs,
information.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I only have a minute and a half, and I don't really need to hear what you're trying to provide. I want to know how you're dealing with all these conspiracy theorists on your platform.
So the first way is by demoting low-quality content and promoting more authoritative content, and the second is by providing more transparency for users. So we're introducing boxes that provide factual information at the top of results that have shown themselves to turn up a lot of information that is counterfactual, such as searching for the Earth is flat on YouTube, where you see a lot of
Your response is to put a box saying, nope, the Earth is not flat.
correct.
Okay.
You know, why would they compare flat Earth to like mass death incident denial? It's like such a huge leap. What you think, Sam?
Wow. I got no idea. I mean, like, yeah, I have nothing to say. I mean, yeah, I'll try to research more and know more about it precisely. But these are some strong ass fucking opinions and stuff, so I love it.
Oh, for sure. And here's another. Did you have something to add before I play this next video?
Mm-hmm.
So here's another video of it's at the World Economic Forum, and this lady, she is a representative at the World Economic Forum, and she talks about how they own the science, right? The leaders of the world own the science. You don't own the science, right? They're only going to promote who they want to promote because they own it. So I'll play that little quick excerpt.
You know, we partnered with Google, for example. If you Google climate change, you will, at the top of your search, you will get all kinds of UN resources. We started this partnership when we were shocked to see that when we Googled climate change, we were getting incredibly distorted information right at the top. So we're becoming much more proactive. You know, we own the science, and we think that the world, you know, should know it, and the platforms themselves also do. But again, it's a huge challenge that I think all sectors of society need to be very active in.
Yeah, so who owns the science? I thought the science is owned by the individual because we're supposed to all question the science, right? Because that's the whole point of science is to, you know, question, ask for the method, repeat the method, make sure that it's done correctly. Right? Like if you said, "Oh, I don't agree with that science. That doesn't make sense," then the other person should say, "Well, show me where it's wrong." And then if you show them where it's wrong, you know, they have a choice to make. They can either agree or disagree with you, and then the consensus of the people are also going to agree or disagree with you. But to say as a government or a governing body, right, to say that we own the science, well, to me, that sounds like all the scientists are bought and paid for by the government. Or at least the ones that are paid for by the government. Because in my opinion, a scientist is just a hobby. not a profession.
Hobby.
Yeah. Anybody can be a scientist. Do you disagree with that or agree with that?
Agree with everyone can become a scientist.
Yeah, like you could be, let's see, you could be a truck driver. And then in your spare time, right? Nothing against truck drivers. Truck drivers are the best people in the world. Without a truck driver, you wouldn't have food. But just to give you an example, that truck driver can go home and practice science in his own garage and develop his own experiments. Could he not? Or she?
Oh yeah, actually.
So then science isn't really a matter of profession. It's just a matter of willpower, whether or not you want to actually do it. Did you watch that guy jump from the balloon in outer space wearing the Red Bull outfit?
No, I actually saw the other one. It was something that the man with the largest jump or something like that. Yeah, I saw that. I didn't see the Red Bull one.
No, it was Red Bull. Felix Baumgartner.
Nope. Sorry, nope.
Well, anyway, he was like 100-something thousand feet in the air when he jumped. And this is what Neil deGrasse Tyson. You know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is? He's a world famous science communicator. But this is what he he's a PhD in astronomy. He's a science communicator and teaches kids all over the world about outer space and planets and stuff like that. This is what he says about
sorry,
the
who?
edge of space. Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's a heavy-set black guy.
He has that thing on the like Discovery, I guess, Discovery Channel. He has something about the space, like about the aliens thingy, I guess. I guess. Does he?
Maybe. I don't really watch a whole lot of TV anymore. But I'll play this video for you. This is what he says about the guy that jumped from outer space and fell back to the Earth.
This size, the International Space Station would be orbiting about a half an inch above the surface. And that dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, what's his name? Felix Baumgartner. He would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. Now, you know, I don't. It's fine. He wants to. I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, space! Look at that." No, he's not. At that height, You don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
You know, a lot of things that you'll research, Sam, um,
Oh,
you may not find all the
this.
information that you.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. What were you saying?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was saying, so when I first came to Flat Earth, I couldn't find the information that I wanted. I felt like I was missing things because when I search Flat Earth online, it tells me this is how you debunk Flat Earth. Flat Earth is stupid. I'm like, back then I was like, I already know that. I don't need to know that. I need to know what evidence flat earthers are giving me, right? Why do flat earthers say the earth is flat? And I just couldn't find the evidence that I wanted to find. But if you look next to my name, you'll see the tag flat, the little water drop on it. If you click on
Yeah.
that, it'll take you to our home server. And at the bottom of our home server, we have a huge library with over 10 years of information stored up at your disposal. So,
Oh, okay.
and everything's broken down into like subjects that everybody asks questions on commonly, and then basically people give the counter evidence for that. Just so that way, I know you're busy with school, but if you're bored and you want to do something to take your mind off of things,
I
lots of
do that,
information.
but I kind of research more about what's under the ocean. So yeah, I'm not the one to know more about the space thingy. Yeah. So, but I'll be sure to check it out someday.
Yeah, they say that we know more about space than we do about our own ocean.
Yep, exactly, and that's I don't know. It feels like a shame because it's right over here, and we don't know much about it, and we know much about space, which is like endless. Why do you need to know about that when you have something that can be? And honestly, don't you think that like that is a more threat? Like it's kind of a threat that you don't know much about ocean. So yeah.
Well, somebody brought up a good question the other day. As treacherous
Mm-hmm.
and life-threatening as it is to go under the ocean and build a living quarter for people to live in, right? Like an undersea city or neighborhood or home or something. You know what I mean? As hard as that would be to do,
Yep, I know.
you think they would do that first before they would try to build something in outer space, like on Mars or. Because if you can't build it here on Earth, why would you even send somebody to go build it on another rock?
I feel like they will, if it's possible, they'll build something in the outer space. That's just my yeah. Because at the end, we are humans. We will not be able to live in the undercity, like under ocean city, right? Like it's really life threatening. And if you find a planet with like the same atmosphere as Earth and stuff, then that would be more, you know,
They say the nearest solar
habitable.
system
Like
is
yeah.
4 light years away, and there's
Hmm.
no planet for us to live on. So we would have to travel at the speed of light for 4 years in order to get there. There's a good chance you'd never make it there alive if you left. Maybe your third or fourth offspring would see it, not you. That's assuming if it was even real. But what makes outer space less dangerous than under the ocean?
not less dangerous. I just feel like what's inside the ocean can, just randomly. Uh, and honestly, I just feel like there are many cases where it could be the reason. The undiscovered ocean could be the reason of many phenomenon. So that's one thing. Uh, so yeah, I mean, what's happening on Earth is more important than what's happening in the outer space. That's just my take. I don't know.
Oh, for sure, 100%. As a matter of fact, ever since I became a flat earther, I've been more excited about exploring the Earth. I've been more happy about the life on Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Like, everything happens in everything happens in cycles. I'm a huge proponent of the law of conservation of energy. It says energy can neither be created nor destroyed, only transferred. So, you know, I have a theory that maybe our spirit is energy, right? Our soul. So that's why we never die. We always get recycled back into life, whether we get recycled into a bug or a deer or
Okay,
whatever. I
so
mean, everything's
mhm.
just everything's always interchanging with each other. So it's a huge cycle here.
How would you say the soul, like we are energy?
How would I say the
We don't
soul
need.
is energy?
Mm-hmm.
Well, think about it. Where does a thought come from?
I'm sorry.
Where does a thought come from? Where does the energy required to think come from? Because you don't have to think, right? I'm sorry, I know you got a phone call. What's up, Holocaust?
What's up?
Not much, man. What brings you in here?
I freaking hate technology. What happened to apps just being simple and easy to understand and self-explanatory, and you don't have to freaking use Google or AI to understand it all? Oh my god, this is pissing me off, man. I miss 2010 computers.
You know, like from '97 to 2010 really was the height of computers.
Yeah, man, back then I felt like a computer whiz.
How's your day going, man?
It's
You were quiet.
frustrating.
You were quiet this morning. Did you just like wake up out of your sleep and couldn't go back to bed, so you
Oh,
just came and hung out with us?
my missus, she was up, but
Oh,
and it was early, and she really doesn't like me like being loud first thing in the morning. They don't like me being loud at all, but my son was asleep, so
yeah.
and yeah, he gets pissed off if I wake him up. Yeah, yeah. I was just trying to be quiet. Yeah.
No, you're good. My wife's the opposite. Like, because like I'm working on my snoring stuff. You know, I'm doing exercising and everything like that. I don't think it's an exercise thing. I think it's an age thing. Because the tongue relaxes back further. But she'll kick me out of the room, and then so like I can't sleep. So then I'll get online and everything. What are you doing online? Come back to bed. And so she kick me out of the room.
Hey, at least if they can hear you talking about flat Earth, they know you're not up to no good.
I tried that, man. She doesn't like that. She wants all the attention on her, which is fine. She's beautiful. She's a great woman. She takes care of me, keeps me nourished, keeps me happy. So I have to take myself away from this and take care of her. But you're right. I'm on here. I'm not getting into trouble, so she should definitely be appreciative.
Yeah. I mean, it's all you have to do if you are up to no good. Just start talking like you're flat smacking somebody. I'm kidding.
She's
I'm
not a
kidding.
flat earther. She's not a
Don't
flat
do
earther
that.
either.
Yeah, neither is mine. My missus really isn't really like she's not like she's sort of like she's kind of a I can she'll like maybe talk about ghosts now and then, but
right.
But like all that stuff just doesn't really interest her. She's not into like all that intellectual discussion and stuff. She just likes plain life and yeah, she does the crocheting, watches the shows and she's not really concerned with like filling her brain with all that stuff. But she's not silly either. She's not dumb. She's pretty smart. She's more practical. She's not really concerned about like whether it's flat or a globe or anything like that.
My wife's the same way. Like when we met about 3 or 4 dates in, we'd already talked a lot about things, and one of the things that I was really big on was me having the male role and her having the female role. And so she liked that idea because she didn't want she felt like with her past relationships that she had to be the male and the female in the relationship as far as like dominating the household and things like that. She didn't want to do it anymore. So okay, well then yada yada yada. So I think that's more of just the feminine side of things. Like her focus is more on the family and building the family and nurturing the family and everything. And then for us, like we're always connected to the outside world, looking for opportunities of growth, and then just constantly keeping our thumb on the thermometer to to test the temperature of what's going on around us. So.
You guys might like this story. Years ago, I was driving team horses for a sleigh ride dinner deal, and we had this anniversary couple show up. 76 years marriage. And my boss said to the old boy, he said, I've been married 25. What is your secret to 76 years? How did you do it? I got to know your secret. And the old boy said, oh, it's easy. The day we got married, we made a deal. Me being the man, I take care of all the big important decisions. Her being the woman, she takes care of the little day to day decisions. And my boss said, for real? That was it? And he said, yeah, in 76 years, we haven't had any big important decisions. That's a true story.
I like it.
That's a true story. I was standing right there.
Brother, there's times though I have to put the foot down and just say no. And she gets mad at me for it, but like we've gotten to in our arguments, and every time we get into an argument, like I don't say it anymore. Because it's been a couple of years now, and I truly believe in what she says is telling me the truth. But in the beginning, we'd get into arguments, and it would get so bad she didn't want me around. And I'm like, so does this, is divorce an option? That was always my question. Is divorce an option? She's like, no, it's just a fight. Stop freaking out. I say, all right, and I just leave her alone. And so now when she gets upset, just leave her alone. Just let her be mad. Eventually, she'll come around.
They're a hard critter to figure out.
What's that one guy say in that video? Women, that creature you cannot make happy. If they have curly hair, they want straight hair. If they have straight hair, they want curly hair. Big boobs, they want small boobs. Small boobs, they want big boobs. Brown hair want blonde hair. Blonde hair wants brown hair.
Yep. That reminds me of another one. So this gal, she got tired of blonde jokes and being called dumb and blonde and stuff. So she thought, I got it. I'll just dye my hair brunette. So she did. And she looked in the mirror and thought, okay, now I got to figure out how to test out how smart I am. So she jumped in the car and went for a drive. Came across a band of sheep. Her sheep herder moving the sheep across the highway, and she yelled out the window, "Hey, you! If I can guess how many sheep are out there, can I take my pick?" And the guy looked at the sheep herd and band of sheep, and he said, "Yeah, right. Good luck." And she said, 7,296. And he says, "Oh my gosh, we just got them off the trucks, and yeah, you nailed it. That's exactly what our count was. I guess take your pick." And so she went out and picked out the cutest little thing. Got back in the car, getting ready to drive away, and the sheep herder knocks on the window, and she rolls it down, and he says, "Hey, if I can guess what color your hair used to be, can I have my dog back?"
We're good with storytelling.
What's up?
What's up?
Why is it so quiet?
We ran out of jokes. Well, my FE meeting yesterday went brilliantly. I was not prepared, and I had a few people send me material to help out, and big crowd pleaser. Went really good.
I don't know if I told you guys that already. I told a couple people.
Hey, I got a joke for you, Sam.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
So when you're out on safari in Africa, how come you never see any elephants hiding in trees?
I don't know.
Because they're good at it.
It's a. I guess you all know that joke, but like, how do you put a giraffe in a refrigerator?
Mm-mm. How?
You open the door and then you put it. Yep. It was so lame. What the fuck? Anyways, yeah, we were talking about soul. So yeah, how is soul the energy?
How's what?
She was asking
Soul.
how the soul. I was talking about why the soul or the spirit is energy, and we were trying to talk about where does the thought come from, right?
It's a
They,
thought.
they
The
say
thought. Oh, okay. I see. Thought. I'm like THOT, and I'm like, what the fuck? Wait, what? Okay. Thought.
thought, THOUGHT. So when you think, right, you're basically activating synapses of neurons in your brain.
Mm-hmm.
Where does the energy come from to initiate
Oh,
that?
it does.
Something has to give that command.
The nervous system? I don't know. What the fuck?
No,
Yeah,
it
I
would just
have
do
no
it on its
idea.
own. But you're literally dictating the individual commands that the body gives. You literally dictate that every single day.
Okay.
Something other than physiological is doing that. You can call it metaphysical, you can call it esoteric, but something outside of the normal is dictating that. And not only is
But
it dictating that, but you're in complete control of that.
don't they say that souls and like human bodies like totally different things, and it's not related? It's just a piece of it. It's just a consciousness. It's not something that doing anything in our body, like physically.
But it is.
Or
You can think to yourself, make my hand move, and you're not going to move your hand. But then you can actively make your hand move, and not only actively, but you can make it wiggle slow or fast. You literally have complete control over that. Where does the initial command come from?
the consciousness. I mean, you mean the
Right.
consciousness
What
in?
is that?
Okay,
It's energy, right?
the consciousness is energy. Uh, I have to force my little brain to actually think about it.
It's all right.
Um,
When you die, that consciousness transfers. It doesn't go away. It's infinite.
Transfers to where?
To the outside world. Where it goes from there, I don't know, but it's infinite. It can never be destroyed.
Mm. What happens to the energy when like the heat energy is like transformed into like the light energy with like the bulbs and things? What happens to the energy after that? What do you think? It's just
You get into esoteric because everything's here on Earth, right? And so everything like physical dissipates into the metaphysical, and then it's regenerated in other locations, and then we take that matter and create other things back with it. Like I'll give you an example, right? And this is a crude example, but hear me out. We dig into the earth and we get oil. We take that oil, we process it into gas, we put it in our cars, we drive around in our cars. Those cars, the gas burns and gives off smog, and that smog rises up into the atmosphere, mixes with the rainwater, it rains. That the chemicals in the rain, that the smog that mixed with the rain seeps down into the ground, and then the ground pulls it back down through whatever chemical means back into a reservoir, and then the oil recycles itself, and then we go back into the oil field and we pump out more oil. And it just goes through a cycle over and over and over again. There's some people out there, some world leaders that have control over a lot of oil, and they say that oil is infinite. That we're not having a short of supply. That the powers that be in the world make it seem like we have a short supply, so that way they can put a price on it. But it's infinite, and it will never run out because it always recycles. What they'll do is they'll tap a well dry, right? Suck all the oil out of it, come back to it 30, 40, 50 years later, and it's filled back up. I actually have Mohammed bin Salman saying that, the Saudi Arabian leader.
are you all like religious or are you atheist people? Like all of you?
I'm not religious. I'm probably the
I'm a
one that follows the
Scientologist.
least.
You're
I just
what?
want.
Do you
I'm probably.
Scientologist.
Yeah, Scientologist.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
What's that?
I probably follow religious views the least out of everybody here in the room. I could be wrong, but like a lot of people will claim to be Christian or Muslim in that aspect, right? I read the Bible, but I don't claim to be a Christian because, like, I go by what Jesus told me, right? Jesus called me to be a servant to the Most High. He never called me to be a Christian, so I can't call myself a Christian. I'm just here to serve the Most High. And I know there's a creator because everything on earth points to a creator. It didn't just like exist on its own. Something
I mean,
put
you
it
could.
here, something created the laws that we find in science and math. Something created those laws in math and physics to rule over this world. It didn't just happen on its own.
I mean, maybe it did. It could be a coincidence, and we could have been like something else if the coincidence could have been different. So that's my take.
Not criminal laws, science laws, like the laws
Yes,
of
science
motion,
laws.
right? The law of conservation of energy, the laws of
Mhm.
thermodynamics. These are laws that are unviolatable. You can't violate them. If you did, they wouldn't be a law.
No, but these laws were created because we know them. We know how it works. What
We
if?
found them. We discovered them. We didn't create them.
Yeah, yeah. No, we didn't create them, of course. No, but the thing is, like, it could have been different. That's my, like, it's just coincidence that all these things work like this business, this system. Yeah.
Charles Darwin said that the human eye, right, is the most complex thing, and that there's no way that evolution could ever explain how it was created.
The human
I believe
eye.
human eye.
Fuck these people. What the?
Charles Darwin said, confessing that the complexity of the eye gave him a cold shudder. Human eye. Okay, here. When Darwin's skeptics attacked his theory of evolution, they often focus on the eye. Darwin himself confessed that it was absurd to propose that the human eye evolved through spontaneous mutation and natural selection. So religious? No. A lot of people are spiritual. They know that there's a creator because of this creation that we have. Like it just couldn't exist into itself. Something had to create all of this. Um,
Are you
some people might
religious?
fall. Some people might fall into certain religious categories, but for the most part, most people aren't really religious.
Shoot him down. What do you believe?
That's a complicated question, man. About what?
I mean, do you believe in evolution?
No.
Okay, that's true. I also don't believe in evolution.
I'll take it back. I believe in microevolution. I believe in adaptation for survival. But everything was created in its own perfect nature, and there's evidence that shows that anything that mutates typically doesn't survive.
Yeah, I also believe in microevolutions, like small adjustments. Yeah, also believe in this, but not like human came from monkeys. I don't believe in that.
Right.
It's all about adaptation, not evolution.
Yeah, no, like I mean, if you live in an area where there's more sun outside, there's not that many trees, so you're always being pelted with sun. You're gonna have darker pigment. Your offspring's probably gonna have darker pigment. Um, that kind of stuff. When you live in like colder climates where maybe it's dark half the year or something like that, then uh, you're not going to have to need that much pigment, and so your offspring's not going to have that much pigment.
But the people in Middle East, they are like white, kinda yellow white.
The people in what?
In Middle East,
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't like I said, it's just different adaptation based off of lifestyles and what they do with the surrounding environment.
okay.
Birds their beaks will get longer or shorter based off of the food that they need to go find, and the purpose for why they need the beak to be longer or shorter. but it's not going to grow like super long. It might change like a millimeter or two. Might become a little bit more narrow or a little bit more fatter for strength. Same reason why some areas of the world people are fat and some people are skinny, just based off of the living conditions and the requirements to survive.
Are chickens dinosaurs?
I mean, if dinosaurs were ever real, I don't think they were really dinosaurs. Um, if you look at the Bible and what the Bible says, if you take it as a history book, um, like in the end times, they say it would be like the days of Noah. And so, what are we doing today? We're doing a lot of genetic modification and things like that. So, if that's the case, if that's what it was before the flood, which there is evidence for a flood, every culture talks about it. Um, the My guess is that they would have been like, genetically modifying these smaller animals to be even bigger. And the T Rex, in my opinion, if that's the case, the T Rex wouldn't have even been a lizard. It would have been a giant chicken because the arms look like chicken wings.
But believing believing in dinosaurs doesn't make you less of a believer. Like we have their bones. You cannot deny that.
No, we don't. No one has ever found a whole dinosaur.
Because they are like thousands or millions years old, so nobody can find a whole dinosaur ever.
Well, that's the claim, right? There's no one's been around for a million years to say, hey, that thing's a million years old. It's just a guess. And what they find out is that some trees and dinosaurs, when they discover them, right, supposedly, they're buried between layers that are supposed to be tens of thousands, if not 100,000s of years apart, based off of what they say the layers of crust are. If you look at the Jurassic versus the Cretaceous versus all of the different periods, sometimes they find dinosaurs in the middle. So how does a dinosaur survive the middle?
Okay, do you believe that there was once upon a time, like on Earth, really, really big creatures used to live?
It's possible.
That's what we call dinosaurs.
I mean, I don't like that term because it doesn't.
You can change the name if you want.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to go with that term until I have another term that's better defined. I'm just not going to go with it. For one, for two, like I said, no one has ever found an entire body of a dinosaur. When you go to um, museums, they don't have a full dinosaur there. They'll have like a few bones, and then they'll say, "Oh, it's a part of this dinosaur." And then all the bones that they put on display to show you the dinosaur in its entirety, all those bones are all plastic.
We don't need all the bones. Like if I see a femur is very large, like a tree, then from there I can construct the rest of the body from the proportions, you know?
Okay. No, you can't.
How do
You
you
can
know that it's not
construct what you think
classified?
it should look like. You can do your own artist rendition of what you think it should look like, but you don't know what it looks like.
Like can we not come to the conclusion with logic?
Logic would be I'm not going to guess until I have everything because I don't want to guess. That's what logic would say.
So if you see a human bone, like a tall, really tall human bone, what you will think of it?
Well, it depends on how tall. Did you know that the Smithsonian destroyed thousands of giants and their bones? Thousands.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, in the 1930s, there were so many uh, bones, like entire bodies of giants, and they were running out of space, so they just decided to grind them all up and get rid of them.
I mean, I cannot make you believe that their dinosaur exists, because if you're never gonna believe that without seeing dinosaurs, then nobody can prove to you that dinosaurs even exist. But if you want to believe in logic, then logically you can come to conclusion like, look at these long bones. And if long bones like that exist, obviously there was much bigger like beings that we call dinosaurs.
If you follow logic, you see that the history is falsified. You know.
History? What history, bro?
There's a lot of forgery in history. People who were eager to sell a dream and then make money off of it.
Those also exist. I'm not denying that.
Like I said, nobody's ever found an entire dinosaur.
I think it is not even possible to find an entire dinosaur. Even
But
if
there's evidence of some crazy stuff. I've seen an old Greek pottery. I'm still looking for it because I saw it and I just never saved it, and I should have saved it. This old Greek pottery, right? It was an ancient Greek, and it showed like almost like a stick figure, right, of a person hugging a stegosaurus. It was the craziest thing. So I know there's some things in the past that are unexplainable, but we also have a story of dragons, and nobody's ever found one single dragon, right? And the way that they're described, they don't match any of the dinosaurs that were supposedly discovered. And I mean, we're talking like these dragons. They existed all over the world. Everybody knew about it. Yeah.
Dragons in science fiction, they cannot exist because nobody can like breathe fire out of their mouth. It makes sense there.
You know, that story may have been embellished, but the idea of a dragon, every culture knew there were dragons. Every culture. The Chinese even gave a zodiac. Every animal in the zodiac is real except for the dragon. Why not make the 13th zodiac a panda? At least the panda is real.
I feel like dragon is like a combination of multiple animals, like from snake and the head of other animals. It's like a combination of multiple different animals. People
Actually, with the panda, have you looked into that? That is a really interesting conspiracy theory, bro. That's
Oh
all
yeah.
I'm saying. It's interesting.
Oh yeah. The animal is completely unsurvivable, and yet somehow it's the main attraction in a zoo. It's like it just came out of nowhere. Probably the stupidest animal on Earth. But yeah, no, like if you look at dragons, everybody describes them all the same. The Aztecs, the Chinese, the Norse, right? Old Britain. Who else? They got any dragon tails out there in Australia? T-Bubs? Maori or anything like that out there in New Zealand? A Maori? But what about genies? Oh, Ashman muted himself. Genies is another interesting concept. What we call a genie, the Muslims call jinn.
Can you explain?
It's a spirit. So the jinn, right? If they were strong enough, some of them would be captured inside of like a lamp or a dollhouse or a doll, or they'd just be trapped, right? Now in Aladdin, he rubs the lamp when it comes out. But in the old stories, they would, you know, trap these spirits inside of these things and summon them to do their bidding, right? And if they weren't careful with the contracts that they made with these spirits, they would, you know, basically be on the losing end, right? Like it's always contractual. Uh, you make a deal or you make a bargain for them to get a bargain.
Mm,
Um, but there's always the child story of like, oh, you get 3 wishes. Okay, well, you get 3 wishes, and then what happens? The genie doesn't go away. You get 3 wishes, and then you become the genie. You trade places with the genie.
interesting.
I heard stories about that, like people who were into the witchcraft of the Muslim side. Like I've met people in witchcraft on all sides, but the Muslim side, they said that's how they would trap the spirits, and then they would get so many deals, right? Like the deal would be like, oh, I'll grant you the power to do this or to do that, and so they're just overwhelmed with power. But after so much time, like 20 years, we're gonna trade places, and so that was the fairy tale behind it. Whether or not that actually happened, I don't know. That was just the fairy tale behind it. They'd make a deal, and then you know, I'll do this for you for this long, and then you got to do this for me. What's up, Chill? I'll put on the bot. You got any questions, Holocaust or Alston?
What do you think about the flat Earth? What is your conception?
So, when I was a kid, I always thought the Earth was flat right off the bat because I'd been in a plane, I'd never seen curvature, and so it just was really big and it looked like it went on forever. Um, then when I was in school, I learned that the Earth was a globe, and the teacher told me, I told the teacher, I said, it doesn't look like it's curved. I've been in an airplane. And she goes, well, that's because the Earth is really big and you're really small. So I just thought the Earth was really big. I didn't know how big. I just thought it was big. Went through all my school learning that. Every time I flew in a plane, I was like, wow. And I was always amazed at how big the Earth is. Wow, it looks so big. It still looks flat. Grow up, move on with my life. Never even thought about it ever again. I always had, dreams of one day going to outer space and going to another planet and stuff like that. It was always cool, right? Aliens and all that cool stuff. And one day, one of my friends comes up to me, and we were in like a little research group, and we would just research things and learn things. I hated learning as a kid, but it's weird. Like it got fun as an adult. So he comes up to me one day. He said, "Hey, man, did you know the Earth is flat?" And I'm like, "I'm not going to argue with you, man. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard you say. I don't know why you would ever say that." Let it go for a few months. Comes back to me. He says it again. I'm like, "All right, man. I know better than to just say something is stupid outright. Like, I should be fair and remove all of my bias and do some research." So I did just that. I removed my bias, did some research, eventually found what's now considered the home server for us flat earthers. You can click on my tag and you can check out the home server if you want. But went in there, met all these great guys and girls, and then I knew the Earth was flat in my heart because, like, once I started researching things, I was like, why are they hiding flat Earth so badly? Because I know it's stupid. I know how to debunk the flat Earth. Why are they hiding flat earthers so bad? This is stupid. And it's kind of like a red flag to me. So, are you tracking everything I'm saying? I don't want to be speaking to the wind. Yeah. You understand what I'm saying, Alston, so far?
Understand.
All right. I just want to make sure. I want to be fair. So, you know, like, I started thinking about it. I was like, could it be possible that I've been lied to? And the first thing that popped into my head, well, the Earth is so big and it looks flat. If it was flat, I wouldn't know, right? That'd be the one lie they could probably get away with, whoever they are, right?
That's right.
So then eventually I met these guys in the server, and they were wonderful at maneuvering through the arguments and everything like that. And then it got to the topic of, like, well, how do we actually measure for the curvature? And they're like, oh, the horizon's supposed to be 3 hours away. Or not 3 hours, 3 miles away if you're 6 feet tall. And that clicked in my head immediately. That was like a big, bright light in my head. I'm like, I've seen shit 20 miles away. There's no fucking way the horizon is 3 miles away. I knew right then and there that the Earth was flat because everything that I've ever seen. And so learning the arguments and everything, understanding, how, like, when you look to the horizon, for every mile that you go away, if you square that mile, multiply it by 8 inches, 8 inches per mile squared, you get something called a what is it? You get I forget what it's called, a parabola, and that parabola, 8 inches per mile squared, because you know 8 times x squared. That parabola works good for a portion of a circle, right? If you sit that parabola on top of a circle will fit inside of that parabola for a certain arc segment. And it just so happens that that actually works for up to 1,000 miles. But we don't need 1,000 miles to prove the Earth is sphere, because the Earth's only 24,900 miles in circumference, which seems huge, but 8 inches per mile squared at 10 miles, 66 feet of curvature. Like, you should be able to hide a 6-story building 10 miles away, right? At 20 miles, 266 feet of curvature, you should be able to hide a 26-story building at 20 miles away. I know for a fact when I was a kid, and now I'm 5'10", so the horizon's 3 miles away. But I was a kid, 10, 11, 12 years old. I used to watch boats dock from the beach at Catalina Island from Los Angeles, which is 20 miles away. I used to watch them dock all the fucking time. Excuse my language. And so, you know, eventually I went out and I did my own observation over a lake. We did 8 miles. It's not a lot, but you don't need a whole bunch. And basically, my friends sat on one side of the lake. I sat on the other side of the lake. We put on, we had reflective tape and we tied it around our pants, making us look all nice and flashy. And then I told my friends, I said, we gotta sit down because it's only 8 miles. So I don't want, I'm 6 feet tall, 8 miles, that's 3 miles for me, 3 miles for you. So somewhere in the middle, there's 2 miles only to work with. So that's only like, 32, was it 32 inches? That's not much. So you could probably see a 6-foot person standing 8 miles away. Not really, but I just wanted to remove it. So we sat down on our butts and we could see the reflective tape while we were waving at each other. And I turned 2 other people on the flat earthers that day.
I think a child knows intuitively that the flat earth is flat.
Mm-hmm.
Then,
If the earth's flat, what?
do you think every child knows intuitively that the flat is earth?
Yes. So it's proven that children up to a certain age, they think the earth is flat based off of their experience. And it's only until they are introduced to a globe and taught the globe that they change their mind. If nobody had ever told you that the earth was a ball, do you think that you would have figured that out? Like you don't have any books, no videos, nobody to teach you that the earth is a ball. You just have to go out into the world and look at it and say, "Hey, I think the earth is a ball." Do you think that would ever happen for you?
Very cool to think about it. Then the truth is suppressed during the childhood.
Like if you look at this, right? Look at this image that I posted. And a lot of people will mock us for using memes to try to explain things. But the funny thing is when you were in school, that's what you were taught with was memes. They showed you a picture, and then underneath the picture, they had a little caption to explain what was going on in the picture.
That's
That's a
true.
meme. There's nothing wrong with using memes for explanations.
Do you think they do it to us lose the sense of reality? Why they do this?
That's a good
How
question. I don't know why they do this, but I will say this: they are convincing you, whoever they are, that somebody out there is perpetrating this, and they're convincing you to give up your own senses because your own senses tell you that the Earth is flat. You see the Earth is flat. You're experiencing the Earth is flat. You don't feel any motion, so you don't feel the Earth spinning or going around the sun, right? They're literally saying your senses deceive you. Trust me. Let me tell you what to think.
don't believe what you are seeing.
Oh
Believe
my
my
god.
history.
Yeah. Here, I got another for that. You'll like this one. Dude, I hope it's nearby. This is one of my favorites. Oh, yep, here we go. That's pretty funny, right? For those of y'all that are listening and not really next to the screen, this guy asked this other guy, he says, "You see the sun moving and you feel stationary, correct?" And the other guy says, "Right, but I can't trust my senses." And then the first guy asks, "How do you know?" And the second guy says, "I heard it." And then the first guy is looking at him stupid, like, "Oh, I thought you can't trust your senses."
The science says that everything they talk about is proved, but I think it's quite the opposite.
You're right. Science is never settled. It's not supposed to be. The scientific method was designed for every person to question the science. The reason why is because somebody will sell you snake oil to make a profit.
Some Rockefeller.
So yeah, man. That's really what did it for me. Like, I when someone explained it to me, it was excuse me, it was stupid. I thought flat Earth was the stupidest thing in the world. I immediately started thinking about third grade and that boat sailing off the edge of a flat Earth. It was the dumbest thing in the world. And then when I started being honest with myself, right? It's like, well, I've never really seen curvature. I'm like, could I have been lied to? And then it immediately in my head, well, if there's one thing that they could get away with, if everybody, if all the governments in the world were lying, right? If there's one thing that they could get away with, it would be the shape of the Earth, because nobody can go up there and fucking check. It'd be dangerous. I mean, there's literally, right? Like if you go to Mount Everest to go climbing, sorry, if you go to Mount Everest to go climbing, right? They tell you Mount Everest is a dangerous climb. As you're climbing, you will see dead people laying on the trail as you climb up the mountain. That's how dangerous Mount Everest is. But you can go there anytime you want and go climb. God forbid you want to like go do something crazy like go across Antarctica or go into outer space. Oh no, that's way too dangerous. We don't want to be responsible for that. You can't do that. But I can go to Mount Everest and die. Oh yeah, go ahead. And me personally, I don't want to sound like I don't trust, but I mean I've been lied to about so much. I can only trust what I can verify now, right? But the whole I say this. This is one of the things I say. If the government is saying something, if your government is saying something, they're probably lying. And if all the governments are saying the same thing, they're really lying. And you want to know why? You want to know how I know?
Oh.
What country are you from, if you don't mind me asking?
From Brazil.
Brazil. Okay. So, to your government, who is your enemy?
My enemy?
Which country? Yeah, which country?
In the media, they talk about the United States.
Really?
Really?
That's crazy, man.
They
So yeah,
portray China as some refugee, some good place.
crazy, man. So yeah, in America, they talk about China. Trump's always talking about China. China's bad. China's bad. Before Trump, they were saying Russia's bad. Russia's bad, right?
Yeah.
If Russia and China are the enemies of America, do we still have trade with Russia and China?
Mm,
Why would we trade with our enemies unless they're not really our enemies?
maybe they are not even enemies.
That's right.
That's why they create the right wing and the left wing.
A right wing and the left wing is the same bird.
Why people can blindly believe these things?
Well, you were raised with it, right?
Yeah.
You were raised with it. Your parents were raised with it. Your grandparents were raised with it.
What you said? Can you repeat?
You were raised with it. You grew up with it. You grew up with it. Your parents grew up with it, and your grandparents grew up with it.
Even though it seems like these people don't think, it seems they don't have any to function.
Yeah, man. I mean, so you ever play sports?
I don't play.
You don't play sports?
Don't.
You ever watch sports?
Who can I say? Like bread and circuses? That
I
how you
mean,
say?
like, okay,
Fun and
how about this? Um, have you ever been a job interview and not gotten a job?
yeah.
So, in order, when there's an open position, um, if somebody gets the job, that means somebody else did not get the job, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So in sports, if somebody wins, somebody else has to lose.
That's right.
So in life, for every smart person, there's probably a dumb person. And I'm sorry to say it that way. Some people, that's just how they are. Some people are sheep. They need to be told what to do.
They are slaves by nature.
Maybe. It's just a lack of passion for learning how to survive.
Mm.
Some people think that as long as they're telling people what to do, then that's the job for them. But the truth is that they couldn't do the job that they're telling other people to do.
Just a second.
Yeah, those are good topics to talk about. We'll get back to that, Yaga Bruno. Hey, Alston, check in the side chat. Yaga Bruno posted a couple of memes for you. You see the one that says "Our Cosmic Speeds"?
Albert Einstein said it.
Yeah, that's what Albert Einstein said. I have come to believe that the motion of the Earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment. He said from the Earth. That's what he said. And that's why I came up with relativity, because he said motion is relative. So if we're on the thing that's moving, we're not going to be able to tell that we're moving. And even the experiments that we did to figure out whether or not we were moving, he came up with a math equation, him and Lorentz came up with a math equation to explain that in the experiment, the apparatus that they were using shrunk because of the direction they were traveling. And so it looked like the same speed because it shrunk. Craziest stuff ever. But no, focus on the speeds. Look at this. 66,000 miles an hour going around the sun. 500,000 miles an hour. The sun is going 500,000 miles an hour through the Milky Way. Right? The Milky Way is flying away from the universe, going around the universe, right? At 1.3 million miles an hour. And then that's a combined 1.8 million miles an hour. Here's the weird thing, right? You know how the excuse, sorry, let me rephrase this because I know English is not your first language. Do you know how they explain why all the stars in the outer space don't light up all of the outer space?
Why?
Because we're moving 4.5 times the speed of light away from the Big Bang, and so the light hasn't caught up to us.
This looks like fairy tale.
But if that's the case, then why do we even see the stars if the light hasn't caught up to us yet?
And they say they are skeptical. They are not religious, but to me, all of these look like a religion. You believe things, and you cannot prove these things.
Absolutely, scientism is a religion.
They can only make a so-called proof if they add some new belief to the system, the scientific system. Like a
And
bunch
just
of
remember, if you give them all this information and somebody says, well, why would they lie? They are conceding that all the information makes absolute sense on the contingency that you have a valid reason for why they would lie. And here's the crazy thing. There's only one reason why anybody lies. It's to control what the other person thinks. You can lie for good reasons, right? Like a parent will lie to a child so that way the child doesn't go off and get hurt, right? So there's good reasons to lie.
but you're trying to control how that child thinks. You're trying to shape the reality so that way, because they're just not ready to understand, what's going on in the world. Why the government would lie, or why the people in the government would lie, or why the people that control the people in the government would lie, I have no idea. There's an old Latin phrase: the world wants to be deceived, so let it be deceived. Odd that there would be an old Latin phrase for that. A lot of people just want to see a magic show. They don't even care how the magic trick is done. They just want to be mesmerized. Give them their bread and circus.
It's a good way to conceal the truth. Like a distraction.
Maybe. You can speculate about that all day long, and you can speculate about motive all day long. But the truth is, you probably will never know. Now, what you can know is whether or not the information they're giving you is true. That's the one thing you can go out and test. Right? If I told you a plate that's sitting on the counter is hot, don't touch it. Right? And you never touch it. It's not hot. I just told you it was hot. You never touch it. You're going to believe that plate is hot for the rest of your life, and you'll never touch it. Unless you get curious for some reason, say, well, that plate's not really on a heat source, so why would the plate be hot? And then maybe you might get curious and you go touch the plate. And then you'll touch the plate and you'll be like, oh man, that fucker, he was lying to me. Why would he lie? Doesn't matter why I would lie. You found out that plate's not hot, so you can move on. What's up, Mickey Mike? What's up, Valley? Yeah, Alston, check out those rocks that Yago Bruno posted. Those rocks that they balance, the Zen rocks, where they find like the perfect balance and they stack rocks on top of rocks. Don't you think if the earth was in motion, you couldn't balance that stuff? I'll be right back.
I'll back soon.
afternoon. Anyone here? Anyone here?
Good morning.
Where are you from?
America.
Oh, nice.
What about you?
From India.
Ah, very good.
Yeah.
Are you all
What we
arguing
do?
about flat earth stuff or something? Or just hanging out?
Say that again?
Were you all talking about, the flat earth controversy and or just hanging out here?
Well, yeah, we talk about flat Earth here.
So anyone who believes Earth is flat here? Anyone here who
Yeah,
believes
me.
that? Oh damn, really? You're from US?
Yeah.
Oh god, my guess is really right. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too.
We're both from actually like in the US where but you got kind of different accent.
Say that again. I didn't understand you.
We're from US, like which part of the place or city or whatever it is.
Oh, Mountain States.
Oh,
West.
that's nice. Never
Mhm.
heard of it, but yeah.
Yeah.
And it's a big citizen.
You both from US.
No, I'm from India, just like you.
Oh, you from India.
Yeah,
Where?
Kerala.
Okay.
And you?
Rajasthan. Jaipur.
Oh, Rajasthan. That's nice.
You know Jaipur?
Yeah, I know Jaipur. I think no one's debating about the flat earth thing, or like everyone here believes that the earth is flat.
I can debate. She's
You just shut it up.
what?
Nothing, never mind.
Well, the Earth measures flat, so how can we say that it's anything else?
Like if you go to the top of a mountain, kind of like the top of the Everest, you could see like the curve of the earth, right? Ever tried that?
No, you can't. So the claim of modern astrophysics anywhere, anyone you ask, is that you can't see curvature from any less than 300,000 feet. Well, that's an unfalsifiable claim because none of us can get to 300,000 feet. So, and you can't see curvature from 32,000 feet. What's Everest? I can't remember. Something like that. But yeah, now there is an effect of the human eye where looking out over vast expanses, things can appear to, I guess you could call it curve, but it's optical. It's because our eyes round and we're looking in 360-degree view, and it wraps around us. It's not curvature of what we're looking at.
Oh, so what do you have to say about all the pictures of the round Earth in Google and all those things?
Great question. So we get these pictures of the hemispherical Earth, right? The first ones were
Yeah.
from the Apollo missions in 69 to 72. Then there was a span of time until 2015 where we had nothing far enough away from Earth, allegedly, to take those pictures, but they produced them. They produced those pictures, but they didn't have anything up there that far enough. In order to get a hemispherical image, modern astrophysics tells us that you have to be about 8,000 miles away. I believe that's the distance. I've heard 3, but last I heard was 8,000 miles away, and we didn't have anything
Oh.
far enough away. So then in 2015, I believe it was, they said we just got another image of Earth from space. This first one since 72, but they produced pictures between 72 and 2015. Now, hang on, I'm getting there. So then after that, we have other images, the Boeing X-37B, SpaceX, Artemis, the most recent one, Artemis. Now, look at any of those pictures, any of them, especially from Artemis. There are no distinguishable land masses. Now, in some of the blue marble pictures, there are, but if you compare the proportion of the size of the continents to each other, they change. They're not the same. They don't match. And then you consider the scale, right? So they say that the Earth is 71% water. That leaves 29% of the surface for landmass. Look at some of those pictures. The landmass takes up 50% of one hemisphere.
Oh.
It just break them down. When you look at any of those images that you're talking about, break them down. For one, they're unfalsifiable, which is an issue. It doesn't mean they're not real, but it's an issue. But then start breaking down whether they match the claims of the ball Earth. Why are the land masses so big? Why do the land masses change size when you compare one year to another year? We have Rob Simmons, who worked for NASA, and they called him Blue Marble Man. He developed the image of Earth that was on the iPhone famously. And he said, I took linear data and I wrapped it around, around a ball imagery. He composed those images. They're not pictures. They're not pictures of Earth. They're made up. They're CGI.
Well, how do the lunar eclipse create a perfectly curved Earth shadow then? I'm kind of confused on that.
Yeah, good question. Good question. So there's a few problems. Well, there's many problems with lunar eclipses. So as far as the perfectly curved shadow, that perfectly curved shadow can only take place on a flat surface. So when you put a shadow onto a spherical surface, it creates an S curve, a sinusoidal wave, and it does not create a cookie cutter round image like we see in lunar eclipses. There's other problems: the angle, the trajectory of the shadows. The Selenelian eclipse, where you can see the eclipsing lunar surface as well as the sun in the horizon at the same time, that defies the claim that the Earth is blocking the sun's light. We don't know what lunar eclipses really are. But that cookie cutter image you're talking about, the round, perfect, the curved shadow, that shadow can only take place on a flat surface or image projection. It's not being projected onto a ball surface. Otherwise, it would show up much differently. And you can test that yourself and play with like hand puppet shadows, hand
Yeah.
you can play with shadows and see how they work on different surfaces, and you're not going to get that
Okay,
cookie cutter.
I got a really nice question. I was thinking about it for a long time. Like, if Earth is flat, where exactly do you think the edge is? Like, it should have an edge, sort of.
Yeah, man, that's a great question. I have no way of knowing. I haven't been to the furthest extremities south. They would be south, right? Because there's quite a bit of documentation about going north and converging north in different travel patterns. There's very little evidence once you start going to the furthest extremity south. We have some testimony, like from Captain Ross, Captain Cook, some of the explorers to Antarctica, Admiral Byrd, and there's discrepancies. There's things that don't add up. They don't make sense. We don't know. We don't know. I would love to know the answer to that, and I have
Yeah.
no clue. There's no way for me to know that, and I wish there was.
So, I mean, why do you think that all the big people, all the scientists, all the astronauts, why do you think all of them make it look like the Earth is round if it was flat? Like, is there any problem with them? For like, they could,
Yeah, well,
you know
I
what?
wouldn't. Sure. Yeah, that's another great question. A very serious thing to consider. So I wouldn't include astronauts in with scientists. I,
Mhm.
there's different opinions on astronauts. I think they're actors. I don't believe anything they do. I think they're involved in a fraud. So that's a little different topic. But as far as scientists, a lot of the times in science, people are following the footsteps of those in front of them. I don't know that they're actually lying or making well, they are making stuff up. But they don't really realize that. But they're just following and regurgitating the same stuff that their teachers were taught and their teachers before them were taught. And a lot of their foundation is placed in calculations and theories and conceptual models, and um, there's really no evidence for it now. Like, as far as measuring the Earth, right? That's not science. That's geometry or taking measurements. So very few scientists, if any, I mean, maybe some, but go out and test for the curve of the Earth. And that's very easy to do. So you don't have to be a scientist. The scientists are playing with thoughts and ideas and calculations, but they're not going out and testing for the curve. So a way you could do that, right? So the ball Earth as we imagine it is 71%, 72% water, right?
Yeah, it is.
Uh-huh. So if the Earth was curved and a ball, that water would have to demonstrate curvature, right?
But gravitation exists.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? If it was curved. Okay. So what is that curve rate? That curve rate, simply put, is about 8 inches per mile squared. Okay. What would that look like? If you're an observer standing on the edge of the ocean, right, with your toes right at the water level,
Yeah.
okay, and you're about 6 foot tall, which most ladies are not 6 foot tall, but that's the commonly used height. The height of the observer matters. You would see the horizon at about 3 miles of curvature, and then things in the distance would be obstructed by that curvature. Does that make sense?
Well, that makes, I don't know how to divide it now. You know, I always used to think like if Earth
Well, now
is
wait a
flat,
minute. Wait,
you're based on
let me finish, please. Please let me finish real
yes, of
quick.
course,
Just real quick.
yes.
So at 3 miles, if you're 6 foot tall, standing on the edge of the ocean, and the Earth were curved at 8 inches per mile squared, anything beyond 3 miles would start to be obstructed. Does that make sense?
Kind of.
Uh-huh. Because of the drop over distance. The Earth would be dropping away from you, from where the observer stands, and there'd be a bulge of water that obstructs your view, and things beyond would start to disappear, bottom up, right? Here's the problem, that with modern technology and magnification cameras and telescopes, we can see much, much, much further than they did in ancient times. And what we see is fully visible ships, land masses, oil rigs, uh, um, windmills out to sea. At 10 miles at 8 inches per mile squared, 66 feet would be obstructed. Well, about 60 feet would be obstructed, but it's 66 feet of drop over distance. I'd have to get the calculator out, but the curve rate calculator. But you
That's
can
fine.
look this up. You can look this up for yourself. At 100 miles, there'd be 6,600 feet of drop, and we have imagery of well over 100 miles that we see too far. We see too far. So that's the claim. That's the claim of our observations of drop over distance, and why this curvature they talk about when tested for doesn't exist. So the scientists are just playing with thoughts and ideas, and um, um,
So they just want it to look like the Earth is round because it's cool.
well, no, they're following an assumption,
Oh,
and,
okay. So
and and playing with that idea, that theory. Excuse, that's what I was looking for, theory. But when you test for that in reality, it's not there.
well, I mean, I can't debate on that because I'm not a science guru. Like, I don't know anything about science much. But
Well,
you think that only Earth is flat, like Jupiter and every other planets or stars or whatever, they all are round and only Earth is flat, or everything is flat.
well,
What's
just
your
just
opinion?
remember just remember it's not science. It's not science. It's geometry. You're taking measurements. You don't have to be a scientist. You can be a horseshoer like me. You can be anybody if you can take measurements. So you don't have to be anything, science.
Well, well, the words and those things, I'm just a high
What?
schooler. I'm just a high schooler. I don't know much about those certain words you were talking about. So.
Well, you can take measurements, certainly. You know how tall you are, right?
And yeah, I guess, yeah.
And how do you know that?
Measured it.
You what?
Measured it.
Yeah, it measured it. Yeah, I didn't understand what you said. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, you measured it. You measured it. You can measure your height. You can measure things you're working with and handling in real life. You can go out and measure the Earth.
Yeah.
You learn you learn the tools to do that, and you can go test it yourself.
Mhm.
It might be a new idea to you, but look into it. Hang around out here and listen to the concepts we talk about. You can go out, get the tools, maybe a friend, and um, take measurements over distance over water.
I would really believe, like, the Earth is flat if somebody like found the edge. Like some of the Earth is flat believers decided to travel around or something. That would be really nice.
Well, that would be fascinating. I would love to know more about the extremities, the distances that we don't know about. But you don't have to go that far. You can go 3, 4, or 5 miles away over water, and you
Then.
can know that you can discover that there's no curvature. So that tells you right there that you're looking over a planar surface.
Okay, I got one more down. Like, if it's like a flat surface, the people who, there's like living habitat on both the sides or like one side only if it's flat.
You mean as far as like different continents that are far apart?
Yeah. Not like
Well,
that.
sure.
Like, if you, how do I explain that? Like, you take
Oh,
a piece of cardboard. So like, there's two sides of the cardboard. So like, if
okay.
it, what I mean. Yeah, that
Yeah,
means.
I see what you're saying. So top and bottom. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, right, most certainly. Most certainly. Everybody is head up and feet down everywhere in the same direction across a horizontal surface. You're right. Yeah. We don't, there's no bottom side. We're not floating in space. That's an idea that people struggle with because they're then thinking about the ball
Rahim,
floating.
Salam alaikum. Thank you for
Hey,
accepting
hey,
me in
man.
this.
Hey, you're interrupting. You're interrupting. You can have your chance. Hang on, I'm answering something for Adria. Hang tight. So shoot, oh yeah. So we think of Earth as being in space, Adria, and um, that's what we're told, right? So once we start realizing that the Earth is not round, then it makes sense to think, well, how are we floating in space? We're not. We're not. There's a lot of issues with this concept of space, and that's an involved conversation. But we don't know what's far above our head, just like we don't know what's far to the extremities of the plane of the surface of the Earth. But yeah, and as far as underneath, yeah, we don't know, but they don't know. They don't know what's more than 7.5 miles below your feet on a ball on the ground Earth. Nobody knows what's um, below. Probably rock and water and who knows. But one thing we do know is when you measure the surface, there's no curvature to be found.
I don't know how to debate with that, and I've got some points.
Well, I hope that was interesting and helpful. Come back here and hang out, listen in, ask more questions if you're curious about this idea of flat Earth. It's shocking once you start to realize everything we've been told is a fairy tale. Like, I don't know if you guys talk about Santa Claus or the Tooth Fairy or these
How old
type
are
of
you?
what?
Wait, how old are you?
I'm 52.
Oh yeah, you sound nice.
Good save.
Exactly.
But yeah, whatever nation you're from, we all have fairy tales and stories and fantasy. That's what the globe is. The globe is a fairy tale. It's a fantasy, and there really is no science backing it up. There really is no evidence measurement wise backing it up. It's a figment of our imagination, literally.
Yeah, instead of that, in the US, a certain percent of people believe that chocolate milk comes from brown cows. Is that true?
Okay. Yeah. Right. Right. Yeah.
Do you
Excellent
believe?
point.
Do you believe in that? No, right? Don't
That
tell it.
chocolate milk comes from brown cows.
Yeah.
Well, in a way, all milk comes from cows, and then you add chocolate to any of that milk, and you have chocolate milk. So it could come from brown cows and white cows and black cows and whatever. But no, chocolate milk does not come from a cow. Yeah,
Yeah.
the milk
But
part does.
there are a certain amount of people in the US, like 5% or something, they believe. So that's why I wanted to ask you if you believe that too.
No, no. I know for a fact it doesn't. I've milked cows before, and all their milk is pretty much the same.
Yeah, sure.
Well, I hope that I had some good responses for your questions. They were excellent questions, very
Mhm.
well thought out, and right to the point.
Yeah,
You had some good questions, so keep it up.
yeah. I'll join you someday to ask more. So bye.
Yeah, yeah, do that. Investigate the topic. Come back here with any of these things you've investigated and bounce
Yeah.
those ideas off the people in this room. You're gonna be surprised at the depth of the investigation of this topic in here. But do come back. Think about it.
Bye.
A very nice girl, only high school age, but got a good head on her shoulders.
Yeah, good stuff, Bill.
I just looked at what time it was. Dang, I didn't realize it was this early. I know for T-Dub it's middle of the afternoon, but
8 now, PM.
oh, evening. That's right. Oh yeah, 14. Was it? You're 14 hours ahead? No, 16 hours ahead. Yeah. Yeah, it's a quarter to four. Quarter to four.
أين من المخالف هذا؟ أين؟
Hey, Mohammed. Hey, did you want to jump in now? Earlier we were talking. What's up?
Oh no, I chose the wrong voice room. Sorry. Goodbye.
Oh, yeah, no problem. No problem.
But I'm search about specific person in this server. Goodbye. Thank you.
Okay, you bet. Yeah, it's 3:45 in the morning here.
And a new Mandela effect today.
What'd you find?
The centimeter looks smaller.
Oh, really?
Yeah, man. I was measuring this thing, and I was like, "What's going on? No, that's not a centimeter. It's wider than that. What's going? Tiny." Like, I'm sure my 1 centimeter margins were thicker than that when I was a kid. It's weird. It's weird to look at it. I'm like looking at it, going, that doesn't look right.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
It's a big community, you know. Mandela effect.
Oh, really? Yeah, people that are noticing it.
Yeah, it's been blowing up for years. It's getting bigger and bigger. That's where I hang out before I started looking at flat Earth. What was people in that community that inspired me to look deeper into it.
It is strange. It is strange. There's something to it. I mean, I'm trying to think of the first ones I've ever noticed, but I guess it's the discussion was like the fruit of the loom and the oh shoot, what was the other one? Yeah, I can't remember right now.
Yeah, there's a ton of them in there. I think some of them are just like people like Jif, right? Peanut butter. I think people just were just used to calling it. It had just been nicknamed Jiffy, and it just stuck in people's minds. It was always just Jiff, you know.
Yeah, good one. Good point.
Yeah, yeah. Every time they pick up the jar, they just never looked at it properly, right? They just pass me the Jiffy and pass it over. They weren't concerned with the lettering on there. They just wanted peanut butter, right?
Yeah, right, right. I used to love peanut butter. Loved it. So good. And then I realized it's full of sugar and seed oils. Like, damn. I used to really enjoy peanut butter, and now I realize how bad it is for you.
Yeah, I know, but I'm a sucker for it sometimes, especially
Oh yeah,
that Skippy. That's some good stuff. That is
crunchy or creamy?
creamy. Yeah, creamy. I'd always wanted to try creamy peanut butter. Could never find it in supermarkets over here, and then about a year ago, seen it on the shelf in Woolworths. They imported it, and I was like, I'm getting that. It was my
Did you?
childhood dream to taste American creamy peanut butter.
Oh yeah. Did you say Woolworths?
Yeah, wool, as in sheep's wool. Woolworths.
Yeah. They still have Woolworths over there?
Yeah, it's our major supermarket chain,
Oh my
apart from
goodness.
Coles.
We used to have Woolworths over here. I don't think there are any in America anymore. I remember them when I was a kid, Woolworths, but yeah, there's none anymore over here. I don't think. I know not anywhere I've been lately. But that's awesome. Yeah, it was a cool store. I remember Woolworths. Well, vaguely. I was pretty young, but
Their slogan is the fresh food people.
oh, okay, a supermarket. Yeah, our Woolworths was like going to an old Sears store or an old Kmart wasn't quite the same, but it had everything. Like except they usually didn't have produce, but like clothing, sporting goods. They usually had like a lunch counter where you could get a meal. Tools and different things. Um, yeah, I don't. What would you call that? A variety store? I don't know, but yeah, I guess they were different than a supermarket. But yeah, peanut butter, one of my favorite delicacies in the world. I'd have over chocolate cake is a peanut butter and pickle sandwich. Have you ever had that?
Yeah. What is it? Sorry.
Peanut butter and pickle sandwich.
No. What the heck? That sounds like soy sauce and ice cream.
It is so good. It is so good. Peanut butter and pickle sandwich. That's like that. That's a dessert for me. It is so good.
Wow. Peanut butter
Yeah.
and pickles, Josh.
Yep. Slice up some dill pickles. Spread peanut butter on a
have
creamy.
I have a song. You have to listen to me, okay? And I will give you for any for a person $100. Yes. Okay.
Muhammad, that's pretty rude to just dive in a room and think that you're so important that everybody needs to listen to you.
Oh, okay.
But what do you
Sorry.
got to say? What do you got to say?
Have the problem in my internet connection. I will fix it and I will be back. Goodbye.
Okay. Gosh, I'm so glad he shared that
Breaking
with me.
news. Yeah, breaking news.
But yeah, slice up some dill pickles, spread your peanut butter on your bread, however you like it, thick or thin. Put those slices of dill pickle. Dill, I would recommend dill pickle only, not bread and butter or whatever, but dill. And
right, not like gherkins.
Yeah, there you go, gherkins. Man, it is.
Oh, it is gherkins.
Yeah, that's a dill pickle, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hey, Eddie.
Let's go.
Oh, we're just talking about peanut butter. But yeah, you've done peanut butter and banana though, right, T-Dub?
Oh yeah, yeah. Peanut butter,
Yeah.
banana, peanut butter. Like when I was a kid, I just mixed all the different things that I liked peanut butter with, all on the one sandwich. Peanut butter, banana, honey, jam, or jelly in your case, and tahini.
Oh,
You know what?
tahini.
I can't
never
fucking
done
stand
that.
peanut butter. It like tears my insides like apart.
Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah, me too. I think it might be more so the vegetable oils in it than seed oils in it than but maybe the peanuts too. But yeah,
I think whenever I do eat peanuts, like it normally is like just like pure peanut butter. But I can't stand it. I don't even get like it doesn't even taste that good, you know. So
Have you tried just peanut butter, just like mushed peanuts, just mushed, no additives, nothing else added, just peanut butter made from just
I've had
pure
it.
peanut.
I've had it. It's
it's
not
different.
my kind. It's not my cup of tea. You know.
What are you talking about?
Peanut butter
But like
sandwiches.
raw peanuts as well. They
Peanut butter. I thought y'all were talking about flat Earth.
Oh, we do. We are.
We can.
Yeah, no, I thought this specific. I was trying to figure out how this relates.
We just got on a little side deal.
Peanut butter proves.
Wait, so what do you
Peanut butter
believe?
proves flat Earth.
Do you believe that there's a flat Earth?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
For
Earth is
real?
flat. Yeah, for real. Yeah, when you go out and take measurements and try and prove curvature, that's what we talk about in here is and other stuff, but in relationship to
Did
flat
you
Earth.
specifically measure the curvature?
I've made observations. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I
Observations
haven't done.
as in like actually checking.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
Exactly.
interesting.
You can do it yourself.
With what? With a telescope? With what?
Yeah, sometimes with a telescope, binoculars, your naked eye.
So what are you actually searching for though? Curve or not a curve?
A curve.
And if you find a curve, then there's a curve, and if there's not, there's no curve. That's the.
Well, if there's
zero
not a
curve, I'm telling you.
If there's not a curve, it's flat, right?
I mean, I just think it's like only because you don't see the curve that means that there's no curve.
Right. Yep. Yeah, right.
All right.
Yeah, you got to test for it.
You can go up in the mountains as well, see if there's a curve up there. Ain't no curve.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you're not gonna see the curve from everywhere. I mean, I feel like that's.
So here's how to look at it, right? So the ball Earth that was described to us is 72% water, they claim, right?
Okay.
So if the Earth is a ball, that water would have to show convexity or curvature, right?
Wait, sorry again.
So if the Earth is a ball and it's mostly water, that water would have to be curved. Would you agree with that?
Okay, yes.
Yeah, it just follows the
But
surface.
I'm not. I just think wait, okay, so if the water is curved, okay, what's your point? What's your point?
Right, I'm getting there.
Oh,
So if the Earth is round, the water would have to lay on the round surface, right? So the natures of large bodies of water at rest, or bodies of water at rest, is to seek and find their own level, because there's no obstruction by terrain or landmass. The best place to observe that curvature would be over water. And okay, so here's where things start to get interesting. The alleged curve rate of the Earth is approximately 8 inches per mile squared of the globe Earth, 24,901 miles in circumference with a radius of 3,959 miles. Okay, get your curve rate, 8 inches per mile squared. What would that look like over water? If you're a 6-foot tall man and you walk down to the water's edge and you look out, you would observe the horizon at about 3 miles. Okay, and that's about where we see the horizon with the naked eye. And at 3 miles, then things for the objects for the 6-foot observer would start to be obstructed by the curvature of that water, and at more distance they would disappear bottom up. Right now,
okay.
at 10 miles, there'd be 60 feet or 66 foot of drop, or 60 feet obstructed. At 100 miles, there'd be 6,600 feet obstructed from view. That's a small mountain, right? Or a good-sized mountain. But with modern magnification cameras and telescopes and different optics that we have, we can see that far. And what we see when we look that far is there's no obstruction. We can see mountain ranges at 100, or mountains at 100 miles. We can see ships and oil derricks and windmills at 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 miles, where you shouldn't be able to see at least a portion, if not any of the object. What we've discovered is that this curve rate does not exist. The obstruction comes from the limit of your vision. It's not a
Okay,
physical.
so your point is based on our perception, no, sorry. My point is more like, if I try to argue, it's gonna, like, I'm gonna say, because I think there is a curvature, and I think maybe if you don't see it in your way of, like, I don't know which way you try, but I just don't think you not seeing it means it's not there, because it's very gentle, the curve itself, the curvature. And I think you can see it from mountains and all that. It's just not
That's
maybe like not maybe like you would expect it to see it, like with the eye, or how our brain interprets curvature.
It's not as gentle as you think. That's what Wild Bill was trying to tell you about.
Huh?
It's
Sorry?
not the curve. The curve wouldn't be as gentle as you think it is. Right. That's what Wild Bill was going into the geometry and the claimed curvature rate. So it had, like, because they say that the Earth has a specific size, so that means that its curvature rate is fixed. It's not going to get bigger or smaller. So the curvature rate over water is approximately 8 inches per mile squared, which results in 8 inches after the first mile, right? And then it builds up after that. So you square that mile, so that after 5 miles it's 16 feet, right? And then after 10 miles it's 66 feet drop curvature, and then over 20 miles it's like 260 feet. So that's a
But
lot of
are you gonna
curvature drop over a small distance.
Yeah, but are you gonna see that building up with your eye? Are you supposed to? Like, as how our brain works.
Yeah, and with magnification you can certainly see it. But
curve?
what? No, you're not going to see the curve. You would see an obstruction if there was a curve, and that's the point. Is
All
that
right. So let's say I agree. What is the point of lying? Like all of the lying, bro.
yeah, that's a complex topic. I we
can name
can
a
get
few
there.
reasons.
Yeah, go for it. Eddie?
So number one is, I mean, America especially, they waste like trillions of taxpayers' money on these space programs. Another reason is to see what they can get away with. Because if they can convince you that the Earth is round, then they can probably get away with pretty much anything. Another reason would be to make you feel like insignificant and sort of like, oh, we're in this infinite bloody abyss or whatever, and our life just came coincidentally. So it always makes you feel a bit small and, you know, insignificant if you think run around Earth. Another reason is like they could use whatever weapons they have on us and blame it on a meteorite, you know, something like that. That's a few of the reasons that I can think of. There's probably a few others, but
there's a lot of others.
So I feel like the reason, like, I just don't know how to really talk to people who are really deep into these theories, because I feel like you're just gonna say everything is fake. Like if I just go into the proof we do have of
it's all fake.
The things that they do.
Это что ты говори, блядь? Shut the fuck up, you goblin. И тоже не
Bro,
прыгайте, заводить.
Who's this Russian, bro? Who's this Russian talking
Either
to?
us.
Сука, блядь, нахуй, пиздец. Oh, damn.
There we go. Thank you.
Nice. I forgot what I was gonna say.
You're saying something along the lines
Oh, I remember. I was saying like about the proof we do have of the things that they do claim that to me makes sense.
There is none.
You think it's all fake, right?
It is.
Well, some of it is certainly fake. Some of it is based on a long history of misunderstanding.
Okay, so where do you think we are? Like, what is outside of like the sky?
I have no way of knowing
God,
that.
maybe. Who knows?
Yeah,
it's just speculation, really.
It's easier for you to just say like just to believe in a whole other theories to just to
well, now wait a minute.
Space.
Well, now wait a minute. It's actually you that believes in space because you've never experienced.
So I wonder, why is it easier for you to believe a theory other than because
it's easier to believe in that because when you go outside, the Earth's flat as you see it, you know. So it's not even like a theory.
Even if it is
flat,
okay. Even if it is flat, even if one thing that is fundamental to our understanding right now is wrong, right? Completely wrong. That means everything is wrong?
Yeah.
No, not necessarily.
Yeah.
But potentially, but no, not necessarily. But when you say that when you believe in a theory, you need to ask yourself that, because
we're on both sides of a theory because we both don't have certain proof.
Well, that's where you're wrong.
I mean, maybe you. I don't know what you did, right? But me, I don't have certain proof of what I believe in.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. That's a good recognition on your part. But absolutely. But
so actually, you don't appeal to authority or anything.
What?
Pretty cool.
What'd you say?
Yeah.
I said it's nice that you don't appeal to authority. Like people say, like, we went up there and we took a picture of it, something like that. Yeah.
I'm not a big debater. Like I just want to hear other, like why do you think that way?
Yeah, no, that's
for
a
me,
good.
Yeah, because for me, it's because I've heard a lot of people who kind of feel it's gonna sound weird, but kind of feel betrayed by like if it's uh, what they believed in until now, what the government said, and now they're like really disconnected, and wouldn't hear a word like anyone said about anything.
Yeah, it's a.
So
It's like
that's a
sheep
shock.
breaking loose, you know,
Yeah.
becoming free. The truth will set you free, you know.
It's a shocking realization when you
I
realize you've
mean,
been.
I mean, for me, I'm not too stressed about even if it is like wrong or right. I think more about like for me, I grew up religious and then I got out of the religion because I just didn't believe. I couldn't believe in it. And
Is that Islam or something?
no, actually Judaism.
Oh, nice.
So,
Did you get the thing when you were a baby? Like,
You're actually still in one.
Sorry.
You're actually still in a. Sorry. You're actually still in a religion.
Yeah, I know. I'm still
It's called
Jewish. I'm just not
yeah.
religious.
No.
Give me a
I'm
second.
talking about a different one. A different one. It's called heliocentrism. So we all are introduced to it from birth, and it is essentially a religion. That would be the belief that we live on a giant spinning ball that orbits the sun, spinning on its axis, in the vacuum ever expanding of outer space. That is an experience that you don't have, right? And it takes anybody that doesn't have that experience, belief, right, to think that it's true. Whereas your natural experience of physical reality is when you go, like the guy was saying, when you go outside, it's flat. It's observed to be flat. It's measured to be flat. And it's used as flat. And it's how you'll only ever experience it like that, right?
All right, sorry, I just got back.
so you weren't listening
No,
for a minute.
I was getting a phone call.
So you didn't hear a word I said?
No, I said
You
I was getting a
little
phone call.
bastard.
Why do you think I was muted?
Well,
I
that's
didn't hear you
usually
say
when you're
that.
listening.
In a nutshell, what did you say in a nutshell?
I said heliocentrism is a religion. It requires belief, right? It's not an experience
So
that you have.
Any belief.
It's it's not an experience you have, and you trust in the words of strangers, right? In order to believe it, right? You don't come to the conclusion yourself. You're told these things, and you believe them.
I mean, yeah, I
without
guess,
evidence, without evidence.
Yeah.
Yes, religious believing, you know, like
Yeah, but
even
I kind of look at religions as kind of cults. Kind of, I don't know. It sounds wrong, but it just feels so like taken out of context and made into something it's
Hey,
not.
your religion, like that religion, heliocentrism, right? It has a creation story. It has an ethic to it, right? There's ethics, right? Where there's no God, there's no intelligent being responsible for the universe. It's all just happenstance, right? Chance occurrence.
Yeah.
No purpose behind it. No intention behind this existence. It just is.
Maybe
And
some sort.
and when you die, your consciousness that was, right, is lost to time. It's gone forever, and your body never to return. How's that sound? In a cold, empty, dead, meaningless, and hostile to life universe.
Basically,
Because while
sounds beautiful.
while conditions may remain for a temporary time on a planet, which supports life, right, and is kind to life, it's still hostile, and eventually the whole thing melts down and is just becomes dust, and forgotten forever, and not remembered
And then
by
again,
anybody or anything.
And then again, the same cycle. I mean, if the space is infinite, it's gonna be the same Earth again sometime.
Yeah, that's how infinity works. In fact, it'd be like that an infinite amount of times, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Technically.
It's never gonna stop, so there will be every possible thing ever.
But yeah, that's a bit like crazy to think about.
It is, because it kind of solves a lot of other theories in a way. Because if it is true, then there is kind of a multiverse. Because there's gonna be a Earth where you're a female, and there's gonna be everything. There's gonna be an Earth where I'm in a different country and all that.
Yeah,
different possibilities. And if it's infinite, then there's infinite possibilities.
I just don't know how that shit fucking works. Like, obviously, that's like the only explanation.
I mean, the human brain. I don't think we're made to.
So it's just fucking crazy to me.
Yeah,
sometimes I don't even want to think about it because it like fucks with my head a bit. Like,
yeah, it's too much.
Yeah, not only that, but things infinitely going inwards.
Yeah, we don't have
smaller
that understanding of infinite.
things infinitely going outwards. Like we could be in an atom inside an infinite amount of like men's asses right now.
True.
Like we could be in a guy's dick, basically.
Yeah.
An infinite amount of times.
Doesn't that kind of mean we're
Crazy.
all the same person too?
Yeah, we're all the same person, like God, or whatever it is, the consciousness of everything.
Yeah.
We're all like a part of it, we're all the same being.
The consciousness is only manipulated. It's not. It's always the same. It's just manipulated. Because you have your
Yeah, it's like an ego. People have egos.
Ego. Exactly, ego.
Yeah.
The ego is on the consciousness.
Yeah, we're all the same.
That's
all the same
not
thing.
true, though.
Would you say, T?
I would say
we
it is.
clearly have identity, don't we?
Of course, that's the ego.
Yeah.
Yes, the
we
ego,
have metaphysical identity too.
Physical identity. I mean,
a
it's
metaphysical. We have a metaphysical.
Oh, metaphysical.
Sorry, I might get slipped there. Yeah, we have a medical.
I mean, but our
metaphysical identity.
But you notice how fragile your identity can be the second your ego in the brain just dissolves. Like you can,
I don't think it does.
You can manipulate your ego with substances. But
I had ego death when I had like acid
too.
once.
Yeah, same. Actually, I've done acid and I had a crazy ego death. It's weird. You don't feel like yourself. You don't feel like yourself.
Yeah,
you don't feel like a person.
I felt like I was dying over and over again, and
exactly.
it was actually fucking horrible.
Yeah,
like at the start of it was nice, but then it was like actual hell.
Yeah.
Like that's what hell was, and I was in it.
I thought I was going crazy. I was going crazy.
So anyway, we're gonna get off the talk of the medical talk and drug talk because we're live on YouTube.
For real?
Yeah, so we have to abide by TOS.
Wait, what's
YouTube
live?
And Discord? That's the YouTube bots at the top of the channel there, and.
Yeah, but we weren't like praising drugs or nothing, were we? We were just like saying.
Yeah, dibble dabble.
That's all right.
Flat Earth Discord.
Like ego death or whatever.
But yeah, basically, you observe the Earth to be flat, you measure it to be flat, and you use it as flat, and you have absolutely no reason, based on direct experience of physical reality, to think that you live on a giant spinning ball in outer space. None. The only reason you're given to think any of that is what you've seen on TV. I can guarantee you that, right? Because if anybody, even a professor, without all those without those things, says it to you, it's going to seem less believable. Now, not having been exposed to the imagery and the rhetoric over and over again on TV.
So what are the stars?
It is actually brainwashing.
So what are the stars?
Stars are lights in the sky.
What lights though? What random lights? Or...
Supposedly they're lights shining through the firmament because they look like watery. And they all have their own individual twinkle as well.
Wait,
they all
but
shine through.
I don't know about any of that, right?
Through telescope,
I don't know about
right?
anything.
You can see through a telescope.
No, you don't.
What?
No. Even through a telescope, even through a telescope,
All
you still just see
telescopes
light.
have filters on them.
Okay.
No, they
Don't
don't
actually see.
No, they don't.
Yeah,
No, they don't
all
have filters.
telescopes do.
No, they
have like a.
No, they
so,
don't.
So what?
No, they don't.
I swear to God, they do.
No, look, you just see when you look through a telescope, you just see light. You don't, you don't see a particular
pretty
shape.
Sure, I've been to my
When you look at stars,
I've been to my uncle's once.
What do you think you see? What do you think you see when you look through a telescope at a star? What do you think you see?
Star.
Yeah. What do you think you see? Describe the thing you're looking at.
Depends on the planet, or it depends on what specific.
We're talking about stars. We're talking about stars.
So a star specifically, what do I see? Let's say the sun. Let's say I'm pointing at the sun.
I'm talking about a star, nighttime star, through a telescope.
Seeing a star. I don't get what you want me to say. I don't get the question.
Well,
it just looks like a light, doesn't it?
Not the sun, not the moon, not a planet. When you look at stars, nighttime stars through a telescope, all you see is light, a bright light. That's it.
Okay, so what if I look at Venus?
Yeah, it's also light, but it seems to have some shape about it. It seems to be like a circle. And sometimes Venus even sometimes Venus even has phases. It goes through phases like the moon.
Yeah. So so we do agree that there are some sort of, what do you call stuff? Like I don't know what you're gonna call them, but like there's a moon.
I wouldn't call them worlds. I wouldn't claim that the planets are worlds, like things that you can go and like touch and land on, and that where life could be.
So
like
I tell you what, they look
surface.
beautiful though. They look
what
beautiful.
Are they, bro? What is
They're just light. It's a colored light.
But why? Like, why not? Why wouldn't it be the same as us? Why not? What's so hard to believe?
What do you mean? A light? Why wouldn't a light be like the Earth? Is that what you're asking?
No, I'm asking if you're seeing even like something that looks like it could be a planet, and you're told that it's a star that's planet. Let's say about Mars. Let's say about Mars. All right. You said yourself you can see it's a circle, you can see it's something. Why wouldn't it be?
It's light, colored light.
So why wouldn't it be?
You don't see.
Why would it be only light?
Listen, bro. Listen. You don't see surface. You don't see matter. You don't see dirt. You don't see mountains. You don't see any of that.
That's only because you don't like.
That's not only. It's just you don't.
Bro, you're not even letting me talk.
No, it's not because of anything. It's just you don't.
Bro, it's only because you don't agree.
That's not it doesn't have a because, bro. It doesn't have a because.
Like I could show you.
No, it doesn't.
A bunch of photographs, and you're just gonna say it's not real.
It's just light that reaches an optic, like the eye or a telescope.
But why would it be? Why would it be just light? Why? Just why? Why
I'm not,
just light?
because that's bro. That's what you see. You don't see
Bro,
dirt.
so everything you see, like, and you can see that there's something there, and not just light. You can see it's a circle. You can see it's something. Why wouldn't
Yeah, so all you see is
they're not
color.
circles.
You see a colored circle.
That's just
That's what
only
Mars
because
looks
I
like. Just
can't
a colored
talk to
circle.
you. I can't talk to you about photographs because you don't believe in it, right?
Not from
Yeah,
NASA, no.
no. There's if you think that they're taking close-ups, right? Then you're going to have to show me some good evidence that they're actually doing that, apart from their story that they show you on a screen.
But they admit they use Photoshop when they take pictures of like planets and that.
Obviously,
Like,
editing is
There's no imagery that they can show you that's allegedly of like Mars, right? Close-up imagery of Mars, where you see mountains and dirt, and deserts and stuff that you can't find on Earth. There's no place. There's nothing there that you can't find on Earth.
So if you type
So
Mars,
why should I believe that all that imagery is actually taken on Mars and not on Earth? Because when I look at Mars, I don't see any of that. I just see light.
I feel like because how long we know about how long we have those what's it called, photos, and how long how it evolved, how it developed, and you can really see along the whole time that we have the knowledge of, let's say, Mars. It hasn't been like only conspiracy theories really like been the thing to debate about, because there was never anything to any reason to say it's fake. I don't know.
What do you mean there's no reason to think it's fake?
Because for me, I see throughout what I know of it's called astrology, astronomy, whatever it is. I don't see why not to believe in what. Like I just don't. I just can't find them.
Okay, but you don't see any of those things you're saying you see. You're referring to images from a government agency. That's not what you're seeing.
Okay, that's true. Right. I can
Okay,
still
and
see the
so
moon.
when you look
I can
up in the
still see the moon. I can see the.
Okay, we're not talking about the moon. And how does the Earth that you're standing on in any way resemble the moon?
Huh?
How does the Earth that you are standing on in any way resemble the things you see in the sky, just through your own telescope?
Like okay, so the moon is round.
Okay, so how does
That's what you mean.
that's
I
a
feel
thing?
like
It's a lighted object in the sky. All right.
okay.
Is the ground you're standing on a lighted object that shows surface curvature?
Wait. So, what is that light? Like, why?
Wait a second. Hold on. We're talking. You were saying that you were comparing the Earth to the things in the sky, right?
Yes.
Okay. So let's hash that out first, okay? So if you want to say that those things are balls, are lit objects in the sky, and that the Earth is like them, you're going to have to prove that the actual Earth is a ball, right?
A sphere. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not
You're gonna
wait. So I have to prove that it's a sphere now.
Well, right, because we can't say, "Oh, look, the moon looks like a sphere, and because we see the moon, that means the Earth is a sphere." Like, that's not very logical, right? I mean, if you go in a forest, you don't think you're a tree, right?
I think the reason that the Earth is a sphere makes a lot of sense for other.
Okay. Well, it has, in order to make sense, it has to actually measure as a sphere. Do you understand? Like, it's like saying, well, it makes sense that I'm 12 feet tall, but then you go out and you measure it and you're not 12 feet tall. Okay. So you can say the Earth is a sphere and it makes sense to you, but it has to actually be a sphere. And we have empirical ways to determine that, right?
I have no idea what you're saying, bro.
Okay. If the claim is that the Earth that you're on is a sphere,
Okay.
then we need to be able to prove that that's true, right?
Okay, but I'm not able to prove it to you.
Well, someone did, right? Because how would we know the Earth is a sphere unless someone had proved that,
Okay,
right?
but I'm guessing. Wait, you want to look into it?
No, I did look into it, and that's why I'm not. That's why I know that the Earth
Yeah,
is flat.
I know you don't believe it. So that's
No,
wait.
it's
So
not a
why don't
belief
you?
thing. It's not a belief thing, right? It's a measurement thing.
Okay, so you think otherwise? Why?
Because we've done measurements of the Earth over
Yeah.
large bodies of water. Go ahead, TW. You're lighting up. You want to
Yeah.
talk?
Go on.
Sorry, TW. Did you want to talk?
Sorry, yeah. Just quickly. Yeah, this is what I was saying to you before about the curvature rate, right? And if the Earth doesn't display or measure to have the conditions which would be required for it to be considered and identified as a sphere, then it's not a sphere. But carry on, please.
What?
He's just saying if the Earth isn't there, if the Earth is a sphere, it has to measure as
Okay.
a sphere. The ground has to be curving at a specific rate. Does that make sense to you?
Yes. Okay. So and we
Okay.
measured that and in what 8 inches per
8 inches per mile. Yeah,
per 1
right. Like he went
mile
over with you
squared?
that 8 inches per mile squared is
Yeah.
the approximation for the drop over distance. And he mentioned to you earlier what that means over certain distances because you, and I'm not picking on you because we all, well, most of us didn't know these numbers before, and most people who come in still don't know them, that we would expect 66 feet of drop over distance over a 10-mile lake. So that's like a 6-story building that would be obscured by Earth curvature over 10 miles. And that's not something we see and experience anywhere.
Yeah, to be fair, like even like, you know, I don't know how far it is away from me, but like Brighton's quite far away, and it's like, you know, I can still see like everything. Something like 10 miles or whatever,
So why? Let's say you know about the lunar
maybe 30
eclipse
miles.
curve. Probably know
Hold on.
the lunar
Can you repeat
eclipse
that?
curve. You know what I mean? Like when there's a
Well,
lunar eclipse and the
well,
Earth like has a curved shadow every
okay.
time.
Well, first of all, let me explain to you that if Earth was a ball, right, and the moon is a ball, the actual shadow that you would see on the surface is not what we do see. Is not the shape that we do see. It would form an S curve on the surface. So, but we can't say, "Oh, look, the moon gets dark sometimes and therefore the surface of the Earth is curving," right? That's a huge leap that eliminates a very simple thing we can do in between, which is actually measure the surface of the Earth, right?
Okay, I'm not gonna go into everything I think of that I can say. It's gonna be a long. I just want to hear what
Well,
you have to say. That's it.
yeah, I mean, understand we've looked into all that. Everything you're thinking about, we've all looked into.
So
I can
also,
guarantee you there's nothing you can think about that we haven't already
yeah,
investigated ourselves.
yeah. I
Oh,
sorry,
that's a
my
good
English is not
point
that
that Yoda
clear.
brought up in the side chat earlier, and you probably should be aware that we don't think that the Earth is a flying space pizza. Right?
Wait, do you know that photo that there's like kind
It's
of
fake and gay.
you know that photo that wait, so what do you believe that the Earth is?
It's a plane.
Stationary.
Yeah, it's a stationary plane.
Plane? Wait, so just
Yeah, like it's just an outstretched,
like a video game,
extensive
you know,
plane.
like Minecraft.
Like Minecraft. Okay, I see.
Like Minecraft, yeah. Bit like that.
Yeah.
Like think
We're
of
not
like
claiming
if you believe in God or something or
But
a
that's
creator.
like so
You
there's
know.
nothing out of it. What
We don't
like,
know.
Yeah,
you don't
most,
know.
know.
there probably is, but we're not allowed outside, you know.
Well, we don't
The
know.
We don't.
Antarctic
There's no
Antarctic
probably.
Treaty.
Yeah, there's no probably. We don't know.
So
Yeah,
wait,
and
but there's no
we're not
there's
aware
no
we're not aware of any boundaries, right?
and are you certain? Are you
Of
sure?
any horizontal boundary.
And like, there's no doubt for you that there's space, that there's like, you're certainly
No,
believe
no
that there's
space.
nothing in it.
Don't believe in space. Don't believe in the vacuum of outer space.
Not even the chance of it. You think it's
Nope.
all bullshit.
No.
It's all fake and gay, mate.
It's
Yeah, nobody knows
if
what's
something like that exists, it's nothing like what we've been told. Because
How
it
about the
can't exist.
sun?
It can't exist as we are told.
Is the sun also flat? Because I see like like a
Why would the
circle.
sun have to be flat?
So why would
Yeah.
But it's
Light in
if
the
it's
what I'm
sky.
saying?
flat, it's spinning at the same time. The our
Wait,
planet is
if
also
it
spinning
is,
because our planet revolves around the
Okay,
sun.
that's
So
a claim, and we can get to your claims in just a minute, okay?
also
Because if you have evidence for your claims, go ahead and post them in the text chat. So,
that
Cypher,
video.
basically, the Earth has to measure curved for us to believe that it's actually a sphere, and it doesn't. And we have hundreds of
Wait,
tests that show that it doesn't.
but you believe that the sun is?
Okay, yeah. In order for the Earth to be a sphere, as we're told, the surface of the Earth has to be curving at 8 inches per mile squared, approximately. And when we test over large bodies of water, anywhere we test, the Earth is not curving. The Earth is flat. It's how it appears to us. It's how we navigate it. It's how, our daily lives that we experience are not over a spherical surface. We experience our lives over a flat and stationary surface, and that's how it measures.
Yeah, I learned something about the sun the other day, but
Well,
like
hold on.
it could be true.
He left anyway, so. But
Did he? I
Cypher,
thought
do
he's
you
still there.
understand?
Yeah, I just think
Sun
I
guy
just-
left.
I understand. I just think it's kind of because you don't like. I just think it's perception thing. I think it does.
But you
I
haven't
think
even
it does
asked for any
curve.
evidence, have you? You haven't
So-
asked me to show you any evidence.
Do you have?
You're just
any
jumping to what you
evidence?
think, right?
I didn't assume you had evidence of that specifically.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, when I say
So
we
can you-
measured it,
so
don't
can
you
you
think
send
that
it?
we'd have the measurements?
All right, send me the proof.
All right, cool. I'll put some in the side chat. So, as people mentioned to you before, if the Earth is a sphere of the size we're told, then there has to be a certain curvature rate. So that's what we're testing for. So we use lasers, and as you know, water's flat at rest. And so we use lasers over water, lakes, large lakes, frozen lakes, salt flats, that kind of thing. So I'll put some stuff for you in the side chat.
All right. I'm not paying attention.
You're not paying attention.
All right.
No, people
too.
people have described the same thing to you over and over and over, and you're not even considering it. But it's nice that some here are still
sorry.
trying to share
Am I
with you.
repeating?
Are you considering anything that I'm saying?
No, I mean it's good to
Actually,
try.
we are. The
You
issue
are.
you've got to understand, my friend, is some of the people that are on this panel have been looking into this for multiple years. Myself, only about 3 years. There's other guys on here 5 years, other guys 10 years. Some of the guys 15 to 20 years they've been looking into this. What you're saying is taking into consideration, or being taken into consideration, I should say. But they've heard these arguments before, so a lot of the times the same arguments just keep coming round and round and round. It's not that we don't respect the fact that this is only new to you. It's the fact that we've heard it 30 times today.
Mm-hmm.
So if
Oh,
they're
that guy's
short with
alright.
you, we're not having a shot at you. That it's not a bad thing. It's just that they've probably heard it multiple times already today. So I do have a quick question for you, my friend. Why do you think that looking up into the sky would prove the shape of the ground?
I never said that. I said that if we agree that other stars are a sphere or, a ball, why wouldn't
Exactly.
Why wouldn't this Earth be?
Excellent.
You know, a lot
And
of
that's
them.
my question again.
Because
Why do you think
because we
looking
know.
up into the sky would prove the shape of the ground?
Okay, so you know how the theory is that the Earth pulls equally to all directions, right? The gravity, right?
So
That's why it's
gravity.
about right.
That's
Okay,
got nothing to do with a
but
light
that's
in the
the
sky.
okay. So, but you agree with that, right? That's why it's
No.
theory to be a ball. The theory that I agree with.
I don't agree to the theory. That's the problem.
Okay.
At the
So,
moment, this is what.
Okay,
Stop, hold up. This is what
bro,
you've
this
got.
is what I'm saying.
You've got theories. You've got nothing in practicality to confirm said theories, and that's where you guys are getting unstuck. We're going out there going, "Hey, it looks flat," and we're measuring it to confirm whether it is or is not. You are saying, "Look, lights in the sky. Cool Story says that they're distant stars." How are you confirming that they are or are not distant stars?
You know, a lot of them aren't even spheres. Like they don't look like spheres whatsoever. You know.
He left, y'all.
Oh.
It's too much.
He wasn't listening. He wasn't listening to anything
I
anyone was
know.
saying.
I could feel the
You know
COVID
what? There's no
was
need to be
warming me
like
up.
too hostile to that guy. You know, like, he seemed alright to me. Like, didn't seem too bad.
towards him.
I
Yeah,
don't
he
know.
just wasn't. He just
Yeah, he
wasn't
doesn't
paying
have to be
attention.
hostile to just not be listening, right?
Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, he was just
Yeah.
checked out.
Yeah, I think there may have been some contributors to that state based on his PFP. But
What was his profile picture? I didn't see it.
oh, it's just drugs.
Oh.
Yeah. Hey, War Daddy, your mic is open. Do you have any questions for the room?
No, not really. I just have a mute button on my microphone, and I just usually mute it.
Okay, cool.
I don't
You just
usually
want to listen?
hit the mute button.
All right. Well, if you think of anything, feel free to ask. Or if you have any claims to make you'd like to support, please feel comfortable to do so.
Already.
Yeah, people have a really hard time separating what they actually observe and experience from what they've seen on TV. I mean, they don't. It's really sad to see the conditioning, and whether it's true or not, the conditioning exists. The brainwashing exists. It's like there's this hyper focus and emphasis on an understanding of what you see, which you don't experience, right? So
yeah, because
you get
like
we look out and we see these
conditioned for.
lights, right? We don't experience a vacuum, but we see lights. We look for a telescope and we see a round blob of light. And then we instantly connect that with the conditioning, with the rhetoric, the narrative that was pushed on us from birth, right? Instantly, even though that's not what we're thinking it is in our brain. Imaging in our brain isn't what our eyes are actually seeing, right? So while your brain is actually processing the information that you're receiving directly into just nothing that you can make any sense of at all, right? The story that's already been in there, the programming kicks in and goes, oh, it's this and that, right? And it exists in this place, And even though that's not what I'm, sensing through my senses, right? That's not what my senses, the information is telling me directly, right? But accept that part of it is true. It's just so sad.
Yeah, the conditioning starts very young, and they have it like, in movies and that, like the Universal, I think it's called. It's at the start of every movie. It's like really put into your mind, it's like everywhere. And obviously teach it in school, so they'll just believe that. Know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Mm. Do you guys think there's like a roof up there, like in the sky, like the firmament, or there's like a roof, or
No idea.
yeah? Like every like religion and stuff talks about there being a roof held up by pillars or
Yeah,
dwarfs
yeah.
or giants or something.
It could be something we can't even imagine, right? The way it all works.
Mm.
We do know, what we can say is that we know it's not what we're told, right? Because it's not possible. But what it actually is, I'd say there's no way to know.
I think it could be like how they say it's water and stuff. Like the stars look like they're light shining through water, and then that would also explain why the sky is blue, like why the sun shines on it and it becomes like blue and stuff.
Well, any thick fluid can cause that effect, including the air that we breathe. So light coming from a place that's not within this existing medium, and it enters into this existing medium, it will fluctuate. It'll seemingly fluctuate and shimmer and twinkle and do all sorts of weird stuff.
And it could be gases that are excited too.
Right, exactly.
What the stars?
We don't know what other medium there is out there, above us, right? But it could be. There could be fluids, other types of fluids, liquids, even. Who knows? It's possible. But have you heard it proposed that the vacuum of outer space cannot exist due to it being a thermodynamic impossibility?
I don't know. I just know space is like bloody nonsense.
Right. So there's an argument to be made about entropy and the second law of thermodynamics and the way gases, so matter and energy in its gaseous state form distributes itself, right? Always seeking. Well, you know how they say water seeks its level, right?
What, like gas and everything seeks its
equilibrium, right? Like it just wants to expand to fill whatever isn't filled, right? As if there's space to fill, like that's what gas just inherently wants to do. It wants to be wherever there's not itself, right? And it just and that's why you can blow up balloons and things, right? And pump up tires, and we restrict the volume within which the gas can fit, right? and cause a pressure, right? And we're living inside a pressurized gaseous system. So the argument is that if we live in a gaseous pressurized system, and gas pressure is defined as the force that the molecules exert on the walls of its container, then we must be in a container, right? The air that we're breathing, the volume of the air must be restricted somehow. There's two arguments made about it. On one side, people say, well, that would require a container, and there's no other way to demonstrate it. And nature abhors a vacuum, right? That's what they mean by that. The gas just wants to fill, matter just wants to fill vacuums and be there, right? Not let it be empty, right? But and the other argument is that there's like natural forces coming from the buildup of matter itself, right? So, this accumulation of matter has this property that they're going to say is mass, which has an inherent ability to exert force on other matter like gas, right, and hold it back from wanting to fill the void, right, to fill space, right.
Yeah, I
That's
saw
what they'll
this
say.
video.
That's what they say. That's why they say, like, that's what the reason they give for Earth being able to hang on to its air in the vacuum of space, right, around the globe, is that gravity, right? Gravity's pulling it back, preventing it from expanding. But we'll say that gravity, there's no demonstration of that. Nobody can present an experiment showing that gravity's capable, even if the existence of gravity, like, nevertheless. But I mean, nobody can show us any other way to restrict the volume of gas except by using a closed space, a closed system, right?
Yeah, I saw some YouTube video, Flat Earth Destroyed or something like that, and mentioned, like, one of the points that we bring up, if we live in if space is a vacuum, how is there any air on Earth? Like,
Right. Yep.
I forgot what he said. Like, he was saying, like, Flat Earth Destroyed, some pretty popular video, but
because the gas would just want to fill it. There would be no gas left here to breathe. We wouldn't have 14.7 psi at sea level, right?
yeah, that's just one of the
They probably just said, well, flat earthers have never heard of a thing called gravity. Oh, right.
I think so. I don't know. Forgot what he said. Like, the video. It's like the most popular. Like
Probably
40
Professor
million.
Dave or something.
I don't know. It's like the first thing that comes up when you look up flat Earth on.
Probably
YouTube.
Professor Dave.
Yeah. It's like how, how like vegan people like to watch like only vegan videos, like round earthers want to sort of, confirm their beliefs through other people, pretty much.
Yeah, well, look, their claims, like, at the core of their claims is principles which aren't observed, aren't measured, and aren't demonstrated, right, practically. If I give somebody a 20-liter tank of butane, right, and I tell them, you're going to empty that butane into a 5 cubic meter space, right, and it's not allowed to leave that space, but you're not allowed to use a container, right? How are they going to do that? What are they going to do to make sure that the gas I give them, when they let it out of that tank, remains within a 5 cubic meter area, a 5 meter cubic area?
I'm just thinking there's like people out there that are actually that breathe in butane on purpose.
No, I'm just talking about what is claimed, right? That the Earth's air sitting adjacent to the vacuum of space, right? Ever expanding vacuum, so the volume's actually getting bigger, right? And they say that this gravity can hold it back from that. from that vacuum, right? And then I give somebody 20 liters of butane and tell them that they're going to let the gas out into a space, right? 5 by 5, right? And they're not allowed to let the gas escape that area, that volume, right? Can they do it without a container?
No.
No, they can't. So it's actually observable and demonstrable that for an amount of gas to maintain its volume, to maintain its pressure and volume, it needs a restricted space. And it's the only way that is observed and measured and practically done. The only method that's done to achieve that is a container.
Like, you know how spacesuits, like, what if like there was like a hole in it? There was like you're in a vacuum, like you just get sucked
Put
through
a
your
video in the
spacesuit or
side
something.
chat. I put a video in the side chat before. I'll repost it, but it shows exactly what you're talking about, where they'd actually put a guy into a vacuum chamber in a spacesuit, and if you watch what happens, it's pretty crazy. He almost dies.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. I watched it.
Yeah.
Shows you too what happens when you put a
where is it?
partially filled balloon in a vacuum chamber. I'm just gonna post it in a sec. There you go. Yeah, that's going to be because of a pressure differential, an extreme pressure differential. That guy's body pressure just wanted to fill that empty space, despite him having whatever suit they thought would protect him from it.
Anyone uses Facebook, I made a Flat Earth Facebook group. Thought that could be fun. The link's in the side chat there. Anyone wants to join?
What part of the video is the guy like dying or whatever?
Keep going, yeah. It's probably around about
Listen
a
up.
minute and a half.
Happened. I heard over the headset that he was losing suit pressure.
Wow, that was clear, loud and clear.
Oh yeah, I forgot I got my mic hooked up to virtual microphone. Yeah.
That'd be a good way to just play stuff through that, like without having to.
Yeah.
Use a bot.
I can even connect this, right? Like I could open another window, like another browser, and connect to Discord through the browser version instead of the application, and then log into the politics server. And then we can hear everything there. We can communicate with them. They can hear us, like connecting the two servers, or any server for that matter. be a fun little thing to do.
Yeah, flat Earth for life.
Come on, DJ. Fetch some more Globers for us so I can squeeze the cope out of them.
It's a hilarious nickname.
I like it.
Yeah, if you like watching stuff about that, Eddie, like, you know, anything like that, you know, just have you browsed the channels in our home server? Because I noticed you're on our home server.
I think so. I feel like I've seen enough of it. Like, I don't. Mate, you know, I obviously
Fair
like
enough.
seeing new stuff, but you know, I've seen quite a bit.
That's fair enough. What you were saying before about certain telescopes, not that there is different lens filters you can get to achieve certain effects and like block out certain light, right? So you can just look at one specific wavelength, or just eliminate
You've heard
one
about that
specific
camera, right? The
wavelength.
Nikon,
Yeah.
whatever it
But
was.
there are cameras and telescopes with inbuilt software that you can like have. You can hook it up to software so that it will you know, generate certain images. Like it'll turn what you're seeing into a particular image, right? So there are ones out there like that, but just looking through an ordinary like commercially available spotter or you know, amateur astronomer telescope, you know, and most of them are just lenses.
I know, like
Just plain old
planets and
lenses.
stuff when they're zoomed in on, they look nothing like spheres. You know, it's like the weirdest looking thing.
I take exception to that with Saturn, right? I think it definitely looks like it does appear to me when I've looked at it through a telescope. It did appear like it could be like an orb with some sort of
Like a ring
bands,
around
you
it.
know, the rings going around it. Yeah, it really does look like that. Now I'm not saying it is that, but I can only tell you what it looks like, and I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to tell you it looks like it's like a hoop around a ball to me.
Yeah, it's pretty freaky. And Jupiter's moons as well give off their own lights because we can see them quite clearly.
Yeah, but the thing is, when with Saturn, right, it looks like it's actually like almost luminescent, like almost transparent and luminescent. It looks like it's glowing, like it looks like it's emanating like a bioluminescence, right? Like I've seen bioluminescence in nature like firsthand, and it's just amazing to look at. And that's the kind of thing that reminds me of, you know, when I look at it. It's like that's not reflecting no sunlight. That I'm incredulous about that it's reflecting sunlight. I think it's glowing. I think it's it's generating that light from inside it or something. It's so weird. Like you just look at it. Just look at some amateur photography of Saturn, and you tell me that doesn't look like a glowing orb. You know what I mean?
I mean, they all sort of look like that. Even the moon, even though it's quite dim, looks like it's, you know, sort of emitting its own light and stuff.
I used to look at that through binoculars when I was like, 6 or 7, and just look it up and
6,
I'd
7.
see like, yeah, yeah. Even
Yeah,
maybe possibly as young
the
as
old meme.
5, I was like looking at the sky through instruments, and I just was like looking at the moon and just thinking, oh my goodness, that's like beautiful, and it's twinkle. It looks like looks like little tiny twinkles on whatever it is. Like it just occasionally you see little sparkles. I don't know if that was the optics, or the atmosphere or whatever, but. And I used to think it looked like something like that you'd see in someone's fish tank. You know what I mean? I don't know. It just looked like something underwatery, like a pearl or something.
Oh, you mean like barnacles or something? Looks like it's got like the craters
Yeah,
look like
yeah.
barnacles or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like something. Yeah, it looks like if that's a surface, it looks like something you'd find like maybe under the ocean. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like on someone's ship or whatever.
Right.
I'm just surprised at how like clear it looks. Like when you look at it through binoculars, it looks like really, like clear. It's not like blurry or nothing. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh yeah, yeah. You got avid photographers here with some really good cameras and stuff. So, and talking about lenses, right, and filters, like Matrix, that's right up Matrix's alley. He's right into that.
Hello.
I know they tried to ban that camera that was on about before the solar eclipse or something. I've forgotten what it was called. Like the Nokia Nikon P2000.
Yeah, Nikon P1000 and P900. Yeah.
900, 950, 1000. Yep.
Yeah, that one. That's
I
really
heard
good
talk
at
about
picking up.
an 1100.
Really good at zooming in on the planets and that.
Yeah, even in the day, in daylight. There's this guy that uses it to zoom in on Jupiter and Saturn in daylight, broad daylight. Well, it's not broad daylight. I think it's like more like closer to dusk. But yeah, I think the sun's still in the sky when he does it.
Yeah, you can normally see a few like still when it's the sun's just like rising or whatever. But then they normally, disappear pretty much.
Watched a video earlier. It's probably bullshit. Seems like it was just made up bullshit to me. But apparently, there's stories like old people in the 1830s odd, right, were telling, mentioning their life in their lifetime that how that sky had changed, and that it looked closer, like everything looked closer and brighter and more vibrant, and something changed, and then it didn't look the same anymore. And people would say, "Don't talk about it. It's nothing. It's, who cares? Like it's not nothing. We're discouraged from like making a big deal out of it, right?" Yeah,
Probably the
but
fucking chemtrails or something.
What was that time frame, T-Dub? When you said that took place was noticed?
I think it was like elderly people in the 1830s, like people. It was recalled through like I guess diaries and just oral tradition that the relatives from then used to talk about that they remembered how the sky changed and everything used to seem closer and the air was different and the nighttime sky was like more vibrant and just all this stuff, and it seemed to changed and they were discouraged from talking about it.
Wow.
Well, there's probably less like light pollution and stuff like that. You know,
That's true too.
could just be that or something. Or it could just be nonsense. I don't really know.
Kind of related to that topic, maybe slightly different, but during what year was that? 20, was it 16? I can't remember. The eclipse, solar eclipse, NASA launched those 2 rockets with sun blocking technology. I've always wondered what was that technology? What were they playing with?
Sunglasses.
That's gold. Oh, very good.
They launched some massive Ray-Bans up there. But yeah, I've wondered about that. They named the 2 rockets after Egyptian gods that killed Osiris or something, or Ra, or they were trying to kill Ra. I don't remember, but trying to kill the sun god. But sun blocking technology. I wondered what was that technology.
It could be like some fucking tinfoil or mirrors.
Yeah, I could never find out what it was exactly, but that's what they called it.
The
Of course,
big
I
pair
sometimes
of
take those things
sunglasses.
with a grain of salt. That some of the things they're telling us they're doing, they might not be doing at all. You know, to make them look like they have certain capabilities that they don't have. So it's just
Yeah,
like you can't
they're
trust
not doing shit,
anything you
are they?
hear anymore.
Okay, right.
I
Yeah,
mean, it
that
may
one.
be true, but who knows? That's all I'm saying. You know.
Yeah, exactly. No way to know.
Welcome to the room, Neo. If you have any questions, or let's see, who else is this? Or Bronze, Sign 52. If y'all have any questions for the room, please feel free to open your mic and ask or comment.
You know what else is interesting, right? I know this is kind of a speculation Sunday thing, but it's interesting how we've like for centuries like looked up at the sky and like thought of it as being a dwelling place for higher beings, right? Even today, they think that's true, right? Just not in the form of like spiritual beings, gods, and things like that, but in the form of extraterrestrial intelligent life, right? But we've always thought that it was the dwelling place of more advanced beings. right? It's always been the way, right, that we thought about it, and to the point that we think that those lights in the sky are actually those beings, right? We named them such, and we still call them. They still hold their namesake, right? So it's and what else is interesting is this idea that now, if heaven is like this spiritual place, right, like another dimension, often described, right? It's interesting that theoretical physics proposes that if a fourth dimensional being was to try and enter the third dimension, we would see a bubble appear, a sphere, right?
Why
We
would that
would
be?
not be able to comprehend. I don't know. I don't know because it's another space. It's another. I don't know why they exactly why. India could probably tell you like why they think that it would
That's
form a sphere,
interesting.
right?
So what shape would you get if you put a 3-dimensional onto a 2-dimensional?
Yeah, now you're talking
know,
projected geometry.
circle or something.
So you project a sphere onto a
Oh,
plane,
Yoda,
it
forgot you
becomes
were
a
here.
circle or
Go
an ellipse, depending on the angle of the projection. So if a circle is a projected sphere from 3 dimensions onto 2, then a hypersphere is a sphere projected from 4 dimensions onto 3.
Yeah, I think I saw something similar in Adventure Time when he's making like bubbles, like 2D bubbles, and he makes a 4-dimensional bubble, and he calls it like they say it's a black hole or whatever.
Yep. So there's going to be an angle of projection. If it's going to be perpendicular, then a sphere will project as a circle, and a hypersphere would project as an ellipsoid.
Well,
So
could
we're
it
saying
be
like
that
not
you know?
4-dimensional thing, like its shadow would be 3-dimensional. Is that what we're saying?
That's an interesting way to think about it.
Yeah, actually.
That's crazy.
Well, so could it be right that when we look into the sky, that we're actually
Looking at the shadows
seeing
of gods.
Yeah, we're seeing a projection
right,
from 4 space onto 3. That's something I've always thought for a long time.
right,
So
and
we'd
and we're
still
and
see
our
the same
minds are
thing.
just trying to make the best, comprehend it the best it can, suffering only 3 dimensions, right?
Yep, it can explain all kinds of mysteries like the parallax problem and the moon facing one direction always, no matter what.
It's beautiful. You
Yeah,
know,
people call the moon a projection, right?
Earth becomes more beautiful when you know that it's flat, you know?
And I mean, like, we get laughed at, like, for suggesting such things, but even within the globe and the current cosmological rhetoric, there's like those propositions, right? And theoretical physicists ponder about these things seriously, right? Einstein and Rosenbridges and all that, multiverses and all sorts of strange stuff.
Yeah, Schrodinger's cat and whatnot. Like, could be true, but it's just still fucking, like nothing.
Yeah, I mean, that they feel like that they've explored the micro to the point where they think there's not much left to discover, that they're going to eventually be able to see into the realm where there's nothing else beyond that, right? That it cannot be broken down any further. Like, only theoretically, maybe could just keep going on and ad infinitum, breaking matter down.
You mean like getting a microscope and looking at atoms, or like infinitely going inwards, seeing what's in
Yeah.
there?
Yep.
What do you guys think? Do you think you can get to a point where there's like, that's it and that's what it is, where you can like infinitely go in and it's like never ending? What do you guys think?
I think there's a limit to our existence by virtue of the fact of our existence.
Well, yeah, but I mean like an atom, right? So there's like just an infinite amount of like shit going inwards, and then you might get to I don't know, like a different universe or something like that, you know? Well, you probably wouldn't be able to see it, but you know, like if it's infinitely going inwards, then it would make sense that there's like
Infinitely going outwards.
Yeah, infinitely going outwards as well, I guess. But it would make sense
I mean,
that
I
there's
don't know.
you know. Yeah, I don't know either, but just something to think about. Yeah, about planets and that being gods. I think I saw that in the or something similar in The Lion King when Simba's saying you know, they're like past the kings in the sky. And then they had some like
Yeah.
round earth nonsense when Pumbaa says something like oh, he thinks they're big balls of gas burning millions of miles away.
Yeah, the warthog says that. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the warthog. Yeah. Although I do really like that movie, but it's a bit of like vegan propaganda. You know what I mean? Like all the personified animals and like furries and stuff like that.
Yeah. I like Disney for their music. I like a lot of the songs. So
Me too.
I mean, Mulan is just has some beautiful soundtrack. It has a beautiful soundtrack.
I'm just
Even
confused. I might
Aladdin.
have some retardation.
Even Aladdin, and Pocahontas, beautiful music, beautiful. Love it. Love the lyrics, love the music. Yeah, brilliant songwriters.
Allegedly, Drake's album's gonna be the best of the next 5 years, apparently.
Yeah, I thought Frozen was pretty good. Songs in that.
No, he's gonna get the biggest big back of all time. It's gonna be great.
Who, Drake?
Oh yeah.
I don't like that guy.
Hey, Up, can you move closer to your mic or turn up your volume? You're a little bit hard to hear. The quality is fine, just very low.
I don't think I can, but I can try. One sec.
I'm more of a Kanye West fan, you know, the do. Then he sings a song like that.
Yeah, something's wrong with my computer. How do you refresh your graphics on a computer? I forgot.
I don't know, just restart it, maybe.
No, that's a certain thing that you can do. One sec. Refresh graphics on Windows. Control. Yeah, okay. Windows Shift Control E. Oh. Okay. I think I fixed it. Right?
Yeah, that's much better. Thanks.
Okay. I was connected to my
Awesome.
webcam mic. I didn't know. But yeah, no, something's wrong with my computer right now. I can't see my
Now
screen.
fix the problem we're having with globe evidence.
I just think that it's a globe, honestly. That's just my take.
What makes you think it's a globe?
There's just more evidence that it's a globe than it being flat.
Excellent. Evidence. That's what we're in for. He said the key word, guys. What evidence do you have?
Well, it's pretty simple. If the Earth was flat, then every single temperature would be close in diameter to each other. And if the Earth is to be round, it's the opposite.
Every
So-
single temperature? Go back to that. What? Every single temperature would be close to each other? What?
Yeah, it would be like very like remotely similar.
Where did you come to that conclusion?
Well, if the Earth is flat, the sun hits exactly directly to every single area, right?
No, it wouldn't, because
Yeah,
the
it would.
sun's smaller,
Wow.
passing over us. So that means if it's directly above my head, it's not above your head. So that means it's a longer line
The sun
sunlight.
actually
So therefore not as
is-
hot.
The sun is actually as close to anywhere on Earth as it is where it is. There's only 34
No, it's not.
kilometers where it's off to.
On the round Earth,
Oh, whoa.
the sun's
Wait,
always
Whoa,
99
Eddie,
million
Eddie,
miles
hold
away.
up, Eddie, whoa. What
Yeah.
distance did you say?
99 billion miles away.
No, not you, Eddie. Not you. The other guy, OP.
Oh, is it
What
a
distance
different
did you
guy?
say?
The Earth itself, right? The diameter of the Earth is around 34,000 kilometers, right?
Yeah, you're
Going-
talking about the sun being so many kilometers away if it's flat.
That's around
And then some.
150 million or something like that. Regardless.
So if it's
I'll tell you
flat,
something
the sun's
interesting.
got to be 150 million
No, that's just
kilometers
like
away.
how far it actually is.
Right.
That can
So
be
how did you
literally
measure that?
measured mathematically.
It can be literally measured. So what? They grabbed a tape measure and just wheeled her out.
All right. Well, if you want to waste time, then I hope you have a good day.
I'm not wasting time. I just want you to have a think for a second. Ah, you've realized that it's not measured. Good boy. Oh, yes.
That's fun.
All right, Eddie, now you can give us
Well.
your measurements, mate. I'm good.
Yeah, since that didn't last long.
Once they get past the whole ego thing, some of them just flip out and bail out. Once they get past that, though, they're normally pretty good to talk to. And they actually start asking sensible questions instead of imposing their copium upon us. Not that I don't feed on it, but anyways.
Mm.
But anyways, it can be mathematically measured. Oh, that sounded awesome. I go to bed and dream tonight of all the mathematically measured things there are out there.
Yeah, you just need a really big ruler. Or a tape measure.
At least he fixed his mic up a little bit. Unlike the one the other day having a meltdown when we told him his mic was shit.
I like people with shit mics because it just makes it seem like more, you know, like
More
scuffed or
real.
something. Yeah, more real. That's it.
Yeah, but there's having an average mic. Like, fair enough, everyone has mic trouble every now and then. I did for a while. It was shit. But, yeah, it's one thing having an average mic, but having just an absolute shit one, that's, yeah.
No,
No, I wouldn't wish that on anyone.
I used to use like the webcam mic in my laptop. And that was pretty shit. Right now I'm using some headphones, just talking into that little microphone that is on the side of it.
Have you heard of Zeno's paradox, Eddie?
No, I don't think so. Is that like one of
Where
them theories?
it's just it's a thought experiment, I guess. It's a paradox where if you're traveling forward in a straight line, right, and you go so many kilometers, right, and then you halve the distance. The next amount of distance you're allowed to go is half of that, right, and then after that, half of that again, and half of that again, right.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah. And
Right.
you just
So you'll, yeah,
you'd be going on
get
forever. But
right.
like, you know,
You'll never get to where you're going.
yeah, that's wild. But to like, you'd just be pretty much standing there at the end, like moving like half an inch or half a centimeter.
Yeah. Essentially half a millimeter.
It'd be cool if you could do that, but like you get smaller as you like moving. Like if you get like half the size every time to make it more of a workout.
Hello, hello, hello. Oh, no. Hello, hello, hello. Bye, goodbye, goodbye.
There he goes.
Pepe. Carlos. Hello.
Yeah, I feel like whenever I used to get a vaccine, like freckles would start springing up all over my body. Just something I notice now, I think.
Yeah, we're not allowed to talk too much about that sort of stuff. Sorry.
All right, I've got you.
Pretty wild what's happening out there on that cruise ship, though.
Oh, yeah, the Hunter virus, wasn't it?
Mm.
I
I
looked
saw
it
an
up.
interesting thing today about that.
What Hunter means in Hebrew. Means like scam or like nonsense.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and that's in Hebrew too. So that's like even, you know.
Right.
Just like typical,
Yeah.
really.
Yeah. The video was released by this one guy. He's like sobbing and crying and stuff, and
Oh
saying
yeah,
how terrible it
from
is.
the actor talking about but the booster girls. He's like, oh, and if you're a
Right.
booster girl, get the
Yeah,
booster.
that one. Yeah, I seen that today.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, what?
Whoever that
And
is
he's
such
wearing
a
a green
twat.
shirt. He's wearing a green shirt and a cap in both videos, and they're years apart.
He's such a twat, man.
Yeah, that's sussy sus. But anyway, yeah, we're not talk too much about it. But yeah, very interesting stuff going on again.
I don't think anything will come out of it. Like, probably
I
going to
hope
be
you're
right
right.
though.
I hope you're right. I like toilet paper.
I mean, when worst comes to worst, just use the fucking shower, you know?
Yeah.
At that point, like, why the toilet paper? Like, what are we doing?
What did
Why
we
not,
do
like,
before toilet paper? Right? It's like
just use some, like, mud to wipe your ass? Like,
leaves, mud, rags. Something.
I don't know about leaves. Like, I've heard some horror
You know what?
stories, like poison ivy and that, like, getting on your ass.
I've heard if your diet's right, you barely even need toilet paper.
Yeah, it's probably like sweet corn or fucking just eating sweet corn or something.
Oh, no, I don't know about that. Oh my goodness.
Like sweet corn and like nuts maybe. Just come out the same way it went in.
Sometimes a pea makes it through.
And I mean,
Peas.
at that point, you could just like eat
Tomato
your shit.
skin.
Like, you wouldn't even need food. It's like an infinite food glitch. You know what I mean?
That's terrible. Not going there. That's terrible.
It's a
You'd
life
probably
hack.
die because your body wouldn't be absorbing anything.
Yeah, you would. I mean, that's like, you know, pretty much like veganism. You know, so you could probably survive for a little bit. But then you'd get like, you know, malnutrition and some sort of deficiencies. And I also hear like vegans eating their own shit for like B12 because they think that like is gonna help them.
You gotta be really creative with your vegan food. I mean, the Hare Krishnas do it. There's some Indian cultures do it. I mean, like but their food is so delicious, man. I mean, and you just get a big, huge serving of it, you know, and like with some rice and curried vegetables and whatever through it, papadums and man, they make
I hate that
the most
smelly Indian
boring
food.
food taste so good.
I've been trying to eat like more. Like, do you guys know Arjunus Thunder Planets? Something like that. He promotes like eating raw meats, raw dairy, fruit. Apparently, he used to juice vegetables and raw eggs and raw honey as well. I know in Australia you can't get raw milk. You have to like have
Yeah,
your own
you
animals,
can't.
something like that.
It's illegal.
Yeah,
It's actually illegal. I think. Yeah, I think there's law against it.
I mean, they obviously, don't want you drinking it. Like, you can easily just buy bleach and drink that, but why not just, make it
The
legal
milk.
to make it legal to
It
sell?
was just common, in Once Upon a Time. I got to experience a bit of farm life when I was younger, and yeah, a lot of the milk was just fresh. It didn't go through any pasteurization or homogenization. It's just fresh.
Yeah, when they
Fresh from the
pasteurize it,
morning. I mean, like you literally just went and got it, and you're putting it on your breakfast or making a cup of coffee with it. I mean, straight away.
and after they pasteurize it, fortify it with like synthetic chemicals, and those like accumulate in the body, like you get tumors from them because all the vitamin D is like destroyed in the milk. Yeah, raw milk. People be hating on raw milk, but it's like the most delicious, like the best thing there is, you know. And raw eggs too. Those are quite nice. But I only have the egg yolk because I don't really like the egg white. Tastes kind of funny. It has some like anti-nutrients and something like that.
You can forget goat's milk though. Ugh, that's horrible.
But you don't like goat's milk?
No, to me it tastes like the goat smells. You know what I mean?
What, like hay or like piss? I know they piss from their beards and that. Although that's probably the male goats. Do the female goats grow beards? Or it's weird. I've never looked into that. It'd be kind of weird though if female goats were growing beards. But yeah, they piss on their beards to make it ginger. What I've been hearing.
But I will say one thing for goat's milk though. It's so when it gets cold, my hands, I get really bad dermatitis on top of my hands. If I didn't like wash them, you know, I probably wouldn't get it. But when I wash my hands in the winter, when it's hotter weather, I get this dermatitis buildup. So when I wash my hands in the winter, I have to use goat soap. It's the only thing that I've found that helps. I've tried like other moisturizing shit, you know, like
Try
other,
using butter.
soaps.
Will lubricate
Yeah,
the
you could
skin quite a lot.
you use something like that too. Yeah, yeah. But I just use this cheap goat soap, and it works the bomb, man. It's just like the smut. It like apparently it like leaves a film on your hands, which seals in the moisture and protects your natural biome. So that's really good for that.
I don't want to sound like a skank, but I normally don't like wash my hands, like, you know. I might use like
No, that's
water.
alright, man. I'm OCD about it, so sort of was raised like it, stuck with me.
It's weird. People putting like hand sanitizer on, like destroying their hands and stuff, when like viruses and stuff are meant to be dead, and that it's like it wouldn't even work. The hand sanitizer, like it wouldn't stop no virus from anything.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
I mean, it just
there's
sort of
things
shows
in.
how retarded people are.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that there's no such thing as unseen baddies, but a lot of it is fear and all that. But we should, yeah, your body is already capable of warding off a multitude of baddies, and you should let your body do that more
Well,
often.
there is no baddies.
Yeah, there is. But,
Even parasites and that, they're all symbionts. Like they live in harmony with the body.
yeah, there's good stuff. There's good stuff and there's bad stuff. Yeah,
Like even like
yeah,
worms and stuff, they can like live off of heavy metals and toxic things in the body. It can actually like help a little bit. That's what I've been hearing.
you know what they put in water treatments, like home water treatment filters, right? These urns, carbon. It sticks. Baddies stick to it. Can't get off it, right? You get trapped on it on its surface. Absorption. So,
Well, like mold.
Any baddie, any foreign entities, they that can fit through the hull, the holes, the pores, or whatever, will adhere to the surface of the carbon that's present within those filter systems, and they can't get off it. It builds up eventually. If there's anything biohazardous, like it dies there. It doesn't proceed to go forth into your water supply, and it is trapped and dies, or it sits dormant, and then you grab it and clean it out. Then you can reuse it. Some of them have to be replaced after a little while. But they're carbon, so like carbon. I can only imagine that like eating a bit of shark salt or something might not be that bad for you. I mean,
I know
it's
people.
what they give you to absorb bad stomach stuff. Like overdoses and things.
I know people eat burnt toast for like a hangover. I heard something about that, but I don't know. It's like carcinogens, isn't it? It's probably not too. Probably gives you cancer or something. Like any sort of burnt food and stuff. It's probably not too good.
No, wouldn't recommend eating too much burnt food. Holy shit! I've just. Oh, no, it's back. Okay, I just dropped my phone. I thought I'd ruin the screen for a sec. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, no, don't go eating too much burnt food. It's not good for you.
It's the carcinogens, like I said, like
benzenes, yeah.
I see vegans eating like burnt like shit all the time, because that's just how it comes out, That's how I used to eat, because I used to be a vegan for like 2.5 years, and I was like literally dying of like, my teeth were like rotting away, my bones were brittle. I couldn't get a tan, and just really sick all the time.
Yeah, like I said, you gotta. It's got to be a mixture and constant and a lot. Like it can be done, and you can be healthy on this kind of diet, but it's gonna take a bit more supplementation.
Those supplements do more harm than good.
No, with natural things, not with those crap
yeah,
over the counter pills and shit. Yeah.
Now I feel like maybe for like a month, maybe. Like if you cut out all processed food and like stop drinking and smoking, maybe a vegan diet could, be sort of helpful, but you'd just be feeding off of your
That's
own, be feeding off your own body after a little while.
Well, here's a challenge, right? You don't have to be vegan, right? Here's a challenge. See if you can survive without, and like with food and water, right? Without having a barcode scanned.
I don't know. Sometimes I order food, like buy it with.
If you don't mind that the person that made you the food, delivering you the food, had to scan the barcode, right, to make the food, then that's a pass. But ultimately, you would be not eating anything that has ever been scanned, that hasn't had a barcode scan. So
Yeah, I'd probably.
it can be done. Technically, it can be done. It'd be a challenge, but you could do it. You could eat off the grid. Totally eat off the grid.
I'd have to be like killing people's cats and dogs and stuff just to like survive,
No, because like if you like, because you've got even in the cities, you got markets and things, grocers, bakers, butchers, where stuff that they've it's come straight to them from like a wholesaler that may or may not have put it in a box with a barcode on it and had it scanned. But I mean, a lot of it can be sourced without it ever having.
I thought you meant like
entered the
sourcing your own
corporate
food,
market.
like just sourcing your own food from like nature.
No,
I was just thinking, like,
just sourcing anything that is required for your survival, food and drink, right? That never entered the corporate market. They never entered the, it's off the grid. It's off the grid food, and you're allowed to source it from however you want. All right, you can kill it if you want, or pick it if you want, grow it if you want, but like you can get it off other people if you want to. You can go direct to the farmers, that sort of thing. It can be done.
yeah, sometimes I think of like getting a stray cat and like eating it, but I'm just scared it might have like some disease,
Oh man, that's
like,
terrible. That's disgusting, man. I would eat a cat. That's terrible.
because some of them are like really skinny, and I don't know if like I'd get like ill eating it.
Reminds me of that Bruce Lee movie. I don't know if it was a rabbit or a cat or a rat. He's sitting there in this fire and he's like twisting this carcass around, rotisserie style, over the fire, and then he starts munching on it and ripping it. Like, look, it looks really bad. He's like, it's really tough meat.
Yeah, it's pretty savage. I heard something about Haitians eating people's cats. Donald Trump said it. I don't know if it's true or not, but
That sounds like propaganda.
It could be true. I mean, Haiti is like there's like literal human meat markets over there. You know, like they're like very primitive sort of savage kind of people.
I don't know about that. I think that might be more propaganda, man. We're talking to a Haitian, or however you say it, in here one night. He said we asked him about like the Trump takeover and all that, like is president gone, and he said most of them are happy. He said like that now they can work for a good chain. They were sick of that. He was a tyrant, basically.
Oh yeah, barbecue.
They were happy the US came and took him away.
Well, that was it, right? Barbecue, if I'm not mistaken. The
barbecue,
the cannibal warlord, barbecue. You know what I'm on about, right? Like,
no, I'm not.
His name's like literally barbecue, and he's like a cannibal warlord of Haiti.
Right. I'm pretty sure that they're quite civilized now. I'm guessing. I'm guessing. I don't know, man. I don't know much about the country, but
I would be like all right with human meat markets as long as it's not me, like being turned into meat.
No, man, I could never go there. Never go there. Not intentionally.
Like, as long as it's not me or my family, I'm fine with it.
No, man, no, you're sick.
Do you believe in flat Earth?
What's up, Boundless? How's it going, man? Welcome in.
So, guys, do you believe in flat Earth?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, it's not so much a belief as it is an experience and measurement. So we all experience it that way, and we measure it that way.
Like, so where is this this theory comes like some religious book or the scientific evidence?
It comes directly from our experience. Like as I said, we experience and measure it and use it flat. Everybody does. That's accepted, right? What's not accepted is that it is actually flat.
Yeah.
That it's just such a big ball that to our perception, it seems flat.
So
but the problem is, go on.
Yeah. So some people say that we are living in a dome, flat Earth, and there is a dome. We cannot like go to the space. Some people also say that.
Yeah, I don't know about a dome, but I'd say container. We're contained, right?
So there is also that thing that people have an image of the Earth. So if they are going to the space, like why cannot they show the images, flat Earth images? So I have a lot of questions like that.
Yeah. I think that there's enough doubt there, even for people that accept the globe Earth, right, to question this idea that men go to space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you are saying that man cannot like went to the space?
I don't think so. I think it's fakery and a distraction and a good money funneling system. Yeah, there's
Because
I've seen enough footage, right, alone, right, to make me doubt space travel, because there's a lot of mistakes that they make, a lot of errors, a lot of glitches, a lot of things in their footage which doesn't add up and make sense. I could show you
and they
6 hours worth of that stuff.
and they also like publish those photos like that looks like photoshopped. So
Well, they admit that. Right? That a lot of the imagery that we're presented is admittedly photoshopped or CGI or artists' impressions. Right? People don't read the fine print, and they just take it on face value that it's a photo and it's not. But the main reason I'd say that any imagery that's claimed to be of the Earth from a long distance away, showing it to be a globe, I'd say it's fake, not because of those reasons, but because of the way we experience and measure the Earth's surface. So if they're showing curving water wrapped around a ball, right, and we just go to that water, go to a body of water and see if it's curving, and if it's not, you can dismiss that imagery is real.
so that's mean there is no South Pole or North Pole, I think. Antarctica. There is no Antarctica, right?
I wouldn't say that. There's a place that people go to that's really icy and cold. That's that
Some
they call
people.
Antarctica.
Yeah. Because they like don't allow people to go there, no? Antarctica, like.
No, they do. They do. They allow people go there and live there and work
Maybe,
there.
but
Well,
but they
and
don't permit them to travel like in the Antarctica, into the Antarctica.
so independent free exploration beyond the 60 South parallel is prohibited strictly under the Antarctic Treaty signed by over 50 nations. So that means that it is the access to it is restricted, or you have to meet some certain qualifications before you're just allowed to go waltzing in there and do whatever you want, right, and go wherever you want, right?
Yeah.
Like the
So
area beyond the 60th South parallel. So that'd be from the 60th South parallel all the way to the Antarctic coastline, Antarctica's coastline, and beyond.
So if Earth is flat, so there is like edges, huh? Or a wall, something that covers the Earth, so that people will not go to the edge of the Earth, and so maybe there is some kind of wall, right?
Yes,
Because
well,
if I
we don't know though, because we're not allowed the
I don't know anything about that.
Antarctic treaty, sorry, Antarctic Treaty.
Yeah, prohibits free independent exploration beyond the 60th South parallel. But look, the coastline of Antarctica is said to be mostly ice shelf, right? So up to 200 meters high. And on average, they say that Antarctica has the highest average elevation, right, out of all the continents, even though it's not really a continent. It's a continent of ice, they say, right? Because underneath is just an archipelago. Isn't it archipelago?
An archipelago
It's
group?
a series of islands, right? Yeah, underneath the ice.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not like a giant landmass. Yeah.
So government is lying that man. And why, like, why they are doing that?
Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know about any of the Antarctica stuff. Look, Antarctica could be like they say, an icy continent, or it could be, something
No, no.
else. I don't know.
So why they are denying that Earth is like flat? Matlab, why they are
Oh,
denying that? Why?
for the most part, it's just a belief, right? It's a
Oh,
well-held belief. Yeah, yeah. People actually believe it, right? The majority believe it. They don't. It's not like they're trying to hide anything. The only people that would be intentionally trying to deceive people would be those that say that they've been far enough away from the Earth to view it as a sphere, and anybody claiming that they've sent devices far enough away from the Earth to photograph it as a sphere. That would be the only like that, and that's a small handful of people, right? Ultimately, that's a small handful of people. There was only 26 people in the Apollo missions that the participants in those missions.
so I
So
am from
they.
India. So I am from
Oh
India, and
yes,
yeah. So
yes,
recently, Indian also they went to the moon. Like they are showing those computer generated images. So I was like, okay, if there is like they're not able to go to the moon, so why every country that's they show that we are going to the moon and this and that. Like I don't
yeah.
get the point. No?
Well, because that puts you in the big leagues, right? If you can claim that you've done something like that, you're a nation to be reckoned with, because that's the ticket into the upper echelons of society, of worldwide society, right? So then your country is now considered to be advanced
Mm,
and ahead of the
getting.
game, right? Yeah,
Mm,
yeah. And who's gonna call bullshit, right, on each other without exposing themselves, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah. That's why I think if one people is lying and someone another is lying, so they will like they cannot point out, oh, you are lying because so if they will do, they will expose themselves.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Sometimes I believe, okay, maybe there is a possibilities. Uh, they like this is a flat earth or maybe not. So I'm kind of like middle of the conversation. So
Right. Well, the intriguing evidence is just how much of the surface that we can see over distance when we shouldn't be able to, right? Because they give us a size value, right? They give us a radius value, a circumference value, and that would dictate how much of the surface you can see from any given height. But the problem is, no matter what height we go to from the surface, going up to commercial aircraft altitudes, we see much more of the surface than we would be allowed to if the Earth was a sphere, because it'd be curving down and away from you, limiting your view. Yeah, that's and the waters. Like when we test the water, surface of water, like looking across it, shining lights across it, lasers, etc. Right, we're hitting targets over distances over water, which would be impossible if the Earth was a ball, right? So yeah, because the geometry wouldn't
so
allow for a laser to hit a target over 20 miles, say. Right? But we
so
hit these targets. Go on.
what about the other planets? They are round or they are like it is like the flat? and we also have a sun and moon. So like how?
Yeah. Yeah, so you've
Yeah.
already said other, like, so you've already put what we're living on into the category of whatever those things are, as in like an object.
Mm.
But when you look at those things in the sky, you just see light. You don't see anything similar to the Earth. You don't see anything like
Okay.
that would
So
indicate to you that that we might be like those things.
oh, so you are saying there is no no other planet?
I'm saying Earth is not a planet, and planets aren't what we think they are,
Okay.
like what we've been told they are, because we're told stories about those things in the sky which are relatable to like the Earth, like it being a world, a solid surface, a place you could go and walk on, right? But we don't actually see that, and we can't verify any of that. And that, like, so why would we think that that's when we don't see any similarities with the surface of the Earth and things in the sky? Why would we assume that they are anything alike and that the Earth would be anything like those things? But even if you were to assume that those things in the sky have a surface and it's curving, right, and it's a sphere, well, then if we wanted to establish the Earth as being similar to that, we'd measure the surface, right? Without being able to go far enough away from the Earth to view it like those things in the sky and see it like those things in the sky, right? Then we'd have to just simply utilize what access we have of the surface being upon it and measure it over its distance to see if it's curving down and dropping away from us in all directions, particularly over water. And when we attempt to do that, we get null results. We get null results of curvature. We get measurements of flatness instead.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm getting the point. But every country have a power. They can prove now if they want. So why they are not giving the evidence or releasing the photos? Okay, or like Earth actually Earth looks like this. So
Is anybody else around? DJ, you there at all?
Oh yeah, I gotta head out off in a second though.
Oh, right, damn it, because I got to go too. I was just about to say, hey guys, I gotta take care of some stuff and probably
I got 2
sign off.
minutes.
What else we
So
got?
Boundless.
Sorry, Boundless, can you repeat your question?
I was saying that a lot of countries have a power and technology, so they can prove Earth really actually look like this. Now they have technology, so why why they are not doing this?
You can't prove something to be real that isn't real. It's impossible. So they can give people pictures, CGI pictures, things like that. From a place that people can never verify them, like outer space. But when we actually test the surface of the Earth, there's no curvature every single time.
No, people they go to the space now. They can.
No, I don't think that we can really verify that. It's not something that you're going to be able to check. You're just going to have to trust them.
So okay, so you are saying that everyone is lying when they like announce that they are going to the space and they went and they are lying. Every
Well, I think,
country.
every country isn't necessarily sending people to space, right? It's only America. It's only the NASA astronauts that have actually gone past low Earth orbit, right, into outer
Okay.
space, and that was the Apollo missions, which were very clearly faked to win the space race, right? And then we had the Artemis mission just recently. So 28 people
Mhm.
Most of them it's over 50 years ago, you know, and then just 4 recently. 3, was it 3 or 4? 3 people, I don't know. Anyway, it was the Artemis missions were very disappointing, you know, they didn't provide much footage at all.
Mm.
So,
Mm.
you know, lying about space travel is different than lying about flat Earth. Right? I don't think most people are not lying about flat Earth, but countries are lying, you know, about space travel because you've probably heard of the space race, right?
Yeah.
It's like a sign of power to be able to say that your country has been to space. You know, you
Mhm.
probably remember the space race between the Russians or the
Yeah.
Soviets and the Americans.
Yep.
So look, I'm going to put a piece of footage in the side
Okay.
chat. And I want you to tell me if it looks realistic to you, right? This isn't proof of anything. This is just the footage that NASA gave us from the Apollo mission, one of the Apollo missions, and it looks so fake. Maybe it looked realistic back in the 60s, but we look at it now. Right? Have a look at this footage that I just put in the side chat. Should be there for you now.
That looks like terrible
Yeah,
CGI.
it's crazy. Yeah, and maybe not CGI, but like you know, using little miniature models in a studio,
Yeah,
in
with
like
the
a little
wire.
studio
Yeah.
with some strings. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what it looks like to me. And but this is official NASA footage.
No, it's not even looking real.
Okay. Yeah, I gotta head off.
Uh,
I gotta go now, but someone else will be here to talk to you, I'm sure. Have a good day.
yeah, nice talk to you.
Wait, what was that Indian fella talking about?